Futures negative territory here as we get May non-farm payrolls just out, 390,000 versus 325,000 expected. So higher than expected. A lot of analysts were looking for a positive number this month on this, 3.6% on the unemployment rate versus 3.5%. So again, May non-farm payrolls there, 390,000 versus 325,000 expected. We were in negative territory coming off that pretty impressive performance we saw yesterday. All three U.S. indexes to the upside in a big way at the end of the day. It was the NASDAQ that led things to the upside. Here goes the market now back towards the upside as well off that seemingly better than expected jobs report this morning. We'll touch on how this week has shaped up. We're looking at a positive week going into the weekend here, coming off 8 of 9 to the downside for most indexes in the U.S. Tesla shares on watch to the downside this morning. Elon talking about cutting possibly 10% of the workforce. Apple under pressure as well. We'll tell you why here coming up. It's Friday, June 3rd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Still red for the time being, but getting better by the second here. NASDAQ was down more than a full percent, 0.8 at this point, 0.4 for both the Dow and the S&P. If you missed it, better than expected May jobs report out there, 390,000 versus 325 expected. Unemployment rate did tick up 0.1% though, 3.6 versus 3.5. From last month. So two things of note. We have two more important economic releases coming out this morning, 9:45 and then 10 a.m. We'll get ISM manufacturing PMI final numbers, again, 9:45 and 10 a.m. So mark those down as well. Let's bring in the guys here and get going because lots to talk about, guys. Good morning. Welcome to a Friday. Nice move here for the futures back to the upside on a decent report there. Looks pretty good as far as May jobs are concerned. Tesla to the downside, Apple to the downside. It's the last time you can trade Amazon at $2,500 before you'll get 20 extra shares for everyone you own on Monday.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that will bring a lot of people into Amazon territory for trading. I think Alphabet's going to be probably more exciting. Just a wild guess there. It's a little bit more of a popular stock, but I think Amazon's going to be great to trade, and we'll definitely be looking at that on Monday. But it is Friday today, and we got a whole day to get through here. Good jobs report there. I have to double check to see what the hourly earnings wage numbers were, because I think that's almost a bigger deal. The Qs, which were bouncing, I was going to show you the chart, then I got this crazy wick, so I'll have to zoom in. Caught a little bit of a bounce. We didn't get to positive territory because we are gapped down. And obviously, Tesla weak overnight, and then Apple actually was a bit of a sell as well. So we did give back some of those gains overnight, but a nice little bounce there in the market. We'll go over some of those levels to be sure. In terms of the earnings front, there were a couple of interesting names out there. Lulu had a good quarter, but not crazy price movement, at least because everything had gapped back in here today. We'll be watching that, and some EV names that may or may not be in play. Elon Musk does not see good things for the economy, joining Jamie Dimon with some bearish words, I suppose.
I feel like it's still there. It feels like it was louder.
Oh,
you can hear it, obviously.
Yeah. I was wondering
here.
It's a you know what going off.
I think it's the fan. There's some sort of a fan in there. But anyways, all right. Lululemon came to report. Look, the payrolls actually didn't do much to the market at all. I mean, we wait for this big number, and it's up, 20 points. So we'll wait to see what happens here with the futures. But it's a nice little move back to the upside here as we're starting to go. So, I thought this was going to be a possible tech, not wreck, but the fact that we've been pulling back in here with some Apple notes and things like that. We're going to wait to see what happens here. I'm already willing to short this ahead of 150. So there's some good ideas. The sticky note is ready to rock and roll. So let's get this Friday started off right here on a shortened week, Brendan.
Yeah, going to be a busy morning here. Let's jump right into things. If you missed it there, 3.6% on the unemployment rate versus 3.5 coming off of last month. Again, 390,000 jobs last month versus 325 expected. So pretty decent report, but not much follow through as the guys were saying here. Overall, let's have a look at A couple of things to note here. The guys are spraying a camera hinge, it would appear, with, what is that, WD-40 or? Oh no, it's one of those air cans, aerosol duster cans things. So if you hear that, that's what that is. Right. Let's have a look at a couple of things to note here. Yeah, hard at work already. Mark and Rob there. Thanks, guys. Elon Musk feels super bad about the economy. Needs to cut 10% of Tesla jobs here. One of the biggest notes. Maybe before we jump into that, I think it's worth mentioning, guys. A historic, I guess is the best way to put it, election here in Ontario last night. I was reading this morning, it's the first time since 1920 in Ontario that a majority government comes into the second term with a larger majority government than the prior term. So, I mean, lots to consider on that front as well today.
Hey man, I did my civic duty, and that when you told me that stat, I was like, that's crazy. Like you don't see. I know it's Canada, it's Ontario. People don't really. In the States, you might say, oh, is that really that important? It might not be that big of a deal, but it's sort of a historical thing here for us anyways. But that was a bit of a reversal that just happened in the market. As I went to pick up and sip my coffee, Tesla was at 746. I like a certain 750 number. Someone in the chat was like, why are you not short Tesla? Because I want to see what happens at the open for 750, and that's the price level. It was longs in front of it yesterday, and I mean, today, if it doesn't break that at the open, it's shorts beneath that. But that was quite the reversal that just happened in the market off that 744, off the 745 Tesla. I mean, the NASDAQ basically back to where it was at 830. So I guess we're back to square one when it comes to that move. But yeah, I mean, I did my civic duty. I told everyone on the floor that they should do theirs as well because, hey, it doesn't really matter what your opinions are. You should always get out there.
Talking about Ontario provincial elections right now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, well, since we're on that, the Conservative Party made the other two leaders quit last night. So that was pretty amazing.
Quit?
Yeah, they both quit. Okay. They both said, that's it, we're gone. So yeah, it was pretty amazing that when, you win the election and your opponents just resign right after. So it's pretty unbelievable win for the Conservative Party here in Ontario, so congratulations to them as we move on. Yeah, here comes Apple to the downside. It's going to be one of our big names here that we wanted to go. It's the number one name on the sticky note. It's now starting to break a little bit lower. Apple yesterday tested this 151. It was weaker than the market on an up day yesterday, so of course today it comes right back in. It was just at 148.50 there on that move back up. Almost got to 149. We were waiting at 150 for the short. I feel like we can short this market right now, but we're going to wait till it opens up. It's going to be a big day today for a lot of these names. I really like Apple to the downside here. Yesterday, when the market was up 2.5%, this thing was only up 1.5%. So it's giving some of that today again, giving us some notes for concern. On Morgan Stanley, a little bit of a downgrade there on a note from App Store worries, things like that. I don't really care what Elon says about the economy. It doesn't matter to me that much. But Tesla's been a nice little run to the backside right now, and it's had a good couple days. Again, you always want to get out of this name, and then it bumps up and makes you think that it is going to go back for a little bit of a run. Well, my daily is going to load up here, but that's that bottom 620. You just went all the way back to 800 yesterday, so that's a great move in 1 or 2 weeks, or 1 week, I should say, from 600 up to 800. I mean, that's a monster move. So yeah, it's going to give something back today. Watch out if it breaks this 720 shelf right here, 725 shelf to the bottom. I'm pretty sure it will do that. Let's hope it doesn't do that before the market opens. But there goes Tesla. I feel like I just got to log into my account now. I said this last time it was at 720 and I didn't get out, but I think this is a good spot to possibly get out right now. There goes Micron. Yeah, again, one of the big names that we have on our sticky note here for the short through 72. So now we're short Micron here. As if you're going to be in a chip name, you should be it should be AMD or Intel, I feel, or AMD or NVIDIA. Some of these other names they're good, but Micron today going to get hit to the downside. It just doesn't have, when the market rallies, it doesn't have quite the move that not even close to quite the move that AMD or NVIDIA has. Obviously on the downside, it's going to be some sort of protection, but you're breaking through the 50 period right now at $72. So we are short Micron right now to start the day, which again, that's the number 2 name here on the sticky note. So let's watch out for that. Microsoft back down through 270 right now. Yeah, so some of these names starting to drop as sort of expected with that number. The market has no idea what it's doing right now with that farm payroll number. because it went up and then now it's coming right back down. So I think we'll just continue this pattern here of a lower day, and we'll see what can hit. But Microsoft, we had that short yesterday around 273, 274. It's back printing now down through 270. So yeah, downside we go. Let's see how far Micron can go. I have a $70 price target.
Yeah, just remember when you're looking at shelf breaks like this isn't the 66 level on Micron, but it's pretty darn close to it. The 72 has been a week-long level. If you go back to, like, I guess last Friday as well, like you had that 72 bottom. It ran away from this price, so we'd always take shelf breaks. We've talked about this as an overall strategy in a bear market. Shelf breaks can be good trades. I'm going to be scalping some out of this one. Reality is, like, to the point of like why it won't go up as much as the rest of the market, because when you have these bear market rallies, a lot of times it's the higher valuation names that are beaten up more, they're going to rally further, which makes a lot of sense because they've fallen further as well. Micron is a very cheap, reasonably priced stock, so it's not going to have as much upside when you get a bear market rally. However, it does give you that downside protection. I just see it as breaking a shelf today, and it's just a day trade. So we're going to take this one to the sell side. If it's a down day and a stock breaks a week-long support, I mean, I don't see how you can't like that kind of a level. That's kind of what I'm thinking with Tesla. If it's below that 750 when we open and it holds that price, it's hard not to like that short trade if we're going to be down on the session, and we're down a point. So it is what it is.
That was quick. Yeah, day lows for futures right now, down 2.9 for the S&P. I want to mention Twitter here quickly. It popped up pre-market, still up nicely, 1.8%. The waiting period on this deal has expired as of today. So a little more momentum, I guess, in the right direction as far as getting this deal finalized. Still nothing new really from Musk. I mean, the last we heard, the deal was on hold, according to him. Then Twitter says, no, it's not. It's going through as far as we're concerned. And now the waiting period expires, guys. So Twitter up on decent volume here.
Yeah, like it's so ridiculously far away from the price that I think it's at this point, you're a long ways away from people thinking that you're getting $54.20 and that it actually will close, right? And the actual deadline is the 26th of October, so there's a lot of time for things to change. Regulatory aspect of it, I guess, is a piece of it, but I still think the bigger concern is whether or not Elon actually wants to pay $54.20 for it. He says they're committed to that being the deal. We'll see if that's still true if the market were to drop. I mean, if the market were to take another low before that happens, like, come on, I can't see him not using some leverage to at least get a lower price. You see what's happening with Kohl's? Like they're getting two offers today, which are literally 15 to 20% lower than what they rejected previously. So, in that same vein, I think a lot of shareholders would be pretty happy to get 47 or 45 or whatever it would end up being. I don't necessarily see a trade. It's had some support around like 39 if you're into scalping this thing. Because of this deadline, or so that period sort of lifting, I don't know if it has upside resistance, and I wouldn't even trust it anyway. So I'm not likely to be trading it. If it was down at 39, it would be spicy for a bit of a scalp, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I haven't looked at Twitter for a while. I don't have too much interest. I mean, I'm a shareholder. I'll wait for that. Probably 44.20 or whatever you're going to get on all this. I mean, you still could get 54.20. I mean, you could get that, and I don't see why really right now why we shouldn't be able to get that. But yeah, it's to the downside here. I don't really have anything. It's 1 million shares, which is actually pretty good. Nice little move to the upside there, obviously. $41 coming into play again. I don't really. It just. I haven't looked at it. We've been doing really well with our plan of action here. I'm gonna leave Twitter alone. The market's coming down. I want to be short some of these names that we've talked about already. So let's just continue with that. I might just get into Apple right now. It's below that 147.50, but we're still 45 minutes to go. Let's take a small position on Apple and just watch it for a little bit. But yeah, Twitter not really on my radar. We're short Micron right now. We're gonna try to get short Apple here as well.
To a few of the reports that came out last night. We'll talk about Lululemon coming up here. Chegg, I just saw CHGG with $1 billion buyback approved. There's OKTA as well. Cybersecurity name moving around on decent report. Before we go any further, though, let's bring in Michael Noss, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas, to give us a little bit of an update on what we were speaking about. Hey, Michael, good to see you. Last week, we talked a little bit about a day trading idea that you had been back testing and looking at on the short side of things. In that conversation, we mentioned, what would happen if we flip this on its head, and talked a little bit about the long side as well. You have found some interesting results on that.
Yeah, and that's it's one cool thing about being able to have a back tester like we have at Trade Ideas and run these kind of models and theories. Last week, and the first slide I have up right away just goes over kind of what we talked about last week. I developed this day trading strategy and algorithm that I trade personally myself all the time. Long story short, it's simply looking for a stock that really got hammered the prior day and looking for it to break down again today. So second day play, it's sometimes referred to, but the theory just being, if you had bad news yesterday and that caused the stock to move lower, a lot of people might put their stop under the low of that day or near that area. So if you get some continuation, maybe you get some stop running and follow through. So Brendan was just talking about, he's like, well, what happens if you do this on the long side? And I did that by, just in the next slide, we have this ability just to flip button, right? And built into Trade Ideas. If you have a short strategy, like you hit the flip button and it will change all of the filters and the alerts. So it's now a long strategy or vice versa. And then in the next one, I have the back tested result. So you can see right away, still works. It's still above, that red line is kind of the zero line of whether it's profitable or not, but not very good. So yes, if you took stocks that were up a lot the next day or the prior day, and they started to move up again today, there is some positive expectancy there. It's like a 57% win rate, which is pretty impressive, but the risk reward just wasn't there. It was, 1-to-1 or a little less than 1-to-1, which is the part that I found interesting as a data nerd and a chartered market technician. I really like to dive into these things and say, okay, well, why? Try to figure out kind of the psychology behind that as well. So I noted some differences as I went through my testing. So we have the ability to back test and to optimize. So in the next slide, I show some of the things we can optimize based off of. And it just shows, we can go through and say, okay, how does the 200-day moving average affect our strategy? Or I hear you guys talk with the 50-day or the 50-period moving average on whatever chart you're looking at. How does that affect my strategy? This type of thing. So if we wanted to do this second day play on the long side, just a couple key differences that are some takeaway for this strategy. And one is poor performance in the first 30 minutes. You have to sit out that first 30 minutes and then you want the stock to start moving into the long side after that. The other thing is that trades from the longer side of this are just choppier and they take longer to develop. So you have to sit there longer. Before I get into some examples and some things to look at for today, I just wanted to make this as kind of an overall lesson to evaluate your own trading as traders. Are you simply doing the same thing from the short end of things that you're doing from the long end of things? Because there may be some improvement, some easy improvement to have there. If you take a look at and split your trading out and say, this is what I do from the short side and this is what I do from the long side, there may be some differences there. You just proving that flipping the same strategy sometimes doesn't work. So refine them differently, tweak them differently, and maybe overall your performance will improve. So a simple example here on CNSL of what this trade would have looked like with kind of the new refinement taking out. This is the chart prior to the trigger day. So you can see it was a nice breakout on the daily chart into the 5-minute chart on the next slide here. You can see that about 30 minutes or so, actually a little bit longer, took place where the stock chopped sideways. Then it broke a new high, and that blue arrow just represents where the system would have advised to get in, and then a nice trend into the next day. So keeping these new rules in mind of waiting till the end of the day and understanding these are going to be choppier, let's take a look at Chewy. Had good earnings yesterday, nice, big, strong up move, so it meets that criteria for that over 3% bounce. And the other one is PSTG, same kind of thing. Earnings move, nice rally throughout the day as well, so they digested the earnings well. So that's the update to that scan.
It's an interesting concept, and I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? When you include the the fear-based side of things, when you're talking about a short trade versus a long trade, as you said, long trades typically take longer to develop. possibly because we don't have that fear, that panic, that selling panic that flushes these typically to the downside. But interesting note there. We appreciate the information as always. Michael Nosh, Chartered Market Technician with Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you very much.
A couple of interesting ideas there, guys, for today.
Yeah, sometimes you got to flip things on their head a little bit. I don't know, it's a terrible, terrible pun there, but yeah, that's what we love to see. And Michael always sort of comes with these fresh ideas that I think we can apply to multiple time frames. And I know we day trade a lot, but you want to be looking for these types of trend reversals. Speaking of which, we're sort of continuing into this to the downside here. We actually hit the 1% mark on the ES there, 1.5 to the downside on the NASDAQ as well. So it looks like for now, the trend is looking like it is going to be the downside, favoring some of these short opportunities. And we had such great rallies, and a lot of times that's what happens. Like you do get some pressure being relieved, and that's what we're seeing here today. We'll talk about the futures in just a little bit here, but there are some interesting names on the upgrade downgrade list. One of which didn't have a terrible report. I don't know if we're ready for it yet, but one of them didn't have that terrible report. I know we're going to talk a little bit about CrowdStrike, but yeah, I didn't think they had that bad of a report, but it's still an expensive stock, and that can be trouble. And also, we're talking about like a good report, Lulu. On our watch list, I'm pretty sure it even says Lulu, and Lulu is technically still up, but everything about their report was good. And look at them, baseline flats. At least they're not going to the downside. That's a good thing to see here is they're not really falling with the rest of the market as well. But I think now we are ready for upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, surprisingly not on here, but there are a number of price target moves either way on Lulu as well today, so worth a note. OKTA, top of the board here off their report. Yeah, up big time in the pre-market. Not a lot of volume though. Behind that, Lightspeed, Rite Aid, and Arrowhead. Sana reported, I think, last week. We were talking about that. CrowdStrike, there it is, Marathon, and Airbnb to the downside.
Yeah, CrowdStrike, there's still like 100 forward P or something ridiculous like that. And I think that's, in this environment, you really have to blow things away. And if you don't blow it away for huge growth, then it's not going to matter. You're going to be under a lot of pressure, and they are now below that 170 mark that we were talking about yesterday. And it's just sometimes you have a key price, and that 170 was kind of like if you blew past that and had a big enough report, then you can look at some longs in front, maybe running, and the other side can be true. And below that price, it's a bit of a fade. Not a lot of volume on that or Lulu, unfortunately. So I wouldn't sit in either one of these pre-market, but it's a good sign because Lulu was basically, I think it was basically exactly flat right before 8:30. It had given a bunch back with the rest of the market. And then even with that number that just came through and the reversal we had in the market sort of going up and then coming back down, it still held flat. So I think that 300 to 303 band still valid for some support here in Lululemon.
Yeah, Lululemon's a buy. I mean, just check out the sticky note, guys. I mean, it's literally exactly what that was just talking about there. I feel like that's pretty obvious levels, man. 300 for Lulu, you got to buy that. You got to buy 160 for CrowdStrike. I mean, there are great reports. They're beat down today. I mean, Lulu's not beat down, but CrowdStrike down 5%. That should be a great buying opportunity. So check it out for what I was thinking about here. Great quarter, 160, possible break of 170 even, I like, to the upside here on CrowdStrike as well. This has been a great name to trade when we've had earnings come through. So I really like CrowdStrike today, and I really like Lululemon. So, we'll just see. What the market's going to give what the market gives. And I was just saying to Sharif, like, yesterday, they turned on the programs. The programs were on, and they bought everything up. Let's see if they can turn on again today to the downside. It looks like that's what they're trying to do, is sell the market today. But there's Lululemon. I mean, it's so obvious to buy this name around that 300 level. We'll see if it holds. I mean, we like even dollar levels, just like AMD at 100, so on and so forth. So let's just wait. I mean, it's still 8:54. We're still really early into this market. We'll see what these imbalances are. Yesterday, there was absolutely nothing, and it continues again today. New bank, new holdings there. Citigroup as well. NEO's on there. CCL. I mean, other than that, there's not a whole hell of a lot. I mean, I just want to get this market open so we can rock and roll here today. This pre-market's pretty boring here, Brendo.
Yeah, pretty quiet so far on Friday morning. I saw a few people talking about this. Let's get this over with maybe. Bristol Myers spending $4.1 billion in cash on Turning Point Therapeutics. A little M&A activity this morning. Neil, you want to touch on this?
If they drop BMY on it, it's all cash and it's like $8 billion or whatever it is. But if this drops Bristol Myers, because sometimes you make an acquisition, there's no stock in it. That's why probably they're only down like 0.5% here. But in the case that BMY does make a little bit of a drop, you know healthcare has been super strong and it's a great segment to be in. So this could give you an opportunity to buy a potential dip in the acquiring company. It doesn't look like that's happening right now. In a cash deal, the spread is there, so I guess I would favor shorts. The price is 76. If it got to 75, I think you short it, but that might not be that tradable unless you have direct market access there. And big deals take long to close. That's always been a part of it this year with a higher regulatory scrutiny on all deals. So understand time value of money. You might be looking at next year before this deal closes, maybe the first quarter, something along those lines. But I think it would be a little bit more interesting if this were to take BMY down for an opportunity. It doesn't seem like it's happening just yet, but that was my first gut. Like when you brought that up, I was like, oh, let's see if Bristol Myers is down a couple of points and there's an opportunity there, but seems like they're not even selling off BMY.
Yeah, I've been the only name that I've been buying here. I was actually lucky enough to get long here, Eli Lilly, down here in February around 240 for a starter position. It's made a nice move to the upside here. I think these names continue to work. Like, this is why diversification is so key, right? You need to have multiple names in your portfolio, not just big cap tech or invest in indexes is another good way to do this. So here comes the NASDAQ, here comes Bitcoin. Bitcoin's ending the downside. That's a story that we haven't even talked about yet with some of the banning of the mining and whatnot here, or some rules coming down from the US on mining and restrictions there. So Bitcoin now, although it's not doing anything, I mean, we can zoom in here as much as we want to and see that the high was, I mean, it was a nice break over the weekend, up to 33,000 or so. Came back in right now and is hovering around this bottom. I'm still very, very nervous, even about a break of some of these wicks here, 27.5, 28, let alone what this 25 could happen. So I don't know, Bitcoin's struggling right now. That's another asset class that just seems to be moving in the wrong direction for us. Ethereum also. This is exactly where I bought Ethereum, so I did not capitalize on anything. I'm trying not to put a lot of capital into this, but buying some down here at 1,700. Now it's come right back, literally this price. I bought at 1,756. It went all the way to 2,000. We didn't do anything, and now it's come back in. I just want to keep buying some of these dips and not really selling anything, just to put some play money into crypto and see where it goes. I want to give a big shout out, and I saw her here yesterday. Shout out to Jacqueline Cobb. Thank you for rejoining us. One of our members that was watching us for a while there, rejoining us here on the chat. So, hey, what's up to Jacqueline?
Yeah, we love that. Great to see. Netflix, guys, I just saw it pop up here on a little volume scanner. Wells Fargo, just out with a positive note, just talking about the advertising model. Saying they could return to their mojo, or the return of their mojo could be due to this advertising model. $15 move yesterday for Netflix with the market.
Yeah, getting above that $200 level, which had been a bit of a battle and might continue to be one. We'll see if it happens. But I think last time we talked about this, if you look at when things settled down post that disaster earnings move they had, and you put it in perspective, like this rally, it's up 25% from the bottoms, but compared to what it was previous in earnings, it's still absolutely destroyed. So you look at what this was when it actually based out, and it tried to get past 205, and then it got to 205 in reverse yesterday. So this is yet another name where you've got an impressive rally off the bottom, but it hasn't broken the bottom of the channel yet. So it's got a chance, if we have a bull day today, that it would have a chance to maybe get there again. But when you see a move like this and then a rejection of the top break, a lot of times there's some kind of a fill of that gap, right? So if we don't get through 205 or challenge it at the open, I'd be watching that 200 level because there's room down below. It doesn't have to get to 190 where there's going to be buyers, but certainly you could at least go halfway. But this is a stock. It gets above that 205, holds a bit up there. And it's got obviously tons of room since you had that earnings disaster for Netflix. But it's pretty clear what needs to happen for this to make a move like it did yesterday. It's going to be a breakout at that 5 or 6 level.
Yeah, we've been averaging into Netflix. Our last buy was a great one down in the 170 range, so that's been good. But we've averaged in on the way down here. So I mean, we didn't start buying it. It was at least the 3rd or 4th day. I think my first buy was like at 212 or so, and then we were held out for a 172 or something like that bid that we got in here. I think it was on this day when we broke higher. So I think Netflix continues to work. They're going to have some big, hopefully, some better subscriber numbers coming through with Stranger Things and Ozark coming back. So, I like this name. I think you can try to defend the 200 spot. I don't trade it that often. So to sit here and like talk about its tendencies and things like that, I just feel like, I don't know, it's not. Great move. Like I said, those machines got turned on yesterday, and for everything. As soon as the market opened, there was basically no dips for anything until we got to the end of the day. And then even then, you had to pick your poison. We had a great short in Microsoft, and then Facebook fell off at the end. But Netflix, didn't fall off. It actually closed the day at its highs right there. So I think this is a runner today again. You just got to find some lower levels because all these levels that I've indicated already are lower, right? And so we gotta. The NASDAQ is coming in here a little bit. I mean, it's only 1.3. It's not the end of the world. We were up 2.5 yesterday. But for Netflix, I think it's going to be a buy. I don't want to zoom out any more than you have to. Like right now, you don't need to use 20-minute charts or daily charts or anything like that. These markets will just move the way they're going to move. Like unless a stock is reporting earnings or something like that. Like even for Netflix to fall all the way back down, like would we be surprised if it hit 193 or 194 today? Honestly, no. I mean, this market could go down 2% and then they could just kill Netflix yesterday. So whoever bought yesterday is going to be, down feeling sorry for themselves a little bit down here. And I think that's going to be true for a lot of these names. You bought Microsoft yesterday. Maybe now it's at 269. So you're a couple bucks shy of that. You bought Facebook yesterday. It's at 196 or whatever it's at right now. A couple bucks shy of the high. So I wonder if we can fade this out. Again, that high was 205. You're down to 202. Maybe a 199, something like that if you wanted to start it. But hey, if this market's going to fall, then Netflix is going to come right back into this 194, 195 area. So that's kind of the top there from 2 days ago that I like, 195. So yeah, if it does fall back in, let's be a buyer around 195. I have orders right now on Apple, Crowd, Lulu, and Micron. So Netflix not really on the radar, but we'll watch it. It's been an active one.
Anyone watching this AMLX? So the FDA just coming out with this notification of PDUFA date extension. I just learned that means prescription drug user fee amendment. So nice move here for AMLX anyways, up 40%. Let's get a check on the overall market. Speaking of, a bit of a negative move continuing here back to the downside for the S&P. To wrap up the week, again, Arun off this week. Neil, what do we look at today?
Not too much different from yesterday. I mean, some of the levels are going to be a little bit different, but they're going to stand out like a sore thumb. The majors have not changed, and this is, some of these are coming directly from Arun, that 40.25. That's the major support level. As long as we're above that, the market has some bids in there, and we're talking about the S&P futures there, guys. So that's your major support. We're about 100 points away from it right now, so it could have come into threat if we have a free fall Friday. Certainly that could be true. You've got a lot of minor support levels that are in here, and I think the first one got taken out, and that was this 41.40 level. That's where we fell apart. If you want to look at what happened earlier this week, that's when we fell apart, and we had the secondary breakthrough yesterday in the afternoon through that 41.40. We just took that one out with the jobs numbers and the jobs data that we just got on the non-farms. But outside of that, you have some minor support at 4,100 as well. That's the other level pointed out. And then Arun was saying this 40.65. So you got some stops on the way down here that if you're looking and you're taking short positions, there are places to maybe think about taking those off. Your overhead resistance, it's 42.10. You can barely even see it here. 42.10 is still the major overhead resistance. You get through that, and that's where we get that bullish kind of a day, right? So if you're looking, we're just talking about Netflix breaking those highs. This is that level on the ES. We can chew through that. You have some serious room to the upside, but the closer levels obviously are coming in on these bids here, guys, and that's what it's all about. Like you always want things to settle down after a major economic number. We've settled a little bit here. We still have yet to pick a direction off of our first level. When you're within 5 or 10 points, you really have not broken or tested the level. Unless you get away from it, that's when you get a more true indication. Now, a lot of times when you're scalping, you get this notion that, the level break, boom, it's a short when it crosses the line. That's not really how things work when you're looking at the overall trend. So we still have a chance at the open to maybe maintain that first level of support, though it's not looking as likely as it did 20 minutes ago.
All right, let's jump into everything else you need to know this morning heading towards the open. I just saw Starbucks popping up. I'll show you in a second here. That's the watch list, guys. Comes out every single morning before we come on at 8:30. Make sure you grab that, absolutely free for you. Nearly 600 Starbucks locations reopening today in Shanghai. So that just coming across. Starbucks popping up on a volume scanner there. Heads up on Starbucks. Let's talk Tesla to kick things off here. They're going to cut 10% of their workforce. Elon feels super bad today, but I mean, the whole market kind of dragging here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he said the same things about the economy that Jamie Dimon sort of did there. And understand that the economy and the market they're not exactly the same thing, but if you do think that the R word, recessions, are coming, then certainly anybody that's selling things can be under some pressure, and you want to tighten those belts. So they're doing probably the right thing is a reaction to that, which is cutting expenses, and that's going to be a big one. But realistically, what I see here is just simply we've got an obvious channel that Tesla was in. You had that 725 bottom, and then you have this top here. We didn't quite get to 800. That's what we're looking for yesterday, but it got to like 793. You're in the bottom end of the channel now, so the 750, which was your breakout price yesterday, which was your Monday afternoon resistance point, just kind of comes in here as your line, right? So the last couple of days, to me, it's been, well, when we broke it this day, I wanted the shorts below it, and we broke it yesterday, I wanted the longs in front. I'm just going right back to that same well. If we're below it, I started with short ideas when we're below that price, and then you just understand it's flipping to a long, and I really don't have anything to change in that regard here for Tesla. That 750 is a bit of a magnet, and I'm going to continue to use that. If you get through 725, I'd watch out below, especially if you are long, just because you're probably thinking about that even dollar as the next stop in. And we saw the bid basically evaporated at the open. They caught a bid, but the chances of that happening again, it's like, that would be impressive. Let's just put it that way. If we do the same thing yesterday where you're failing 750 and then you bounce off 725 and make a $70 run 2 days in a row, that would be just one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. It feels unlikely to me, though.
Like, I just logged into my broker account here, and it's like I can't push the sell on Tesla for some reason on the long-term account.
No,
yeah, no, it's. I'm up 700%. I just checked. I mean, a lot of us are, I guess, on this name. But I feel like, I don't know. I don't trust. Honestly, I don't trust this guy anymore, to be honest with you. Like, it's just like, I'm not sure where Tesla's going anymore. I think the best time to buy this would just be when they're releasing some of their data. I trust the cars. I trust, how those are going to be coming through. Their production numbers are huge. They just got Shanghai. They've got the plants in the States kicking. Austin's going, or soon to be, I guess, anyways. They have a few other ones. Plants here, busting. Berlin is going as well. Shanghai, we just talked about that being back and going. So I don't know. I think if you like the EV space, you just got to stay long here on Tesla. I just wish that, we didn't have this fake economist coming out here and making comments on the economy again and sending his stock a lot lower. He's allowed to make those worries. Obviously, if he thinks that there's a recession or things are going to get worse, then fine. I'm still put off by him saying there's going to be 9 more rate hikes. I don't really know where he's coming from with all of this. I don't know. It seems out of character, and I don't like that as a shareholder. So I'm feeling like I could just dump it right now, buy it, and then at least dump half of my holdings and then get back into it if and when it does tank. And if it rips up, great. If it rips up, then I feel like the rest of the market will be going with it, right? I don't think this is an individual story when we're talking about recession or anything like that. If there is bad news coming and the NASDAQ retest lows, this is definitely a name I don't want to be in. So I don't know. I'm sort of tossed up between this. I'm going to make a decision, obviously, after the show now because we don't get in or out while we're sitting here trading. But at the same time, I really feel like I've almost – and it's, the funny thing is I said this last time, and when I went on this talk last time, we went all the way down to 600, and I was feeling bad. I was like, oh man, why didn't I get out at this almost the same levels? So right now I'm like, we're about to crack lower. Neil talked about that 720. that breaks, we probably see 600 again. So I don't know. I'm losing faith in holding this for a long time, but I don't know, man. Yeah, and I don't want to underestimate Elon. It's not that. It's I like the guy. I mean, like I said, I have a huge paper gain right now, and I've taken some off, but we recently bought some more. So it's just one of those things. I just checked my account. I'm actually up in my TFSA account on Tesla because of where I recently bought it. So I could take like if I have these negative feelings on Tesla and I'm up on it, I mean, I could take profit and then don't feel so bad. If it does fall back down, I can rebuy it again. So that's one of the things. I don't know. I'm not super pleased with some of this talk. I wish we would just stay with vehicles instead of all this other stuff. But Twitter's still on his mind. I feel like if that gets closed and gets done with, then maybe we can focus more on the business here. But yeah, I like Elon, and it's just I feel like Tesla stock is doomed a little bit here at some of these levels.
All right, let's go to Apple. Also under pressure here at 2.3%. Not as bad, obviously, as Tesla this morning, but the EU and EU lawmakers set to meet next week to finalize a possible new regulation on single port charging for wireless devices throughout the European Union. Apple obviously uses their Lightning cables, versus USB-C, which is pretty standard now right across the board. So the EU basically saying, they might mandate that everyone uses the same here.
You're forced, I mean, I don't know.
Whatever, I mean, look, Apple's the biggest dog in the world. So, I mean, you want to take a bite at them, fine. I mean, whatever, they'll just put a C charger in there. Like, what, I mean, who cares? This is just like so stupid.
It's been coming, and this is not.
It's great for Apple holders.
It's not a surprise.
I mean, I would love this change. I mean, honestly, like, my wife has an iPhone. It's like she can only use one plug, and I have to use the other charger with the Pixel, right? It's just like, it's absolutely ridiculous. They should all be C chargers. My kids all have iPads. Obviously, it's not going to do nothing with the older models. It's just moving forward, right? So, like, they're going to be told to, like, oh, you got to change your charging port. Okay. Like, I don't see that as being... They're already not really, I don't even know if they're sending, I guess they're sending charging cables still with their phones, but most people that own Apple wouldn't care if they had to switch over and buy a new, I mean, look, if you buy the new iPhone, whatever, 25, whatever the new model is, you buy that one when it comes out with a C charger, they're going to give you the charging cable. So I don't really understand why that's even a story. For me today, I'm already short Apple. I didn't even realize it went up to 148 there. This is not a huge position, so it's like it wasn't like doing anything. We should have got short again. That hit the VWAP. I like the short into Apple. Yesterday was a great move to the upside. Fantastic. But see how it's not clean? It's pretty choppy. There's a lot of other stocks there yesterday, like Netflix that we showed you. You can check out the MSFT chart. You can check out the Facebook chart, anything like that. There was no problem moving to the upside. Apple had problems. Apple was going early on. It was a nightmare early on, right? And we were actually doing quite well on this, taking some shorts here, actually at 149. So it was actually great for us. But then it went up, came back, went up, came back, went up, came back. Like I can just keep going on that, but we don't want it. That's annoying. But up to 151.20, it closes on its high. So that's a great story there. But then today, now Morgan Stanley comes out and warns of, what was their warning? I have it on my sticky note. I don't even remember what it was. App Store. So possible sales. Now this is a worry for me, right? Who cares about the charging? Who cares about all that to me? This is an App Store problem. If Morgan Stanley is doing channel checks and they feel like downloads are down, that's going to hit Apple's revenue, right? So that's how they get paid from people putting in apps in their App Store. Bye MU. Hopefully that can go to the downside right now. And I just want to be short this name. I don't feel like in a negative market. Yesterday, Apple was up only 1.5% or so. Mind that bump at the end of the day. I might be off on some percentage points there. But the NASDAQ was up 2.5%. So Apple was lagging the market yesterday. Today, it's outpacing the market again to the downside. So although I love the name, I am a shareholder of Apple. I'm not selling anything. I'm only buying dips in my long-term account. The last dip we bought was 137. Do I think it gets back there? Possibly. I mean, like I said, is the bottom in on the market? I mean, to call a bottom, you can't. It's not like there's going to be a bell ringing or anything when the bottom hits. So you got to keep on averaging into long-term positions. But for right now, I think this is one of the better shorts you can have if you're going to look at big cap tech. So big Cap Tech, yeah, that's right. I feel like that's the best name for that, and I'm just going to be short all the way up until, honestly, like 150, 150. Like, I just don't think we take out yesterday's high. That's going to be impossible unless this market really rallies. And if this market really rallies, and I'm going to be long other names anyways, so I don't want to give it back, but we're going to watch out for these highs. I just don't see it getting back to 150 even. So we're short. My offer right now, I'm all over the 148 now that I saw that happened. I'm all over the 149, and then we'll see what happens if it gets to 150. Just please give me the short off the open.
Yeah, it's a big time channel play. And the reason why the market has trouble getting to the upside is because Apple's such a big component. And that's where we talked about the futures. That level, that 42.10, it's hard to get through that level without Apple breaking out of this channel. If it can't do it, that 152 doesn't get taken. I don't see how we break the overhead resistance. And this looks almost exactly like the Micron chart, where if you take out this bottom just below that 147, you've got some serious room to fall. And that's your downside risk in the overall market. You look at where Tesla's sitting right now. If it breaks a low, you look where Apple's sitting if it breaks a low. You take a couple of pegs out of the bigger cap names, and that's where you get that downside sort of capitulation type Friday from. But the reverse is true. If you bounce off these levels, you can have yourself a nice rally. You can't just watch the futures. It's impossible not to be looking at these as well.
Chip stocks to the downside this morning. A number of cautious, I guess the best way to put it, notes from analysts this morning on this space as well, specifically on Micron, MU, down about 4.6% right now. Piper Sandler cutting their price target, talking about continued pressure and exposure in the PC and mobile space, guys, for Micron, but all of them in negative territory.
So one thing to keep in mind is a vast difference in all of these sort of these chip names. Micron's a very, very cyclical name. If there is a recession, when you have that serious drop in demand, they're going to be under more pressure than some of the other ones. It also gives you more attractive multiple because of some of this. So try to keep that in mind. And we've already talked about Micron with that similar shelf break to the downside. You're not going to get the same look out of some of the other names like your NVIDIAs and your AMDs, however. In NVIDIA's case, like, it's pretty clear, like, there is this potential 190 level here, which is the one I'm watching, at least for the downside. But that's just because it was the top end of the channel. It broke this out in the afternoon yesterday, got up to 95, and then we're basically right back on that shelf. So this actually has a much better chance to hold this channel. But this is not like, oh, we've seen buyers here for days, and then it broke below like Micron. Well, we saw buyers here yesterday on NVIDIA, and we really don't know what that's going to look like until it opens up and takes a stab at that 190 level. So as far as I'm concerned, I have confidence in the 180 to 182 area on NVIDIA, but this 190, we need to see when it comes under pressure if the buyers want to step up. So that's the one I'm watching. Obviously, Micron broke that shelf at 72, but NVIDIA, 190, that's the key support. If it gets to like a 195, it has a nice chance for a channel break to 200, obviously. And then the real support, I think, if things got out of hand, is down at that 182.
Thank you for the 20 retweets on the sticky note here. We have Micron right here. Gets cut at Piper from 90 to 70. 74 for upside resistance, or a lower break of 72 gets us to 70. So this is what I've talked about on the sticky note. Please follow it if you get an opportunity to do that. I'll put it in the chat right now. Just some trade ideas. It's one of the the most popular thing clicked here for Trader TV Live on social, so check that out. But there it is, man. We're already short on this 72 break, so we're just trying to stick to our words here and trade what we mean and mean what we trade, right? And so we're going to be average into this one up to 74. If it breaks up to 74, then we'll have another look at that. I like Micron to the downside here today. I mean, AMD and NVIDIA can only lift these semis so much. And you're just going to see on that breakdown, we'll see if it can hit that. Here's 74 up here. It was kind of that 75 high. Yesterday was 75.50. It's just, if we take out 74, then obviously the thesis I have here is going to be wrong on Micron. So we're not going to hold this through that, because if it takes out 74, I think we probably go to 75. So let's just keep the short going. We got to try to be as patient as we can with this. I do expect a little run up here off the open. We do have the NASDAQ imbalances coming out very soon here at 925, so that could be something there. But yeah, Micron, I mean, look, $98 top, down to 71, not super crazy violent, but again, doesn't really give you the returns you're looking for if you're looking for outsized returns. But Micron, continues to get hit here today. They're talking about mobile maybe being a weaker sector for them. So I don't know. We're already short Apple. We're going to be short Micron as well. So we're definitely playing in the right ranges here. today, like we didn't expect that yesterday. Remember yesterday I was like, I think the NASDAQ will finish positive. Yeah, like that's when it was down 1.5% on that Microsoft news. I don't really get the same feeling today about the market, but and like I was saying before to some of the traders, why did those machines even get turned on yesterday? They had a lot of opportunity to tank that market. They had Microsoft, like the king of the castle, coming out and guiding lower on FX concerns, which should really be concerns for every company. I mean, mind some, but especially in the tech space, you know, where you are dealing with overseas sales and things like that. I mean, plus input costs. Like I thought FX would have hit a lot of companies, but then yesterday you saw the NASDAQ just like march its way higher. So I don't know. Today we had that opinion yesterday that was probably going to be that bottom of 260 for Microsoft, and the NASDAQ would start to go back up to the upside, which yesterday, this is the Qs. I mean, it just marched all day. Like I said, you don't even get, like you get a little pullback here at noon, but since then, it's just straight to the upside, a great little march up for the triple Qs today, yesterday. So right now we're in this range. I feel like if the NASDAQ can pull back to like 307, 306 here, something like that on the Qs, then you'll really start to see, hopefully, some support. If not, we could even break yesterday's open down here at 303, 304. So I think we'll be looking at the Qs today and some futures plays. But right now we're 2 for 2. We're Apple short, Micron short. They're not really doing anything. Apple is just dancing. Like I said, we missed that one in 48. That would have been great. And then Micron, we're short at 93. It's at 89. Like no volume happening here. A quick little check-in on the imbalances just to give you guys a quick look to see if there's anything on here. No, there's absolutely nothing. I mean, Palantir's here as a sell. We actually had some decent trades yesterday on Palantir because it broke through 9. See if it can hold up above $9 today. This is going to be an interesting spot for PLTR. Now you have 10 to worry about. But Palantir has already made the move that I was saying I like, right? So it's all this garbage here. Whoops. All this garbage over the last 2 weeks got taken out, right? So now you're back up to the upside for Palantir. I think you got to watch out, but this could fade back into 850-ish and retest some of those levels. But yeah, Palantir's on the imbalance locator, and I feel like it's going to get a lot more spicy when the NASDAQ comes through. Snapchat's a sell. And look, they're all sells, right? The only buy we have on here is some random I've never heard of. And then you go down and there's more unnecessary names down here. But Uber sell, BMY sell, Neo sell, like names that we've actually traded. Palantir, Snapchat, CCL, so Citigroup, AT&T. I mean, you know, it's another sell day, it looks like here, Brendan. So let's see if these imbalances, although light, might indicate where we're going.
Starting to maybe try and hold for futures right now, but one to the positive side anyways. Let's talk about Lulu. We mentioned it late in the day yesterday, off earnings, a decent report. I mean, they beat top and bottom lines. They raised their forecast, full year forecast, so everything in the right direction, but not much to see here so far for Lulu.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually, Lulu doesn't usually do a ton of volume, so it's not like in the pre-market, you wouldn't expect it to be making any power moves or anything like that. So you got the beat. If there's going to be a stock that's going to be able to buck a trend today, just bet on something that had positive news, right? And especially if the market's down and you have a strong update, that's just going to, it's just going to be even better. Now it's breaking out, obviously, past this 300 level. You can see on the daily. We already talked about this a couple of times here. And we talk about these channels. It's just sort of like that's the obvious support area. Right, like it was previous resistance. It's a round number. It's worth defending today. I'll get on the bid after the open. I don't want this stock in the pre-market necessarily. I've made that mistake before, and then you get shaken out of something that you would have liked. So I'd wait until the market opens up for this. But I also wanted to mention, I don't know if we'll get to, okay, no, we're going to talk about Coinbase in a minute. So. Yeah,
Lululemon down here to 300. I mean, again, it's all over the sticky note. I love Lululemon today. I mean, what else not to like? Raising full year forecasts on strong demand. Like we've been hearing some of these retailers talk the opposite of that. So strong demand for Lulu. That's great. 148 a share on huge revenues. They guide higher 182 to 187 for Lulu there. And multiple price target upgrades and analyst notes. So I like Lululemon here on a 1 minute chart. I mean, you're not going to see that much. It ripped the 322 obviously on the guide when they dropped that. It faded back in. We're going to wait to see. I just want to, on a good report, as long as this market doesn't completely tank. I'm already sitting here at 300. I'm sitting at 301 and 300 just to see what we can do with this. Obviously, if this dips down, I mean, we could be in for a rough ride here if this takes down that 300, but you could go down to 296 or so. So let's watch out for that. It's a 299 bottom right there on Lulu. I'm really nervous if it were to take down this 296. But you do have a 295 there, and it's only $10 away. It's a $305 name, so we could easily drop down to that level. So let's wait to see if that happens. If it does, your boy will be sitting here with open arms, waiting to take some more shares. So we'll wait for that, but that's where we're starting this off at. It needs to still come down $5. If it does that, we'll be here around 300 to defend that, and then after that, it'll be probably a 295 or so take that we'll look at.
Lastly, Coinbase here under pressure once again. BTC, as we talked about briefly there, back below 30 on its way to the downside. Coinbase saying they're freezing hiring until further notice, and that included canceling some current offers that had been passed along to potential employees. So going back to the downside today after a huge day yesterday. I mean, this thing was so strong yesterday, 5.5% here in negative territory.
It was just... It was strong like everything else was strong when it broke back outside. But, back below that 70 level, I'm not saying it never happened, but if you look at the channel break that this made, it's like, okay, you spend a couple of days, really one day above it, and then the second you reject that 74, it's right back into resistance. So I just feel like it's a short here, probably into this channel in case the floor breaks at 67. It's definitely a short at 74 if it gets up to that price. I'd rather take 2 stabs instead of one big one. So the first one is going to be at the open off this curl right here at about 70, and then I'll be looking if that breaks, if it takes out 71, 72, then I'm looking at that 74 level being reestablished. And again, it just comes down to, it's not just about breaking key levels. Do you actually establish a bid above when you break these channels? And it tried for a couple of days, and then when it rejected, look how hard it rejected that bid, and now we're right back to normal. So here comes the market into the downside. Might have to take that first level on Coinbase, although it has a bit of a spread there. But here comes Micron, and we talk about these channel breaks. Yeah, this is what happens when you break a floor. There's room down to this 70 level. So, going to take bids all the way down to 70. I want to add Coinbase to that list as well, and I'll take 2 stabs at that to the short side.
All right, let's bring it in. I mean, we already took a little bit out there on Micron. I mean, this is, it just sucks, because in the pre-market, I don't want to trade that many shares, and we're going to try to get more short here if this does come back to the upside. But there's a nice little take there, 72. And again, guys, if you're on, great. If you're on Instagram, the sticky note is now on Instagram as well. Please check it out. But there's Micron. I mean, we gave 72. So if you just want to be done trading right now, just punch out. I mean, there's a 50-cent winner for you right now. Well, now it's coming back up, but we just got filled at that bid at 60, actually. Sorry, 40 cents winner on that. But we'll just wait to see. Apple also just took down 147. It actually went to 146.94. So I'm excited about these positions. I hope they can work out. If this moves into where we can hit our goal right away in the first minute or so if this market comes down. But yeah, we'll try to get more shares, try to let this thing just float through here as there goes Micron down to 71.50, man. So yeah, I'm excited to get more shares of this name coming into the short side. Spread is still relatively big. We can check out before we go to Brendan quickly here. Let's see what came out through the NASDAQ. So SQQ as a buy, that's bad. Remember, SQQ is a triple short for the NASDAQ. That came in. Zila's is there as a sell for a name that some of you guys look at as well. AMD is actually there as a sell. So yeah, I mean, this market's going to continue to go to the downside. If people are selling AMD, imagine what they're going to do to Micron. So Brendan over there at the big board, only 2 minutes left. And maybe by the time we get back from Brendan, we can be at our one-time daily goal. Let's see.
Tony on the bell as well. So let's get through this quickly here. AMLX, 14 and a quarter up to about 14 and a half. Is that high? Already tried to test that in the pre-market here on that FDA note, positive FDA note for this one this morning. So 14 up to 14 and a half. Pretty hard rejection there on a huge volume spike back to the downside, guys. So 14.50 for AMLX.
Yeah, and speaking of small caps, there's a couple of other ones that are worth watching today. I know we've watched Mullen in the past, and if it holds 120, it gets pretty interesting. It's sort of pulling back with the rest of the market, but on a down day, it had a huge consolidation at 120, so I want to watch that level on MULN. EFOI is another one that made our watch list here, spiking up, but it's already given it up. I feel like this one, it's probably at least fadeable till 120, but it needs to spike to the upside, at least give like a 140 to 145 entry point. Risk to reward has to be there on that one. Otherwise, we're just going to have to stay away from it. And wow, Tesla. Yeah, it might not get a shot at that 750 area. This happens. I don't want to chase it. I really don't want to chase it here. I was looking off that 750. We're going to be southbound off that level, but starting to really come in here. It is the shorts that are working right now. Tony's going to be on that bell, but speaking of some of those shorts, one other one that I do not want to lose sight of, in addition to Affirm, Uber got to that 25 level yesterday and faded off. I wanted to offer in front of it, but this market might be weak enough that I'll just jump into the 24.50 area on Uber. I just want to stay. Like if it sets up for a short, I want to be in there. And Affirm as well, like another strong day, but everything that was really strong all of a sudden is broken afternoon support, which is about 25.75, and that's the level I'd want to be on for Affirm. I'm not sitting there yet. I want this to open up, but of Uber, I'll sit on that offer. As it's already time for the countdown. Tony's going to be on the bell to end this week on Friday. And by the way, Amazon's still at that 2,500 level, so big level for Amazon. In 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Tony.
All right, we open. All right, so right away, Apple 70 cents in the money and still going to the downside. So that one's, see ya. That's going to be a good call for us, man. We'll floss it off. But again, wish we had some more shares for that. There goes Micron to the downside as well, breaking down through 71 possibly. I'm sitting right here in the teens. Let's see if we can get a bid for Micron as that one's just heading southbound right now. I would say that this is a surprise, but it's not. It's all over the sticky note on Instagram and on Facebook. Let's take another piece out. We just got into Lulu as well.
Yeah, just Tesla now down through 725 and bouncing back upside here. So I'm watching Coinbase. I'm on the offer in front of 70 on these bounces. I want to see if we can get a bit of a short the pop situation. Tesla here, I'll just zoom in for you guys, cannot seem to get past this 35. I still want things to settle down. We know the price area that we like here. Micron might take that 71, and there's no bid there. So I want to make sure we're holding on to some of that below 71. Oh, forget about it, Coinbase. Coinbase 68 already and dying. Forget about even trying to get a bounce on Coinbase. It might just be Tesla giving any kind of an entry to a short. Coinbase is dead.
I told you we'd be at one-time daily goal. Money. It's already, I mean, what, Sharif? This is what we're doing. Look at Lululemon. It's $4 in the money. I mean, we gave you that call. This is all over the sticky note, so it's a spinner type of day again here today. I don't know. I mean, should we just take it out for, I don't know, whatever. The spread was quite large there. That just went up to 305. Well, it's at 305 right now. Let's just put an offer out here, see if we get picked up. We're long at 301.20, so we'll see if we get it picked up on a little bit of a bump here. Look at the spread on Lulu. It was just $1.50 right there. So, yeah, this one could be a dangerous little mover here. We did cash out of Micron. Look at these fills down here, 71 teens, 71.20. So a couple, actually, we even got better than that. Both of our Micron fills, one was at 16 and one was at 12 there for Micron. So a good trade on that one. Let's see if we can get some Lulu love one more time. Right back up here to 305. That's where we're offering this name. So, hey, if that one more move upside and we're good to go on that one. Apple's come back in a little bit as well. So, hey, $3, $4 winner on Lulu, 80 cents right now on Micron. And here we go, man. The NASDAQ has bumped again. So NASDAQ making a move back up to the upside. So you know what that means for me. More Apple, please. So now we're short again on Apple. Not again, the same trade for Apple. Apple went all the way into 146.40 there. Wow. So we were just short there, $1 in the money. Didn't take it. But here comes Apple. Here comes Lulu. Here comes Micron. So far, so good here.
Here comes Tesla as well. So Tesla just got to 740, put in a wick top at that 740 level, and then came back right back in already to like 735s. Now, it's not necessarily the 750 level, but obviously I wanted to be fading this in front and doing the scalp trade. So I'm always going to get in, get out, scalp some for profit, see if we can hold on to the core position. But Micron just broke that 71. Like the floodgates have now really opened up. Sorry, it just broke that 71 and put a wick off top, or bottom, I should say, on that 71 level. So I'm going to take some more shares out at that 71. We still think we can get to 70 even, but what a crazy price action move we just had. Affirm came back. I got the first entry off this 25.25, and again, it's showing some signs of strength. I got to wait for 26 on this. I always get eager on a firm for the short side of the trade. I want to see it curl next time before we get back into it. And I mentioned to talk about, I forgot to mention GME, but we want to make sure we're looking at GameStop as well. There's some pretty key levels on GameStop. If it can get back up to this 130 area, it can be faded, but it's already starting to drop.
Yeah, so I don't know. We're watching Micron continue to go to the downside. I mean, like I said, we're already cashing here. We can just go look at CrowdStrike quickly. That seems like that might want to come back in here on this move. So we are bidding CrowdStrike. I'm just looking over my notes here. 160 is possible support, obviously. So we're down here near 161. Let's see if we can do something on that. I don't know, maybe we'll take a half position or so if it does come back into 161, but it's a nice move down here for CrowdStrike to start the day. I did like the report, obviously, but we're already short. Like, I'm short Apple, I'm short Micron, and we're long Lulu. So we've got one of the earnings plays in here. Lulu may not, like, I don't know, we were pennies away from getting out at that 305. We did have a nice out at 304, but here it comes back down again. We don't want to give up. You know, like, we're short. We've already had short bias in the market. But I don't know. Let's just hold on to Lulu and see if it can go. If we wind up losing, we wind up losing. But here we go. A new position alert right now on CrowdStrike. So we are now long. It's coming back into that 160. I lightened the position. You guys heard me say that. So if it works, great. But let's see if it can get back into 160. That's kind of a level that I'd rather put on some more shares. So right now, Micron, obviously that's been a move to the downside. Apple's starting to go. And let's see what we have with CrowdStrike. New position, 161.20 for CRWD. We're going to do a little bit more work and see if that 160 can hold.
Yeah, and of course, being patient on a firm. We'll see what happens with that. I'll get to a firm in a quick second because it might be more important NVIDIA here. It just bounced off that 190 level that we talked about. Need to see if it could hold this at the open because it wasn't a floor break until it gets through this price. Now you're absolutely testing it. It's got one shot bouncing in front. I'll take, if I can get it really, really tight to that bottom, I'll see if I can't get a bit of a bid on not Micron, NVIDIA off 190. It was a wick bottom. That's an entry that I do like, so I will take one swing at it. Tesla now, I don't know, like $5 in the money, but I'm trying to hold Tesla now back to that 725 level. And I hate catching a bid on something like a Micron, on the NVIDIA, but it is setting up for that, so I'm going to take this shot in front of 190. It just feels dumb when the shorts are working. Brendo?
Another earnings name, guys, was another one that didn't do much in the pre-market here on light volume, but StoneCo, STNE, on a big bounce there off 1075, I guess it was. Huge volume alert went off for STNE.
Right, so Lululemon is going the other way. So we have 3 on, 3 good winners, and 1 bad loser right now as Lululemon. We were celebrating, wrong chart there. Go forward chart. We were celebrating this and we got some early takes on it, but here it comes right back down. It's right near that 295. The problem is the spread is so huge right now on Lululemon that this is just going to continue to probably fall back out of favor right now. So we need to do a little bit more zooming out here. We talked about this 295, but that came a little faster than we thought right now. So it just is holding 295. But if it breaks there, man, we probably have to get out. I mean, 288 could get seen as well. We never want to lose too much on these, but Lululemon definitely got me on worry right now for that one. But we're going to hold it out a little bit. There goes Apple. I mean, Apple is just a tank city right now.
Yeah, this market's
all the way to the downside, man. CrowdStrike, Apple, Micron. We're really cashing in on a lot of these. We just got to worry about this Lulu trade.
I'm really asking myself why even. Like, I know it was in front of 190 on NVIDIA, but I was in it 190.50, and then I was out of it for 60 or 70 cent hit in a matter of seconds. I know it's set up, but sometimes I should just ignore the bloody setup and understand that it's a short day. Tesla gets down to that 725, and if it catches a bid here, fine, fantastic, good for Tesla. I'll probably be looking to fade this every chance I get, right? But this was the target. I do this every single time, but it's just the method for trading. I try it for the long side as well. It was make sure we're getting in and taking our profit. If it catches a bounce, I want to reshort this. If we hold at this level, I think there's other opportunities to get in. I have a couple of names that I like holding on to for dear life, and maybe I'm wrong about it. Maybe Tesla's a hold on for dear life, but I think the shelf break on Micron was a big shelf. I think a firm ran way too hot yesterday, so ideally I'd like to beat it all day long, and I thought maybe that Uber could have been one that I could have gotten. Yeah, whatever. I'll just cancel my offer on Uber because that's not bouncing $1. I'm not going to get that fill, that's for sure.
Oh, is Uber going to the downside right now?
Oh, God, yes.
Okay, yeah, so is Lulu right now. So a lot of these names starting to get pumped to the downside. But, I mean, the thing is like, Sometimes it's one trade can ruin everything. So let's not let that happen here with Lululemon. We do have this bottom of 295. We'll see if we can try to respect that. But I mean, like we're $1.80 right now in the money on this Apple and on the Apple reload. So I mean, we're doing it again on that. And then CrowdStrike is like a freaking monster right now to the upside. Up in the money now, $2. Like we're in the money at $2 on CrowdStrike, down $2 on Lulu. So I don't know. Like some of these plays may be right, they may be wrong. I'm not sure where to go from here on this, but Lululemon and CrowdStrike both working. Obviously, Micron working as well. Sorry, Lulu not working, CrowdStrike working. But some of these earnings plays, difficult to trade. Let's see if CrowdStrike continues to go. We still have position on here, so excuse me, that frog is back, baby. Let's take some out right now. CrowdStrike now $3 in the money. So let's see if we can get this going to the upside. Well, we're not getting it going, we're already in. So right now, 164.20. Let's take a piece out of CrowdStrike now, $3 in the money, $1.80 in the money on Apple, $3 on CrowdStrike, $2 out on Lulu, and $1.50 in the money on Micron.
Yeah, and I sit there and don't even hold. Like, this is what happens. Like, there is a bounce on NVIDIA, but when the market's down like that, I'm not even thinking about holding it through my stop. I'm just like, hold your shorts, don't hold onto your longs. That's what happens when you go counter trend. So it's a nice bounce. If someone held on to it, congratulations is the best I can say to you. Micron, if you're just looking for that bounce in NVIDIA, I'm sure AMD did the same thing. No, when you have a shelf break and you have this kind of sell pressure,
hell yes.
You're not bouncing at all. So we're still down below that 70, 75 area and looking incredibly weak. Coinbase, which I still love to the sell side, is trying to catch a bit of a bid. I want to be part of the party. It means I have to get in possibly off the 69 first and then work to 70.
Oh, hell yes, right now, as we just got saved by Lululemon right there. We just got a 299 print there. So Lululemon now is like, oh, thank God. We were almost Deadsville down there. So that was a good one, man, a nice little recovery back. And like I said, man, we should have waited. In the morning, we talked about 295, like so stupid. And I already say you can get any price you want in this market. So darn it, should have waited for that. But now we'll hold it. It's coming back in. But we do still have some of those bottoms. We could test it one more time. But wow, that bounced back upside there. And then look at that out there on CrowdStrike, man, a 161 long. I just wish, remember I said like I'm lightening up? It's because Lulu was tanking. Should have just trusted one of these names a little bit more than the other. We should have trusted CrowdStrike, but I didn't know which one to go with. So we did lighten up that trade. It's too bad because I literally put on half of what I wanted to there. We were going to take a full position ahead of 160, but didn't want that to break and us suffer through Lulu. So that's a problem. But you know what else is not a problem? I mean, Micron right now. We're spinning the cash around today, baby. If you're not part of Sticky Note Nation yet, be a part of this, man. Apple short is the #1 trade on here. Apple short is tanking. Micron is the #2 name on here. So if you got both of those, you're laughing, let alone CrowdStrike. If you only got Lululemon, that hasn't been great. But hey, we're still holding out hope for Lulu, Brendo.
Another one under pressure here. Novavax, guys, big move down 10+% right now for NVAX. More cases of myocarditis found post their COVID-19 vaccine.
Well, that's still a problem for them. That's not good. Yeah, watch out for that stock. That might not even have a good bottom today. I got into this EFOI with some small caps in there. EFOI was one of them. I talked about liking the fade, but it had to pop up. So we got the pop into 145 here. So I did get the entry just now, pretty much exactly at 45, 46 on that curl. Give it to the high of the day, see if it can make a little bit of a retracement. As I said, I finally got into coin. On the last wick up off the 69 level. Looks like it's trying to head back into the south into the south side. I'll take some out in front of the low of the day, obviously. Like, it's just no way I'm not going to scalp it. I did not get this where I wanted it, right? Like, I wanted Coinbase, up around that 70 level. And I think that would have made a heck of a lot more sense. There's actually a bid at 68 now that I look at it. So there's a number I like, and it's Will Clark's number. I'm going to get on that bid, 68.22, and just try to take the first scalp here on Coinbase. Brendan again?
Veru, guys, just popping up here at, I guess, yesterday's high there. Some volume went off, trying to take out, in fact, yesterday's high. Fahad getting excited over VERU.
Fahad liking some Veru action there. Eh? Okay. I see
Member
you,
of the
Fahad.
board. No,
I see you, Fahad. Okay, so yeah, there goes Lulu. It just took some out. So good thing we got like I said, man, we got saved by Lululemon when that just bumped back up there. We'll take another shot here at that bottom, and we'll just see if it's going to hold. I mean, it's a losing stock for us, so that's fine. But we'll take one more shot. Lululemon, I mean, it's just again, we defended that 300. That didn't work. It immediately cracked lower. We were able to average in and get some out back at 300. So Lulu's not a complete disaster, but it just took out that 295. I'm just wondering if that's a lot of people looking at the same level there. So I'm just going to level it down a little bit here as well and maybe hold this until about a 290 or so. We have a less position on. We're going to see if we can get this to go a little bit higher here, back in, and see if we can't make some of this money back. Now it's $1 in the money, but again, we just lost on that last average in there. So Lululemon, a negative name, but we are being saved
Micron just broke 7
by everything else. Like Neil said, flush city there for Micron to the downside, man. We put this trade on, just wish we had more. The Splash Brothers right there, but you could see it's all over the sticky note. We even called that right there while it says it splashes up there when it goes. But okay, here goes Lulu back up to the upside, man. We're having a good day. Just again, sans this Lulu trade, but you know, it can still work. We're offering 298s. That's where it just bounced off of. A little bit of bad luck that we didn't get that fill there. It actually only went to 297.30. So hopefully that can bounce back to the upside. CrowdStrike is still an absolute monster for me off that 160 bottom up to 165. So things working out for us, man. Let's just see if we can hold on to some of these plays. Micron, $2. Apple, look at these trades. Apple, $2 in the money. Micron, $2 in the money. CrowdStrike, $3 in the money. And Lululemon, a paltry 12 cents in the money.
Who says paltry?
Right now.
I don't think you realize you did this. What? Splash Brothers is Clay and Steph.
Yeah,
man.
I know.
But they lost last night.
No, it's because of this. Watch, there's a splash that happens here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, look, I'm on Boston. So.
Oh, but I'm on Golden State, and they lost. I was like, Splash Brothers, but they dropped it. Man, Tatum, even when he's not good, he's good. But yeah, hold on to your shorts. It's one of those situations, like you can take profits and always take profits. No one ever went broke taking profits. I took mine on Tesla. It broke that 725. It's now at 720. It never gave me a re-entry, so I'm going to kick myself. I never got a shot at 35s to get back in or anything like that. But you know, we got Affirm, we got Coinbase, and Micron, which to me all feel like they were pretty weak. I did grab that EFOI. It's working in the money right now. Just to go over some big tech names, because I don't know if we talked about Microsoft. That hasn't broken the bottom yet. We always talk about the big names in tech, right? Moving these markets. We're through lows on both the NASDAQ and the ES without Micron breaking its low of the day at 269.5. If that shelf breaks, again, another bad sign for the market here, Brendo.
Very individual type name showing strength here this morning. Mullen just popping up on some volume, took out pre-market highs there, already 13%. Not seeing anything, but higher relative volume for Mullen once again today.
All right.
I was supposed to look at a Mullen long.
You know what? I'm just going to take out a piece here of Lulu if we can get it. I mean, it's $1.20 in the money. We'll see if we can take a piece out here at 297 or so. I don't know. Like, it just bouncing around here. Great day to trade today. You know, I said today that I didn't have the same feeling about yesterday about an up market. You're seeing it's down 2%. And I really just sick to my stomach again because I had that call on Tesla to get the hell out of this thing at 735. You know, it cost myself $20. Let's see if it can still hold up. But no, Tesla today, this is not a name I want to be in. So I'm going to have to try to get out. Like I said, I'm just now, I just looked at, man, I just recently bought it at 708. So I could still be in the money on that position on my swing account if it does hold upside. But you know, should have got out at 800, blah, blah, blah. Should have, would have, could have. So let's move off that one. CrowdStrike still now going back to its session high. Anyways, it opened up, tanked to 160. We were there with open arms, took the trade right at the bottom of the day. Now it's coming back up, $4 in the money on CrowdStrike. Micron continues to be the same story as well. Let's check back in on yesterday's mover with Softy here. Yeah, there it is, man. Softy trying to break shelves right now as well. 269.40 right there, but we've been holding it out, so maybe there is some buy here opportunity in Microsoft. We're already $2 in the money on Apple. Let's take a little, I mean, I don't know. What is this market going to, do I really want to go long off that bottom? I'm not sure. That's 269.40 right now, so we got to hold this out for about $1 against us. That might be worth it. Let's take a shot here on Microsoft.
Yeah, I just took some profit on a couple of things. Affirm is one of them, but that Mullen, man, I was looking at opportunities for longs today on the stock, and now I'm sort of sitting here. Do I even want to chase this break? And the answer is a little bit. But I'm looking at this 135. Like, I think if it gets back down to 135. That's a reasonable entry off of those lows. I think there's room to 145, 150. If it gets to 150, probably going to look to be a seller there. But Mullen, it has to be on my radar. So I think I'm going to make sure I get some bids on that. A firm got some out here when it took out 25, but it's already bouncing back. I want to keep the 15-minute chart up so that I'm a little bit more patient with this, because I definitely missed a shot in front of 26 even by taking 25 and a quarter. I'm going to wait till it gets above 25.50 and then try a rollover trade in a firm. Tesla making some signs of a bottom here. I got out in front of 25. It just bounced off of 15s and 15s. Put a, 15s, exactly, right? Like putting in a bit of a big move, but you look at that steep downward trend, it still feels like we're in a little bit of trouble here. The futures did bounce off of 41.20, but none of the big levels came into play just yet. That 4100, that's not where we bounced off of. I think we're getting a little bit of a relief rally because Softy couldn't take out that low. Coinbase, I'm not looking for a reload off 69 unless we fail at 69. Otherwise, I'm going to wait around for that 70 price that we wanted originally. So we're into patience mode. Micron works deeper into the money. EFOI, that small cap, just don't let it take out the high. Those are going to move to the beat of their own drum, regardless of whether the market wants to move up or down.
All right, new position alert, AMD. We're long AMD here, 107. So let's see if that goes. That's at 107.40 right now to the upside. So we're going to go long AMD, short Micron right now, and just see what it happens. We're almost out of all of our Micron. So let's see if AMD can go to the upside right now. We just stared like whatever, 30 cents in the face there. So maybe we'll take that next time it comes through. That's that pre-market high right now of 107.50 that it just bounced off of. So Micron could be in a little bit of trouble here as it didn't take, AMD as it didn't take out that high. So that should have been, I should have had an offer there to get out. We didn't. So we're going to get out of this if it takes down this bottom of 106.50. So we'll average into this, but right now AMD coming back in right now a little bit. As by the way, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this one. CrowdStrike before. I don't know if I've mentioned it. It's at 168 right now, $8 in the money on CrowdStrike. What's up, Brendan?
Another low float name just popping up, guys. Society Pass, former runner, SOPA is the ticker, picking up the Singapore-based Guerrilla Networks today. So this one up 21%, trying to get through 250 right now.
Oh, we'll have a quick look at that. Is someone saying they can't see the tickers on my chart? So hopefully we can figure that one out, because I almost have them in the same spot. But NVIDIA back at that 190 level. That I see what it is. I'll try to move it. I'll move the tickers down here if I can. Try to do that for you guys. NVIDIA at that 190 level once again, and I want to this is on the daily chart. You can kind of see you have this top level channel. I tried it the first time. Too tight of a stop. We get down there again. I'm going to try closer to 190. Maybe give it to that low. Just give it a little bit more room to work for that side of the trade. And then Affirm was another name. Someone was asking me if I'm still short Affirm. I am, but I said I wanted to be patient. I got a bunch out when it broke 25, but I want to be patient, waiting for it to get to 25.50, and then see if I can get a reload off of that level or off of 26. So I'm trying to be patient because I want to be in a firm for the long haul, so I don't want to get wrapped up with too bad of a price here on a firm. I'm not really loading up on it just yet. Liquidity is still crazy, and by crazy, I mean crazy low in a lot of these names. That's why you want to give it some room to run. NVIDIA, we just got in and immediately test. I'm like, yeah, I want to give it more room this time. Shouldn't have given it more room. I don't know why I keep going long NVIDIA, but I do like that level. It just feels like we do not want to hold. So only long trade I've had twice, and it could be 0 for 2 on the longs, and then every single short that you have works.
Yeah.
It's just one of those days.
AMD, we just got out of it, but it just broke through 106.50. But I don't hate that, though. 105.50 is really the bottom here for AMD. But long, and then out. It's not a big hit. We didn't have that many shares, obviously, in it, but we still like the short. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find some more shorts. We missed that Microsoft bid there. I got to actually cancel this. We tried to buy it sub 270, but here it comes right back in, bouncing off some of those levels there. So if this is going to be a down day, maybe Microsoft is one of the names that we want to look at. It's only down 1.5%, though, so we want to get something that's a little stronger on the short side of things. So obviously Apple has been on my radar today as well. So I'm just looking at averaging back into this name around, I guess, 147. I mean, how high did we get up there? Yeah, it's just to those levels. I think we could probably put an Apple trade on right now, but this market, I feel like right now I'd want to see it either get back up here or down again through the lows. Let's see if we can put on a better short if it does come back upside right now. But yeah, I'm just kind of like dreaming about getting some of these shorts. I don't know if they're actually going to come into play now. The NASDAQ has made this move to the downside here. And I don't know. I want to get long. I feel like I want to be long AMD. It's just I really wish I could find a better price to be long there. And here it is. Yeah. So there's that 106.50 held again. Let's just try that one more time small here on AMD. I feel like I want to be long, and if it dips down, now we're starting at a better price. So this should work for us, AMD long from here.
RC has a good point here, and he says NVIDIA's down 3, which is more than the Qs, which means it's relative weakness. It is, and if I was looking for a short, and it's got to be below. I want it holding an offer below that 190, and it's just not doing that to give me the short indication. I go levels first. So when I see a channel like that, I'm going to always try to play off it. As a matter of fact, it's like if you're looking for that short on NVIDIA, it keeps getting below that bottom and cannot hold an offer below 190. And that's why I keep looking at that long style trade. And you know what? If it's a short day, I should be taking some out here, being a little bit, I guess, less greedy with it. Like it wants to give you 190.50. Like why am I not taking that? So it keeps on trying to hold that bid. It wicks below. This time I actually took the wick. It's a downward trend, but until we're holding an offer below 190, which it's not doing, it's all wick bottoms here. And if I see wick bottoms, I'm usually trying to go the other way. That's just a setup and a style of trade. But look, you're right. If we hold an offer below, it's relatively weakness. I should be shorted, but I am already short Micron and just about everything else. Brendo?
SIGA, monkeypox time. SIGA just popping up through 13. Remember, they're presenting some data at the World Health Organization today. So big volume spike there for SIGA.
I was sort of saying this yesterday that like they'd go to the WHO thing, and if there's a pop on it and it doesn't get through resistance, you should try to just fade it. So it's got a double top at 1350. They're there presenting. I'm going to fade the 1350. If it breaks out, right, like I know where my stop is going to be, and you guys know where the stop is going to be. It's going to be at 1350. Probably a couple of pennies higher, but you know, it's there anyways. But let's see what happens. I'm just going to get in front of this one because I thought this was going to be a fade if you get a level like that. And if you're not going to be true to your word when you're going counter trend, then these are the opportunities you got to take. So it's getting a bit of a spike. Always have a stop because it is a low floater. But there's one price I wanted to make sure I was involved in, and was this one, Brendo.
C3 AI as well having a nice day here. Remember, big tank off earnings, did nothing but climbed all the way back up to 17.5 yesterday. Trying to close the rest of the gap here, guys, from earnings for AI.
All right, so we'll close the gap on a $7 winner here for CrowdStrike. As we got out there at 168, it popped up to 168. Now it's at 169. But there's a beautiful win there off the stick, 161 long. Boom, that up to $9 in the money right now for CrowdStrike. We're out of it, but just to give you guys an update on what that was all about. And then, by the way, let's go again. Slap shot right there. Look at what's going on with AMD. We're in the money now, 85 cents. Just wish we never got flushed out there, but we did. Down to 106. We re-engaged in that long, and I called that long for you guys there again. So hopefully that's going to start to print out for some of us to the upside. Here we go. And I did want to talk about TQQ because I'm going to go long the NASDAQ in a minute. We just got to break above this 3350 area, and then we're going to go long on the triple Qs for the NASDAQ to try to get back going here. We just took out some levels. Let's see if it goes. Yeah, Lululemon's come back to life a little bit, so that's great for us. We're now $2 in the money on Lulu. And honestly, I was just calling up Micron. 71. If this breaks back above 71, then we'll get out of Micron and re-engage this at 72. So if that goes, we'll get out. We're almost out of Micron anyways. We have 10% left of this trade. Actually, a little bit more, 15% left on Micron. And then we're not average. I got to cancel all these. I don't think I want the short anymore, to be completely honest with you. So we're going to watch to see what happens. But Apple right now is $1 in the money. It was a lot lower. Obviously, we reloaded this one right there. So that was some good takes. But Apple right now is starting to take out some of these levels that are a concern for me. So yeah, we got to watch out. 147. I guess, if we take out 148, we can give this all back right now. So let's give it all back. If it takes out 148, we'll get out of Apple. Otherwise, this is a name we want to hold. So we'll hold on to Apple. Lulu just is now starting to go, but it just bounced off 298. So let's take another piece out, maybe at 298 there. Here it comes back up to the upside. So it's a nice little runner here for Lululemon. If we can get something out in the 70s, we will do just that. So right now, 298.70, we're sitting around there. We probably have to use a dark pool. There's a lot of inside prints here. So Lululemon, a nice little rip to the upside now. We've got to take advantage of that. We should have put something in the middle instead of sitting on the offer. So that didn't work out, but we're going to watch out for Lululemon here.
Yeah, I had to give up a firm, and at least we're a little bit more patient with it. I tried not to reload it at 25, but it just took out 26 even to the upside. I'm holding on to Coin. I was able to get a reload on that and make a bit of a scalp trade off of Coinbase, but that one also testing back into the upside. Now, the market bounced off 41.20 here pretty nicely. The long that we hunted for on NVIDIA now starting to work out a little bit better than the first time through. Obviously, I lost on the first trade, so we're just trying to make back on the only long that I liked. The channel that we liked. I'm just not convinced that we're getting through. I don't think we're putting on the same move as yesterday, right? So 195, 196 feels like pie in the sky. I think 192.5, 193, a little bit more realistic for that NVIDIA bounce off the bottom. And I can like the short on a firm as much as I want, but I'm not gonna stand too far in front of it and just sit there and get run over on a freight train. You got to be able to take that hit and take it out. I still have that EFOI, which is that small cap stock. It just fell down to 130. So this one, just one of those, pop and fade, probably just hold on to the short for the rest of the day as long as it wants to trend into the downside. Could just be an easy one. And then SIGA, short right in front of that 1350. If it breaks, it breaks. I know where my stop is. That's the stop on my chart is obviously at 1350. That's just how aggressive I am with my limit order to make sure I get the fill.
Wait, before we go to Brendan, guys, Lululemon right now is up. Beast right now. Let's go. We'll say WTF to you, Lululemon, because we have a $9 winner on right now for Lululemon, as this just basically puts me back to positive on this name. So Lululemon, wow. I feel stupid now. We were battling to get this 298.50. I just offered 303.50 and got it instantly. So Lululemon there, maybe some positive talk. What a monster that just did. We're now 2 times daily goal after worrying about today. Sometimes you got to sit back, relax, trust your instincts, and that's that. So if you're on Lululemon, congratulations. If you're on CrowdStrike, congratulations. If you're on Micron, congratulations. If you're on Apple, congratulations. If you're on AMD, that's only $1.50 in the money as well. That's a congratulations. And Brendan, congratulations on always looking so handsome. He's over there at the big screen. What's happening now?
Hey guys, just watch the market here. We're going to get this ISM Services PMI number just out, 55.9 it looks like versus 56.7 expected. So a little bit lower than expected. Again, that final ISM Services PMI number to the downside ever so slightly. So here we go. More red numbers to talk about today. The S&P about a full percent. The Dow about 0.5%. Russell under pressure here. All three of them, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 1 plus to the downside. Same story for the NASDAQ, tech leading. Back into negative territory after what we saw yesterday. Remember, so strong yesterday, 4 tech names. AMD, red to green as we speak there, 0.1 now to the upside. Chip stocks we were talking about in the pre-market, nice move back higher here for AMD. Tesla, however, not the case. There was a big flush through that low from yesterday that came into play the past few days here. We're trying to get higher, but huge volume today on Tesla as well. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, great opportunity there on Tesla at the open. It's just one of those things, like you have a key price area, it fails it, you short it, it breaks it, you go long. NVIDIA just couldn't fail, and we were talking about this one a little bit earlier, like it just could not fail that level. Watch out, Coinbase back through 70, so I'm going to get out of Coinbase, but NVIDIA got to my target, it curled at 192.5, so I'm taking it out, take the profit and run. Like it's just... to have tried it like a couple of times here in the first time, probably didn't want to hold on to it given what the market was doing in that situation. But the second time through, it's going to give me what I want, so we're going to hold on to that. You mentioned SIGA, the WHO. I said yesterday, if it got a pop off a key level, I was going to take a shot at that one on a sell the news type of event, and it got up to that 1350. Now putting in a reversal. Check that. Got to 1340 just there, and now putting on a bit of reversal. I've got quarters, so 1-to-1 puts it in front of 13, which is VWAP, and then down maybe like a 1275 area as well that I'll look to get in front of. So follow the SIGA, but right now it looks like it's fading off of that key level. EFOY was the other one that I'm trading, and that just got down to that pre-market low. So it looks like that's just going to be a fade it for the rest of the day type situation. If you're watching meme stocks, still, I said I was watching GameStop in particular. Tesla was just more front of the mind. GameStop also rolled over here. Cannot seem to catch any kind of a bid. Even though the market is rallying here and catching a bit of a bid, 125, you're on lows for GameStop. You're on AMC, load up, load up, load up. You're bouncing off lows, but still below that 13 level for AMC. One to watch that we did not mention, but is getting very, very close to a key price, NIO. NIO now breaking the high of the day, but don't forget, yesterday's top off those great longs, 19 even, sorry, 1890 there, but 19 even, that big level for NIO. So huge multi-day high for NIO. 1, 2, and here comes 3 days in a row. It's about to test 19. To me, every single one of these is a fade till it's not. We did this and then broke out at 19. I'm going to do exactly the same thing. I want to be fading in front of this on NIO. Strong, strong power move for NIO. Not green yet, but this is now 3 days. And when you get to a resistance level like this, as a day trader, usually you're going to try shorting it.
All right, your boy's back right there. Just saw Maggie, saw everybody there. What's up? Saw Baxter. It's a good little coffee refill there. Saw Tequila Tony. He's over there.
Saying?
What's he saying? The same as always, man. Try to pay off those high interest loans, stuff like that. Yeah, so that's Tequila Tony.
You got to do it before they
Levered Tony, I think maybe his name should be there. But yeah, he's rocking it, man. He's all good over there on the north side. Okay, things working out, man. That TQQ didn't work out. I'm just noticing we got into that one. That took out that high of 350. I don't know why I got 356 there, print. That doesn't make any sense. But okay, so that's come back in right here. We'll see, man. The market did take off, but again, you don't want to be in a triple lever if the market doesn't go. So it's not going right now. What is going though is a beautiful trade on Lululemon. Now $9 into the money, but I got bigger fish to fry right now with this TQQ. I know, likey. Let's put out a little bit out there at 34. There we go. We took a little bit out. It's a 20-cent hit on TQQ. Obviously, our account can hold that. It's been a monster day for us so far. So what's up to Weed Batman? If you want to look at some of those stocks, I have no idea why I just hit that. But that's been a nice move, man. I know you're in NVIDIA's. Maybe you're out of
I'm out.
You're out of NVIDIA, yeah. So right there, AMD went to 109 again. Like, talk about a monster name here. But here we come back in. Now the market's starting to fail once again. So we got to check out on our TQQ spot. That AMD's high yesterday was 109.40. We should have got out at 109. But like I said, I was too busy moseying on and socializing with the team when I should have been here trading. 109 flat right there. We should have got out. So darn it, that's a mistake by me. Again, it's not a huge position. We only took a light spot there because AMD burned us initially when we went long. So we took a little bit of a lighter spot there, trying to hold it for a bigger winner. So I'm not even sure I would have got out at 109 because I probably would have said the same thing. Let's wait to see if yesterday's high gets breached. But for right now, 109 is coming back into play here. So hopefully we can get that. And if it takes out 109.50, man, we'll just get out. So I'm going to put an offer right there on the upside. I mean, why are we getting out? Look at this thing starting to go back to the upside, man. AMD, the force is strong with this one. AMD continues to make moves to the upside. We should probably just get out of our Lulu now. We're going to find out some breaking spots, a 300 break to the downside, and we'll get out of Lululemon. I mean, if that's going to be a key level, it would hold. If not, then we don't need to deal with it. So 300, yeah, I like that level. Okay, so 300 right there, where my moving averages are out of Lululemon, guys.
And we're going to do one of these ones. We'll power it up here for NIO. Just talking about the fade, that monster triple top on NIO. It got to 1875, which is right in that pocket. It makes the curl. I always wait for the curl usually. If I'm not at the actual monster level, then I want to see it turn first. But a quick scalp for 25. And then we'll see if we can get this one again. If it pops up, I want to continue just fading it off of that 19. And if it breaks, the market wants to go up, I got no problem reversing. That's what we did with 18 yesterday. Same game plan here for NIO here today. Brendo.
Natural gas name just popping up. NFE, which is New Fortress Energy. A couple of new investments announced from them in Mexico this week. So positive week overall. 52-week highs here today for NFE.
Remember when I said that about AMD that we'd get out at the top? Nah, let's roll it. Nah, let's roll you, AMD, as you continue to go higher. How about $2.50 in the money for AMD? How about $8 in the money for Lulu right now? Micron still hitting lows as well. And what's come back from the dead a little bit here is our TQQ. So we'll get some out here at 39 if we can. And again, just offer gateways because, well, it's going to be different for you guys, but we just get paid to trade here. So like it's going to run through anything. Doesn't matter. There's no point in using like Edge A if you're at Daytrade the World. Just use like an Edge X or a BATS or MEMX or MyX or whatever you want to use to get your rebates. I don't know about those other ones, but definitely Arca, NASDAQ, EdgeX, things like that. They're definitely running it over, man. When your levels get hit, they get hit. So we'll take out a little bit of pressure there on this name. Seems like we just bought it too early. I mean, it just bounced off 33. That bottom's 32.60. We either like the NASDAQ or we don't. It is what it is on this one. This is a triple levered ETF, so that could be something definitely to watch out for here as we move forward. We got a little, there on AMD, and we're like, nah. But you know what? There it goes again, 109.50. So another nice one there for AMD. I am just going to hold this one. But again, the TQQs is really starting to bother me a little bit because we shouldn't be in this name if the NASDAQ is not moving around. And it's not really doing anything. Like yesterday when we had that, trend upside. I mean, I guess I could show you it again, but you guys should all, this is a minute by minute chart, so it trades all overnight, so that's not gonna work. But anyways, yesterday was a beautiful move to the upside. Obviously TQQ, you can see right here, it started to trend. Today, I mean, this is about as choppy of an open as you can get on this name. So we'll have to watch out for the NASDAQ now. We already have our out. I mean, for some reason, my net is still really doing well here today. Part of it is because this Lulu's trying to hold out to the upside. We're still waiting for 300 to break. We have winners abound, man. The only loser we're going to have on today is going to be Lulu, but that could all fix itself if we get another break to the high side. So Lululemon still trying to rock and roll. I'm going to average into TQQ down here around 33, but this is a very, very dangerous spot, especially with the futures not really knowing what they want to do.
So Siga's going absolutely nuts here. Like it just did. So it just did a test up at 1350 level, stopped out at 1350. It then got up to 65s. I had like a long reversal on it, and each time just losing like 5-10 cents back and forth every single time. It got to 65, and then someone marketed it down to 1345 here, and now it's recovered 1350. So what I want to do is sort of sit it out. Wait to see it pick a bit of a direction here because clearly you have just a wealth of order flow going through. And I don't want to sit there and say, okay, I want to guess off of it. If it holds below 1350, this is probably going to die. And if it holds a bit, it's just going to squeeze people. Crazy price action in Siga. Look at the tight range. I actually had about like 5 or 6 fills in there. A couple of times I made some spread. A couple of times I was losing the spread. And I just want to sit it out at this particular point. If it catches a bid from here, this is probably off to the races, guys. But obviously some crazy moves happening in the market. EFO is going to be fine. I'm still holding on to Micron. As far as I'm concerned, when I look at the overall trend in the market, like this is what the NASDAQ looks like, right? You actually on the 60-minute, you put things into perspective. We had a decent bounce here. We're still retesting the breakout prices, and the ES, if we look at it, we're still below that key price level. I want to see us above this 41.40 before I get really engaged in holding on to any longs. And we had NVIDIA, we got out of it. It's now managed to pull right back down. It has a wick off top just where we got out of that thing, and now it's pulling back in. Microsoft, which I think was the reason, like Microsoft didn't take the low. That's why we didn't break lower. The big names matter. We were talking about that before. If it cannot get through its high of the day, I still think we're in a bit of a downward trend. So I'm not really chasing too many of these long style trades. Just want to be very, very patient with those shorts. We talked about getting into NIO because that was at a key level. Well, it's got a wick off top. Now it's heading back southbound. So want to see if we can hold on to this one back into 18 even.
Okay, so there's Lulu. We'll end that trade for now. We'll go Mamma Mia as it takes down that 300 level. What price did we even get? Well, we got a good price, man. 299.80, considering the spread here. That's a pretty good price. So we get 299.80 on the move downside. So that's good, man. Right at VWAP. That's a $6 winner there to get out. We did have it higher, but we did take a piece out at 303. So that was a great little take for us on that one. Yeah, no 99 problems, and TQQ is one. So this is starting to come back down in to that downside right now, but you know what? I knew that we were in a little bit of trouble there, so that's why we wound up getting out. But I did just take some more shares there at 33. But yeah, the bottom there is just 32.50 or so. Will the NASDAQ test that? Looks like it wants to right there again. I don't even know why I'm looking at NASDAQ. It's the same chart as TQQ. So we'll look to see if that goes. And again, this is a triple levered name. So when you're wrong on the market, you're wrong. So we'll wait to see. We're going to give this one to 32.50. If the NASDAQ retests bottoms right there, then I think that's a good spot for obviously for us to get out down here at 32.60. So we'll give this one a little bit of room in case the NASDAQ wants to bump back up and we have like an inside day. I feel like we are having that right now. We've already been down there. Then we just traveled to the upside. So maybe we're down here again. Let's see if we travel one more time. We'll get out of this if it takes down this 12,600. But until then, I'm long on the TQQs until we take down that low. What's up, B?
Squeezed earlier in the week, guys. Cassava Sciences just popping up on a volume scanner, broke 30 again, immediately reverses right back down. But 8% already, trying to go again for SAVA.
Yeah, Cassava's trying to go in. The Sega finally looking like it actually was trying to pick a direction here. So I got in. I just got in at like 55s, and I'll give it to about like 1325, 1335, somewhere in that channel to be sure. But I just wanted to see it hold up. We got a super chat, and thank you very much. We appreciate all the super chats asking about Palantir in particular. I see a similar thing to what I see in NEO. So unfortunately, breakout at 9, got about to 9.5 yesterday, and then you have a wick top. This is pretty much exactly the same thing as I saw in NEO. You have this wick top, but it's above that $9 support level. So I guess you've got that you can lean into. But if the market reverses here, you've got a wick off top after a failure and a rejection, and then room over to that bottom. The good news is it's got one of the stronger upward trends here if you want to look at it, and it may be supported $8. But for the day trade, like I'd be sitting here thinking to myself, if the market fails, shorters would be thinking about that obvious sort of short opportunity off those wick highs. But overall, I can't say that we're in a long day unless we're above that 41.40 on the ES. It does feel like we want to pull back here, and that would mean patience because I think $8 is a much better level than trying that $9 on Palantir, which is real tight.
All right, I don't know if like I said, I was gone for a minute, but I don't know if we said thank you to Cassie Schultz there. Thank you so much for the $20 as well. British pounds or euros, can't really see that. I guess maybe euros. Thank you so much there again for that. Yeah, man, the super chats definitely mean a lot to us, and I hope you're able to catch some of these winners that we've had on board. I mean, that's what we're doing, man. We're showing you everything that we're trading. Please, if you can't super chat, I mean, that's been great. Anybody that super chats is fantastic, and we appreciate all that. But please just hit the like, hit the share, man. We're here every single day for you. And it's another green day for your boys. So right now, we're just holding on to some Apple shorts. Again, I like the Apple short, but I'm not stuck, but I'm in this TQQ long. And I just feel like we're near the bottom of the NASDAQ here, maybe. So we look, we just pushed this long there at 92, and now we're getting some out at 7s, 8s, 9s. So yeah, it's not going to be a good trade, but we've made some money back here from buying some of those bottoms. So whether or not the bottom holds or not, we'll be here. I just want to take a little bit more out at there. We just got some outs at 10 right there, as now it's starting to go back up to the upside. We'll wait again for some 16s or so, which is right about where some of our levels are right here. That's a 19. There it is. There's a 16 we just got out. It's amazing. Like if you just sit there on any gateway on this thing because it's so controlled, then you just get the fill. So this has been great, man. I really like adding this. You haven't talked about UVXY in a while, but me and Neil, both adding a little bit to the repertoire here. So I really hope that you guys can sort of acknowledge and sort of see, not acknowledge, but see what we're doing, and then maybe try to adjust some of that even to your trading if you did want to. I'm just tired of making these calls on the market and then sitting there and not making any money on them. So realistically, that's why I was like, you know what? Let's go TQQ. We said that July or June would be a new month for us. So we are trying some different strategies here. And so far today, we don't have we have a negative stock. It's Lulu, because that last print there, unfortunately, look, if we would have got them all out up here at 305, then, or just not them all, just that last piece, that would have been fine. But we gave back that $5. So if you can imagine, whatever shares you have, giving back $5 there, although still profitable because it's still a $10 winner, but giving that for a $7 winner, but giving that back sucks. So not too happy with that performance, but happy with everything else, man. AMD, we let that one fly as well. And we never want to wait on Brendan for too long. What's up, Brendo?
Big day yesterday for Boeing, just popping back up on some volume. The CEO just saying no plans for an equity raise. So Yay, Boeing. Still negative, though, 0.8. Dropbox also making moves. DBX up through 22, I guess. Almost 4% here on volume, guys. Some takeover chatter on DBX.
Ooh, that's spicy. So I finally get in the long
More cloud? I don't know. I think there's like so many cloud.
There are a lot of cloud, but like realistically, the spread on that could be gigantic if there was. Like I smell opportunity, and by spread, I mean if they got an offer to buy Dropbox, let's say whatever the price is, I think it would trade at more than 5% away from that price, because I think just given how the risk of those deals go. Sega, this 1350 area, like you talk about a linchpin price, like wow, like I'm not. At this point, I'm back into the long. I did try the long initially on the reversal play there, and it didn't work out because it didn't go. And I could have scalped this like twice for like 70s, but I'm sitting above the 70 level. I just say like, if it's going to go, it's going to get to 14, which means I want 75s and I want in front of 90s. But it's just absolutely battling at this price. And when you don't reject, I've been on the other side of this trade all the time. You guys know that. And if it doesn't reject, usually you get a wick off top like that, it should be a VWAP. And when I see that not happen, I tell myself I should be long the stock because that's a reversal, and I've been trying to get better at reversing some of these. So let's see if Sega works out. And you mentioned UVXY. The reason I'm actually not in UVXY is that it's beneath all of my channels, which is why some of the longs, I guess, have been pretty good the last little bit. But when I was looking at for a long on UVXY, I actually wanted to see it holding this bottom channel so I could actually give it some respect, which is about 1340. Starts bouncing off this, and you get a bit of a rally. I think the market takes another leg down, but I just haven't had an entry point, so I'm trying not to be too crazy over trading this. And of course, as I talk about Sega, and it's finally starting to get to those highs, another rug pull back below that 1350 area. This stock just, it's insane, man. Like, it just doesn't want to go up, and I'm sitting here trying to get the bigger win instead of didn't want to scalp it, didn't want to scalp it on the long, and now I'm going to not want to scalp it again here on the second long, and we'll see if it actually pays off, but it feels like it won't. I should be taking the singles and doubles instead of trying to hit a home run on Sega.
All right, Saddam there. Don't spam, no, that's his name. Don't spam Mullen or we will kick you out, but I'm going to look at Mullen now because it is moving. It's up 11% right now and starting to go. So nice little movement, some nice volume there right now. So that's a good one. We'll look at stock, but when I see the chat getting all junked up there, what's up to Bears versus Bulls, he's going to be on that as well. So we don't want that, but we will, we want to get your attention. We want you to get our attention too. So thank you to John for your kind words as well. I saw that. And again, Bears versus Bulls, thank you for the great work that you're doing moderating. Obviously, Ms. V is no longer with us, but I think we found a 10x times moderator here in Bears versus Bulls. So thank you so much for that. It's been great. So Mullen here, we'll just talk about this quickly because I know it's a name that a lot of you guys have. Shout out to Playmaker and some of you that are in this name for sure. You brought this to my attention at 118. We ripped that up. We actually did really well that day. We haven't traded it much since then. I feel like this base that we sort of made yesterday around 120, 125 could be something on MULN. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I will get back to it, but definitely you got to take down, I would say 150, an even level there if you could take that down to go back up to the upside. But all of you know that Mullen is a name that trades off of news. It trades off of like that battery news is what got this going the other day. And so if there's going to be nothing here, I don't necessarily fear another capital raise or share offering, but Mullen looks pretty good at this level. Hard to ignore 33 million shares. So thanks for bringing that to our attention. But watch out below here as we just averaged in. We did a good job getting out of TQQ there. Like I said, when that broke back up above here. So a couple averages in, back to the upside for TQQ. We're averaging in one more time. But this NASDAQ is a very slippery slope. It looks like it's starting to head lower now. So I don't think we're going to be in this TQQ for a long time. But the NASDAQ right now rejecting this 50 period and trading near the bottom. So let's just keep our strategy going. Buy bottom, sell middles here on the NASDAQ and go over. Unless there's something you want to say, Dropbox, I guess is moving around there.
He's going to talk about it.
Okay, let's go over to Brendan with small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, a little bit busier today as far as small caps are concerned. A few to look at. MGLD, a little tiny one, it was $1.50 in that range, pops up, does nothing all morning. So there was that one we were looking at. There was this one as well. I talked about AMLX just before the open. The very top of this range in the pre-market, 375 up to 14. This thing was wild right at the open, 50-cent spreads at some point. So it did get stopped out after an initial little win. Put that right back on, though, because it failed miserably at 1350. So just write that down, 1350 going forward, and then it just collapses and goes straight to the downside. So it had a shot at 1350. We're down at, what, 1150 now for AMLX. EFOI, same thing. Gapped up this morning, going sideways. So my only goal today was to not get involved with anything that gaps up and goes sideways, guys. So check. Back over to you.
Checkmate.
Well done. I like that. Check. I did get involved. I actually put in the chat, just watch out for this one because I just got back to that 1350. Sorry, 1350. You had AMLX on my mind now because you just said that price. But 150 on EFOI. So we shorted it the first time at 46. It got down to 32, and then it came back up to 50. And it's just essentially waiting for the key price area. So I just reloaded here, grabbed some 47s. If it takes out the high, I'm probably going to get burned. But you can sort of see what I'm trying to do with it. Get some out at VWAP and then get some out at the low of the day here. But the more times it tests, obviously, at some point you can take out that high. So you have to be aware of the cognizant. You got to be aware of that fact. Make sure you're taking profit on the way down and not trying to get chopped off. I'm still in NEO as the market tried to make that reversal there. It just bounced off VWAP here. I'm sitting in front of 18 even. It might just be, given how strong this move is, I should be getting out around VWAP on NIO. Like the relative strength this has compared to Tesla, as a matter of fact, I'm just going to listen to myself. The relative strength it has compared to Tesla is pretty evident, I do think. Like it's down 3%. I'm looking at Tesla down 7%. I'll just do this for you guys. Tesla down, 6.5, almost 7%. NEO making a break, getting back to its highs when Tesla was sort of languishing beneath those highs on that bounce. So I'm going to get out of NIO. It was a matter of finding something on the bounce that I really liked the actual short for, and NEO got to that level. So you'll only see me in EFOI and then hanging on the Micron. I just feel like when a shelf breaks, you've got to tell me that you're getting back above that shelf price. So it did get down to 690, but I'm not really sure what's invalid about the trade. It also got below that 70.50 price. If the market were to head to the downside even further, I still think you're testing about 68.80 or so. And let's not forget, like we were talking last week about this 66 for a break. I think that's the ultimate support level for Micron here. There's a heck of a lot more room to the downside, and we're still in this really tight window in the market that has yet to break either direction. So I want to keep a few chips on the table.
Oh, man. Shout out to my new friend here, Zahirin. What's up, Zahirin? It's funny you said don't look at Lulu because I was literally just looking at Lulu and I was like, because that did go right up to 305 again and we don't have any on. We will look to put some more on for Lulu at some point, but wow, that name just continues to move higher here. We knew that this was going to be a strong day for Lulu because it opened up down on the day, right? It came in, unfortunately it hit that 295 level, but again, like, I don't know. I don't want to jinx myself, but I'm starting to learn so much more now every single day about how these stocks trade in this environment. It's a complete, I have 21 years experience here. And I mean, every day is a brand new day. I'm so excited to come in. You have no idea, but it's like every day I feel like there's so many amazing opportunities that I'm even able to see. So it's like I just got to work on my patience, and that's be the number one thing. And if we can have that, then it's going to be just a completely hot fire situation. And we're already, we had a great month last month. We're having a great year. I had my best year ever last year live with you guys on the show. So again, thank you for all the support and thank you for the kind words by everybody. But if you we're about to get real nasty on this market. I'm just really excited about what's moving forward here for us, and especially with my trading here. So I think bigger and better things to come for all of us at Trader TV Live. It's been a great year. It's been a great month. May was a great month. And now we'll wait to see on what to trade here. And I'm trying to stick with, and like I said, trying to be patient, trying to add a few new things. We're on that TQQ. And like I said, there it is again, buy and then rip it up and get out when it rips back up, right? And so this is some of the stuff that I'm trying to do. Right now, my average price is 99. like when I went away, we got pumped into that trade. I liked that trade.
I hate SIGA.
So that's what started this all. But then we're like, hold on a second. If the Nasdaq's just going to dance, then we don't need to play in the middle here. Let's just get out and try to buy bottoms until eventually it breaks. So this could wind up being a pretty, big loser if it does break to the downside. I mean, we should be on SQQ if we think negatively, but I don't think negatively in the market right now. So let's hold out hope that there's a little bit of a bounce here coming in this market, and we'll see where we go from here. So right now, TQQ upside is what I'm looking for. We have Micron downside. That's another sticky note name, man. Apple downside as well.
You think I don't see that? I see you, Sean.
The cookie?
You took the only oatmeal raisin cookie today?
Yeah.
It's like that, eh?
Me or you?
I know, it's me. One of these two. Whatever,
Today?
man. There's two. Usually there's two.
It's me.
I know, that was quick, man. I got it the other day. I'm just playing, man. Like we get like a tray of pastries.
Yeah.
And sometimes there's a brownie in there. I try to snag that.
Yeah, it was just over there when I we got the coffee there.
There's the Rice Krispie Square. One of the two of us usually gets it, but the oatmeal raisin, I love it. I'm chuckling because I suck at SIGA.
What did Rob just do over here? I don't know. I feel like he had a smirk.
Rob comes by and he's doing stuff.
What
to
was
our
he doing?
PCs.
I don't know. Because I don't know what to expect.
Someone walks to the back of your computer, you get
Yeah.
a little bit nervous. So that just happened.
But Rob
with
did get me these Gunner glasses.
I don't know
here.
what
this was
he
a
was
while
just
ago.
looking around, what's going on. SIGA just dropped.
I think I
$2,
feel like I look like Ali
man.
G right now. Booyaka!
It's Booyakasha.
Yep.
East Stains Massive West. Yeah, anyways, it doesn't matter. I love that.
Yeah, exactly.
The movie was terrible.
Oh, a
but the
couple of those
show-
Borat movies. I want to throw up
But
on
that
that
show,
last one.
like Ali
How
G,
did that last one win
legit.
awards? Like, didn't it win like it's some sort of an Oscar or something for something? That's ridiculous.
I'll tell you how it won awards. Somebody's getting paid, baby. Because there's no way that should win anything. I couldn't even, you know what? I still haven't watched the entire Borat. I got like 30.
The first Borat?
No, the new one.
Oh, the new one. Yeah, I don't even know what it's
I got
called.
like 30, 40 minutes into it, and I love Sacha Baron Cohen. The guy is absolutely one of the funniest people that he's unreal, right? Like he was
cleaning these like an old
He's
lady.
just great, but I just couldn't stand the last movie. It was just terrible. And I can't stand SIGA. Like I'm watching this thing and it's at $12 and I I was short, tried the short, that stopped out, tried the long. I'm like sitting there trying to hit the home run on the long. It doesn't work, stop that out, don't reverse back into the short. And then of course it's just printing down here. So it resisted halting because that's what it does at $12. But it looks like the fade was the right play after all, and I didn't do it. I'm just hanging on for dear life on Micron because I think it's going to absolutely die. We'll see about EFOI. I never really got a re-entry point into Tesla. I see this wick here, and I'm like, really? It came so close to giving me my re-entry price and then didn't want to quite give it to me. I'm not going to, it's a Friday. It's one of those situations where, this might have been the one to hold on to all day long. It just felt like the shelf break made more sense on Micron, but I could be wrong about that. And I said this at the time that maybe I'll pick the wrong one to hold on to. We'll see if that ends up being true, but I don't want to rush into any trades. I could have held on to NIO. I decided to take the profit and run on NEO as well because it's showing some relative signs of strength. And if it gets back down to 18 even, it might be a buy. If the futures hold the bid and you can catch this at this 18 even, I might take a shot at NEO for the long side of the trade just because it's showing some signs of strength. Not a lot, but some. And in this market, that's what you'll have to take. As far as NVIDIA goes, if it just came right back to where we had the long before, I can't take this long again on NVIDIA. I just kind of feel like this time it looks like it's holding the offer, and you can kind of see I just got the short trade. I said if it holds an offer below 190, I like the short. It is what it is, man. I said I'd say that a couple of times here today. I liked that long previously, and I was all over it before, but it just feels like once we're actually holding below 190 on NVIDIA, there's just so much more room the other way. Brendo?
Just watching Walmart, a heads up on Walmart, CNBC talking about it. Apparently their first in-person shareholder meeting in a couple of years for WMT. Pinterest just made a day low through 1950, some volume on a Piper Sandler downgrade today. So back to the downside after yesterday. We talked about Coinbase a little bit. Also back to day lows, guys, for Coin.
Pinterest caught a downgrade yesterday. Yeah. Actually, they caught multiple downgrades the last few weeks, I feel like. It's been one of those names. But like I said, just got into NVIDIA. I guess I'm in NVIDIA and Micron here. But worth mentioning Microsoft, because we always talk about the big names, and that's what's going to happen with tech. They're going to be led by the big names. That just went the wrong way. I wanted to zoom out so I could show you. You still have Microsoft bouncing a little bit. So it's showing some signs of strength. But if that claws through these lows, claws through these lows. Yeah, this is like 27 VWAP maybe, but through these lows, that's where you really get that acceleration to the downside. And if we take out the highs, then you want to be thinking about that long trade again, guys. But I'm just thinking about what I can hold on to a little bit longer here. So we'll see. I'm looking at 190, obviously, for NVIDIA here, the other direction. We went long in front of it. Now I'm looking at the short in front of that level. But I am watching Microsoft pretty closely here because when it rejected the top, we pull back. When it rejected the bottom, that's where we went gangbusters to the long side. So if this takes out 74 and I'm not stopped out of NVIDIA, I might just consider taking out NVIDIA. Nice pick.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the reason why. So this is what happens when my kids have PA days here.
Oh, that's because yours is
yeah,
today.
exactly.
Yeah,
so yeah, they go for mani-pedis and stuff like that. So there she is here. Any doubt on why I do this job? I mean, it's right here. So what's up to that? And hopefully you guys have, families and whatever as well, but it means a lot to me. That's why I come into work every single day. So shout out to my wife and to my daughter there. Enjoy your mani-pedis. Just don't spend too much of that cash as we go there. Spend my Bitcoin. How about that? Okay, right now, here goes Apple to the downside again, man. So we should have reloaded it, but the problem is we're long the TQQ. Oh, and by the way, we did it again on TQQ. This time the move didn't come up too far there, but again, we're just trying to hold out for that bottom. We almost got taken out there, right? So the NASDAQ went for a jaunt and almost broke day's low. But again, this is part of the plan. If it breaks day's low, it breaks day low. This is just what we have to do. So we have to sit here, look at these trades, see what's happening, but that's the low there for the NASDAQ. We're taking a shot. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We got some out in the at 90. I'm now sitting in the mid 90s to see if we can't get out a little bit more here on the TQQ with our out eventually going to be taking on a 32.60 break. So if that does break, we're off to the races on that. We did have a reload there, so we'll go face slap on this one as we reloaded AMD. So if we can get that back into this 108, I mean, we stared this in the face. Like, we should not have done that. I don't even know why I'm still wearing these glasses. But we stared that right in the face right there and didn't get it out. Got a little cocky with it, but now AMD has come screaming back to the downside. We've already identified that this is going to be a weak day, and I'm actually losing faith in it right now because before it was pretty choppy. Now it seems like the trend, that's a higher low, then a higher low again, and now it's coming back up. So, hey, maybe we're wrong, but I feel like it wants to test and or take this bottom right now. So that's just gonna, it's bad. Like, if I think that, I should probably just get out. But again, I planned my trade on all this. So if we fail out, then we know what's happening there. I'm going to check one more time on Lulu. Okay, that's come back in. Let's check in on crowd. At least that came back in a little bit. We got out a crowd on this 160 long. Was it 160 or was it 161? Sorry, 161 long. We got out at 168. So that's a $7 winner. It did go up to 170. And then Pradley over there told me that he was short 170. So I still hope that he has something on for that one, as that looks like that's going to be a good trade to come through. Right now, I'm just going to put AMD. I'm going to put AMD around 108. So if that comes up, we still have $1 to go on AMD. I mean, if this rocks, then this TQQ is going to rock as well. So let's put an off here near 108. We'll get out if that can somehow go up $1 from here for AMD. But here we come back in. Watch out. Like I said, this NASDAQ, I feel like it wants to test that bottom again.
Yeah, it does. And the Dropbox, which got up on that takeover rumor, there was no actual terrible specifics on it, but looks like it's rolling over. Sometimes you can look at the technicals here. I was kind of hoping there'd be more details, but if you look at it like 23, that feels like the most obvious price. Like, there was a lot of consolidation when it was like riding the 50 period at that price before. Seems like that's going to be the case again. It just got below that 23 area. Oftentimes when you don't see any follow through, you're going to want to look at those obvious. I'm just trying to get into the short trade in front of that 23 area on Dropbox here. Thinking it can pop back into VWAP, but I don't want to chase it too far. So I am looking at the DBX here. And I said EFOI, watch out before. It did work the first time. Now it looks like it wants to take out that high of the day. The volume's pretty solid on this move. So I wouldn't blame anybody liking the reversal on this trade. You're kind of into air. And the reason why, first of all, I'm not reversing into the long. I'm just getting out of the short if it takes out this high. The reason I don't like the long here is because you were just here a couple of days ago and rejected this same top. So you'd essentially be reversing long into overhead resistance. which I hate doing. Like if you like the long, it needs to clear this top, and then you've got more smooth sailing to $2. So you can count me out of looking into that long trade. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I get stopped out of like a small cap long, and then all of a sudden NVIDIA starts dropping. So I guess we are flushing a little bit here again. Market, you're just saying market retesting some of those lows.
Yeah.
I just covered NEO, and now all of a sudden it looks like it wants to head to that bottom. But I did say if NVIDIA held the offer below 190, then it would be a short trade. I was trying to long that level before. Now it just looks like it wants to go in the other direction. So you can want whatever you want to have happen in the market, but once it does, hold, cannot hold these levels here. I should have drawn this channel actually here, like 190.5 down into this 189 area. Once it could not hold these levels and you're just all red and selling, it had to be a short. Do we get to, if we get to 180.82, I'm probably thinking longs only on NVIDIA, so I'm going to be taking profit on the way down, probably all out by 185 to be sure, but we're going the other way. And if you think about Micron as well, like this still has room to the downside, although I'm much closer now that I'm in the NVIDIA short, to thinking if we just get to 69 on Micron, we'll just take that one out there. So yeah, the chip's still weak, the market's still weak. I'm not calling this a free fall Friday because quite frankly, 2%, you have to get to like 5% for it to be that. I just got into Dropbox as well, so still working the short side of the trade here, guys.
All right, so we did get out, obviously, of our TQQ there when it broke 60, but now we're going to try to get back in here. We did look at, I mean, our Apple is $3 in the money, our NVIDIA is $3 in the money, our Micron is $3 in the money. And we're trying to buy some more AMD if it does continue to go down, so I do like that call as well. But here's the TQQ. What I want to do is, I'm really interested in this down here near 32 bucks. Yesterday, obviously in the pre-market, we had that dump down from Microsoft, and it touched 31.50, right? So if it can pull back today, it hasn't been that bad. We actually, you know, despite that last trade, we talked about it, but like buy, out, like out, we were still holding a core position, and then that came out right there, and now it's dumping back in. So we're holding a very, very small position, but I do have a bid. I just got to make sure it's going to come in a little bit faster than we thought here. 32.30 we're bidding, and then like I just said, one last, I mean, we're still holding the Apple short, so it's kind of like counteracting this, but still, we're putting some more faith in TQQ because we just simply put have more shares in it right now. It's only a $30 name, so it's, you know, I like the movement on this. I don't care what it's down 7%. Like I'm trading levels, so it's not that big of a deal. I like putting the capital to work here on the TQQ. So we're gonna sit here and watch out for this 32 level to come in. It's gonna be the last line in the sand. Like all we're trying to do right now is like be that reverse trader guy where we're trying to catch these mean reversions. So let's see if that can happen now on TQQ. It has tons of room to the upside. We're testing this name out. So we've already kind of, don't want to say like mastered or anything because you never want to say that. You haven't mastered anything in life, basically. But if Apple, you know, continues to fall down, we knew we wanted that short. If you want to talk about like research and stuff to look at, I mean, look at the number two, the two names here on the sticky note. Apple. We had that short, 147.50. That's where we're short. We're short at 148. So right there, Micron, we have the 72 short right now. So both of these are 250 in the money. That CrowdStrike long at 160 went $11 in the money. The Lululemon long at 300, you had to hold $5 against you. It gave you that $5. So today the sticky note's a banger. 1, 2, 3 plus Lulu, depending on how you traded it. I'm now down more on TQQ than I am on Lululemon. So it's more like my intraday trading needs to have some work on it here, especially if we're going to watch out for these markets. But here we go. We're starting to make some moves back down in, and it's going to be embarrassing when I throw it over to Sector Watch because I'm long the market right now. So you're going to see what this board looks like. Pretty red today. So let's, any updates before we go to Brendan here?
Oh, there was a wick top on EFOY. I did see it, so I'm back into that one. It's like, the weird thing is like the two things that I'm probably doing the worst on end up being shorts in these small caps. We'll see what happens with EFOY here, but it didn't make money on CGUB. We'll see if we can do that on EFOY. It's the big cap working for me today. But there is some green on that board, Brendan, so let's see what it is.
Hey guys, yeah, let's have a look at pretty red board, as you said here for the S&P, 1.5%. So we are down on the day significantly here. I want to point out right out of the gate here, healthcare stocks are red, but There are a few here trying to go green. They're the initial ones trying to go green. Biogen, Gilead, Pfizer's here as well. So in the pharmaceutical space, there are a few names that are positive. Up here, industrial stocks as well. NOC, Caterpillar Power. I saw DE. As well, there's LMT, Lockheed Martin over there, all positive on the session. But again, overall, the industrial sector in negative territory. Far corner over there, energy, positive on the day with oil to the upside again today. Consumer discretionary stocks, there's Tesla, now 7% to the downside for Tesla. For GM as well, being dragged along with it, 3.5% for both. These are the cruise lines today. Big moves for CCL, RCL, NCLH, all 3.5% right now in negative territory. Apple, 3+ to the downside as well. All the semiconductors getting hit today. Same story for the banks, under pressure once again. So pretty ugly as far as negativity is concerned, 1.5. If you are looking for maybe signs of improvement, again, healthcare stocks, some of the material names starting to try and go green. Anyways, guys, back to you.
Yeah, that Northrop there, strong movers. The war 100 days in and go long, I suppose, on any of the defense names. That's why it was. I was looking at what is that green? I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes a ton of sense that it would be Northrop. But yeah, the market trying to continue to go downside here. We're about that 4,100 level, so that's where I have to start thinking about where do I want to take these targets out, because Micron really close. Why is that still on Northrop? I did click. See, I clicked on Micron. Yeah, now it flips. So I'm getting right down to that 69 level. And coincidentally enough, right as the ES tries to get to that 41, we're not quite at the lows from yesterday that we saw in the NASDAQ. But as we get down to this price, and remember, I'm holding the new trade, which is NVIDIA, which has some ways to go for it to catch up here if it is going to be that red day. So that's why I don't mind taking off Micron in front of that 69 and then look for NVIDIA to push even lower. Like NVIDIA's got room to 185 on the higher time frame, maybe even 182 if we end up with a bigger red day. And then EFOI, I was just saying with these small caps, yeah, it does the wick top. I didn't like the long because it was going right into overhead resistance. There it is on the daily. There it is on your 15-minute chart. That's why I didn't like the breakout long there. I did try short once. This time I just have a better price, but it's the same thing. If it goes sideways, I'll add, but I want to give it to that high of the day. So right now it's a wick off top, but I want this to settle down a little bit here. It's slower time of day where you can be a little bit more patient with your trade. So don't want to add to this unless we're really failing to have bids above 155.
Yeah, what's up, Playmaker? Yeah, these are gunner glasses, 100% right on that one. I just saw Rob was doing something behind here, and I saw the glasses, so I was like, I'll just throw them on, and I haven't taken them off. So we'll see here. It's not really. It's a blue light, right? So it's I don't know if it's working or not, but I'm trying to see the market more clear. Like if I put these glasses on, then maybe I can
good for you.
Focus a little bit on that note. Let's go money, because there's a little reload in TQQ now. Now that's back to positive. We talked about that move. We'd rather be long the market at these levels than short, just because I don't, it's been a great move down. There's no doubt about that. And we'll wind up, well, we'll see. Hopefully we don't wind up losing money on the TQQs, but we could. And then there it is right now. We bring AMD back from the dead again as well. So that was going to be, hopefully this will be a nice trade. We didn't get enough out on the top there though. But there it is right there. We just put this trade on 106.20, our best out there. We did get a 48 there. Okay. So that's our best out, 20 cents or so on that one. We're starting to get back alive now. So gunners be damned right here. As we're wearing these things. So let's see if it goes back up to the upside. We did average into TQQ. We're going to get out down here if it breaks. Sorry, that's AMD. Same thing for AMD. 105.50 is what we want to look at. If we take down 105, that's going to suck for us. But hey, that's going to be a level that we're going to try to wait out for on this with an average in. But at the same time, like I said, I'm long at 106.20. It's 25 cents in the money. Now 30 cents in the money. Good trade there on AMD, but we got to take some more out if it does get back upside. I'm actually waiting with too many. No, that's 105. Sorry, yeah, I don't even have any offers out now for AMD. So we'll wait on that one. I'm still down there bidding CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike was a great trade for us early, down at 160. If that comes again, we'll take it one more time there on CrowdStrike. There goes AMD. Let's go. Give me that 52. Yes, sir. There it is, man. Easy E. Give me that nut. Nice little move to the upside there as we're starting to go. TQQs. There we go again. A nice little 25-cent win on the TQQs now. That's busting out to the upside. We're close again to our day high right now. So as we massage some of these trades, and there we go, upsize position on AMD alert right now as that goes into 70.71 right now. So here we go. The gunners are helping us out here. Let's see if we can't get this market back up to the upside right now. And we are, no, I am not sponsored by Gunner, but these glasses are working out. So let's go. And if you ever think that putting glasses on affects the market, then you're crazier than me.
Probably. Yeah, probably. Someone just asked what I think about Dropbox. I was in the short. It was working, and actually misplaced a stop order, so I got out of it. I'm looking to just re-enter at the same prices, but obviously I wanted to give this to the high of the day. So, and that actually just happened live. You were just about to come on, and Sean was talking. And it's like, what did I do? My stop was in the wrong place. So you get out accidentally, you get back in. It's the same thing if it happens to you on reverse. I just like to fade back into VWAP here off the high of the day on this name, and I got back into EFOY like I mentioned. Not really changing too much of my plan here overall for some of these moves. If you look back, I'm sort of saying to myself, we're still on these bottoms here, still working to the downside. I could have taken Micron, maybe, but we've already scalped out where we're looking to scalp out of this one, so I don't want to get too far away from the overall plan.
Bro, what you got
and
there?
Just manage these trades. Tesla is still hanging out at these lows. It's not really extending, but you have to start thinking about that 700 level if we get down there. We're just grinding lower on Tesla. There hadn't been any pops to be faded. I did take the pop on NVIDIA there, and I didn't get a reload on NVIDIA. I like NVIDIA below that 190. Oh, there we are. I'm still on the offer. Yeah, I like NVIDIA below that 190 area, and it just popped up, and it didn't really give me the entry. So it triggered when we retook that low, and I tried to catch that curl. I'm just sitting on the offer. I never actually got the fill. But it gets back over that 90 level on the higher time frame. That's when I'd give it up. Micron we can still definitely hold on to because I think that feels relatively weak, obviously. And EFOY, I saw someone just ask about that. Yeah, it put a wick high, and if you go to the higher time frame, 2 days ago, that wick was at about 163, 164. So double top, failed to break. I want to work into the short off of the high, not of today, or just of today, but off of this week. So it's a weekly high that it just failed. That's why I jumped right back into that same short trade.
Oh, wow, guys, let's go. Look at this AMD trade to the upside. Now $1 in the money on AMD now as this thing's starting to go. We just took another piece out there at 12 and we're good because we still got on 40% of this trade as it's starting to motor to the upside right now. We knew we wanted this name. This was the #1 name for me to go there and buy. We felt like the market was just bouncing around. Take advantage when that happens, man. I told you, I'm a totally new man. Sure, am I still that dangerous trader? Yes, I am. But, we're making educated guesses here. And thank you for all the love on the Easy E comment, man. I'm here every day. So, we're going to be back. We do have June 20th off, and then I have June 28th off. So mark that down. You may find the best shows on those days. But right now, we're going to find out what this market wants to do. It's coming back up to the 50 period. So, let's see. Does it take it out? Does it not? That's really what I'm going to wait for. We've already, look, you can scalp out for small amounts of winners. I do that. But then at the same time, we've seen this market explode and both ways. So, if you have a preference and you think you got the market sort of on lockdown here, you take advantage of it. So I'll take another piece out here at 107, another piece out on the trip queues here. There it is. There's another out here. There's another out here on AMD. And yeah, we're just rolling with our homies here and hopefully being able to take some money in your pockets because we definitely know that today has been a good day for trading here. And we're almost back to our day high that we had. We battled with TQQ. We battled with Lululemon. Those are going to be our two negative names. But other than that, man, we're on one more time here. Let's see if this market can continue. But it's money talks now with Brendan. So let's go over to the big board.
Crypto, baby.
Hey guys, seeing strength once again. I'll show you the board here on the US dollar side of things this morning after that jobs report at 8:30. Remember, the jobs report better than expected. So bit of a bounce once again today off that 101.5 area. 0.2 right now was up about 0.5% at one point. So we're back above 102. Still massive. That's a daily chart. Still massive strength overall. for the US dollar. Yes, we had this pretty impressive pullback, but we are trying to hold higher overall. So a lot of red on the board today because of that US dollar strength. Canadian dollar back to the downside, 0.05, not a huge move, was down a little bit more, coming back to about break even, obviously. Japanese yen, Swiss franc, both under pressure. Volatility coming off once again. Australia, New Zealand down here as well, 0.6, 0.5. To the downside. We talked about Bitcoin a little bit. Yeah, we're back below 30 on Bitcoin and holding at this point below 30 for BTC, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, I know that building. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're actually just talking a little bit about crypto there, and I have a cousin who's actually been trading in crypto, and one of the things that and we might as well just do this because this is what Sean and I were talking about as Brendan was talking crypto is, the same types of setups and trades that you can look for in terms of chart patterns just sometimes work. I have a 15-minute chart up here. You get a wick top after a breakdown at a pretty significant support level, 1775. You get a breakdown, you get a wick top off that level, short it, scalp, into the bottom, you get a wick bottom, long, scalp, and then into here. You have two quick little trades there that if you can leverage, obviously, you need to be able to do that because overall it's not a gigantic move. But if you're able to do it, it's the same types of patterns that we use. And that's all I was sort of saying. It's like, and this is a cousin, he's like a second cousin, but a good friend, doing sort of the same kind of idea. And the thing about these skills, whether it's, crypto trading to equity trading or equity trading to option trading or Forex, whatever it might be, or day trading to swing trading, or longs and looking at long entries, short entries, all these skills are transferable. There's something to be learned from all these different styles. That's why we're always constantly talking to each other about these sort of things here. Because you just had a significant bounce in AMD that Sean's able to take advantage of, whereas I was doing scalp trading on NVIDIA for the long as well, but now I'm kind of just looking for NVIDIA the short, and I reloaded on the short, and I'm just going to hang on to it. You can win a lot of different ways here, taking advantage of those moves, but it's about understanding the style of trade, because as much as that'll work here on NVIDIA, well, at least it looks like it's going to. I'll go over to Dropbox, right? And I'm going to go counter trend on Dropbox and try and play this curl, and it might take out the high. Now, I accidentally got out of my short, and if I had not gotten back in front of the high of the day, I would have saved money. But that wasn't the trade. I wanted to play off that high of the day. So I could have just said to myself, yeah, I accidentally got long. Who cares? I don't want to trade this anymore. But this was my trade. I wanted to play it back into VWAP. Now Dropbox is catching a bit of a bid, and I'll just take the L. But when the setup said I should just be getting back in because I didn't mean to get out, I got back in. Do you lose on it? Yeah, fine. And does it break out from here? This I don't reverse. Sega I reverse, and it doesn't go. This I don't reverse, and of course it decides to go. That's just how it works sometimes. I hate Sega. It's the worst stock ever.
Yeah,
look at Sega. Oh, for the love of God, Sega.
Yeah, that's. I have the same opinion here on Mr. Lemon here today, Mr. Lulu Lemon. As this is going to be my most negative stock. Well, TQQ's, like I said, position pending there, but yeah, there's going to be some stocks that you just kind of stay away from, right? That's why, Sega for you. I guess I don't really have a name that I don't like to trade, but obviously that changes daily, it seems like, around here. Just quickly here, Apple, if Apple takes down 146, we'll get out. I do wonder if the bottom's in here. I don't think not the absolute bottom, but that's quite a big move, man. That's the same move we had yesterday. So it just gave back everything from yesterday on the NASDAQ. So let's see what it now wants to do. If it doesn't want to dance or not. Danielle Shea was on our show yesterday, and she was talking about possibly shorting Facebook near that 200 level. When she was on, it was around 200. So look at Facebook today, giving everything back. There's our short. We were short, then long. We flipped it yesterday. But there's the move right back in. So you have 190 here on Facebook. So that's come in a lot right now today. So that could be a level to look at if you want to defend some longs. Like I said, we're in the TQQ, we're in the AMD. We just got out, our AMD, we're still in 25% of this trade. We got some more outs here when it took down VWAP at that 107.20, and then it broke back down through 107. So we took another out there. I'm not reloading it again. We'll reload it down here if it comes back in. So, we got to be patient. I can't just try to catch falling swords. We got to make sure that we're on the right levels, just like how AMD has done this today, right? We're able to be up on AMD today. So that's part of the reason why. We were wrong here, dumped it out, it broke back up, took it, took that trade out right there, laughed at 109, should not have done that, and now it's come back in. So we're going to continue our bid. I have a bid down here at 105.50, so I'm willing to hold this 106.20, obviously, all the way down there. So we just held $1 there. So we can hold it $1 against us if that's going to do that. So down here to 105.50 is going to be my next bid spot here for AMD, and then TQQ, kind of the same story.
Yeah, you know, I didn't realize how late it was in the session. It's already 10:56, so you guys are about to get Trader Pratt and Luca, and they got their gear on. Look,
I feel like Luca always wears that vest.
He's got a look, man.
Luca's got like the vest, like, you know, when you're trading on the floor.
No. You don't see what I'm seeing,
the
Sean.
vest.
What I see is the hat backwards and the glasses.
I feel like that's what he always looks like.
No, put this shot on. No. You got to see Sean with the hat backwards and the glasses, and Luca with the hat backwards and the.
Yeah,
I looked over and was like, what the hell is going on over here?
Hey, man.
And they're both Italian.
Flattery is.
You're trying too hard, bro.
Yeah, no, he's not trying hard. He's good.
No,
he's good.
I love Luca. It's great.
Luca's all good. I'm trying to be like Luca, man. Like shave a couple years, a couple pounds off me, and we got Luca over there. So hopefully,
there it is.
Hopefully, he can have the same. There it is.
But he needs the. He's got to get the sweater going too, though. You got to get the Adidas.
He's got to outgrow the facial hair. Needs to get going a little bit here, but hey, man, maybe one day it'll be the Luca and Sean show. We'll see.
Maybe don't let Argentina beat you guys, though.
Yeah, I know that sucked, but
they're kind of good, though, right?
Yeah. That Argentina? No, we lost to Macedonia in the World Cup.
No, just the other day, you guys lost to Argentina, though.
We're not even in the World Cup.
No, there was a match the other day.
Oh, well, whatever. We're not motivated no more, man. We already took down England in the Euro pretty easily, and then so now. Now we'll just chill out, you know.
You didn't need to say that.
Nah,
right?
I know.
I already wore the Italian flag on my face for that one. That was a low blow. You guys know that was low.
I mean, a low blow. You're talking to me about Argentina over here. I didn't even know about that. You know what I'm saying, Luca? All right. Luca just worried about some espressos over here. That's what he's worried about. So. Yeah, exactly, with the ice cream in there. Okay, we're almost going out to these guys right now. So let's get ready to rock and roll. Just a quick little recap one more time before we let you go. So we are going to be buying some AMD down here at 105.50. We'll still be here when they're on. So hopefully I'll be able to update you with some of my positions as well. And then the TQQ. I don't know, like, you know, if this market wants to go up, I don't even have any offers anymore for TQQ. So hopefully we can get this back to like 33-ish, the VWAP there, if the market wants to go. It's bounced off the 50 period, so this is the problem. Went up, hit it back down, went up, hit it back, and really hasn't revisited. So a little nervous about the market here, but you can play off the bottom, which we're trying to do. You just got to make sure you have the right names on board. We have monster trades today, man. If MU takes down 70, we're out, although I can actually adjust that. Maybe 69.90 right there. We'll still use 70. If Apple, that short is coming out, if it takes 146 as well. Look, if we continue to go to the upside, these longs are just going to pump, so I don't want to be in the shorts anymore. So let's just give that a shot. Yeah, SQQ and TQQ are one and the same. So I just prefer to go long.
Yeah, it's a matter of
just psychological difference there. Like if the market's ripping, I'd rather be long, and tanking, I'd rather be short. So that's why I'm in the TQQ rather than the SQQ. But here comes the market.
You always want to pick the right vehicle. If it does, the reason can be like simple, but it doesn't matter. If you're just more comfortable with one or the other, and they're going to move the same way, just make sure you trade that. I got in that with UVXY. Oh, I just wouldn't take the reverse. It's like I'd rather pay for shorts and short UVXY than just jump into it is what it is. Like you've got to stay in your lane, even if it doesn't make sense. Just make sure you stick to your comfort zone. So as we get to some of these bottoms, double bottom now here on NVIDIA. Now, because NVIDIA has room to clear this low, that's why I'm giving it more room. But Micron, on the other hand, the short that we're in, I think this should be, it's getting real close. If it breaks the bottom, I just want to get out at 69 and hold on to NVIDIA instead, because it's got more of a shelf that has yet to break, whereas Micron has already broken that shelf. It's already 11 o'clock, guys. So we are ready to go to Trader Prad and Sean once again for the midday. Prad and Sean for the midday show.
Welcome to Parlay Prad and Trader Prad and Luca today. So how's everyone doing on a Friday night? I hope everyone's having it's not night, Friday evening, Friday morning. Hope everyone's having a great time in the market today. Let's see how Luca's doing. Luca, you having a good time?
I'm having a great time. You know, kind of a frustrating day for me. You know, market's kind of whipping around, can't pick a direction early on. I'll share some trades with you guys. And you know, guys, not every day is going to be a good day. But, you know, when you have your bad days, you want to share those too as well. So sharing my screen here, I'll start off. looking at Tesla, I figured to myself, you know, second time around, the first time 720 was clean, maybe we'll trend lower. So I say to myself, okay, you know what?
Mike's
We
off,
could see-
Luca.
Is it?
Sasha Baron Cohen, Ali G.
That's awesome. That's awesome. To the T. Let's see, guys, in the chat. What do you think of that? Rated out of 10. How close does he look to Sacha Baron Cohen?
Yeah, let's. Is your mic working or?
Is it?
It's on.
Okay,
it's a little
okay.
far. Okay, there we go. Let's get
There
a
we
little
go.
bit
Okay.
closer.
Yeah, let me know,
Sweet.
guys, if you can hear me. Okay. Everything's good? Okay, beautiful, beautiful. So, yeah, guys, as I was saying here, you know, with this Tesla trade that I took, I figured, you know, we're going to move lower. The market was moving lower, so I took the short here. And as soon as I got the fill, instantly ripped my face off. So this was sort of like, okay, let me try to get out. I tried to bid down here, wouldn't fill me, so I just got out over here. Then kind of pushed lower and instantly popped. I don't know if you had that same trade, Pratt, on Tesla, but definitely tough. And guys, when you have like this kind of low volume environment, you want to stay away from these names. I told myself, you know what, small size, let me take one stab at this. If it doesn't work, I'm out. I'm going to wait for the 700 level. I think that'll be a level of interest. Maybe not today. Depending, I mean, how much we sell off. Like Tesla already down 8%. It will trigger SSR soon. So, you know, maybe not today, but looking for that for next week. So, you know, that one was not good. Now, NVIDIA, I don't even know why I was trading this. I don't even know why. But, like, look at this. I literally tell myself, I'm like, okay, short, short, short. I was like, I don't think we're going to get above 193. Like, the tape was showing me that it was just kind of slamming down. So I said, okay, I like this trade. And then popped above 193, so I recycled some. So it's like short, 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 and then like take some off because like I don't know how high this is gonna go, and then add back. Look at this bottom punch. Like it doesn't get any funnier. Like look at this. I literally punch and it just whoop all the way back up to new highs. And I'm like, no way, no way. So I get out of the trade here. I call it a loser. I look over at Ian. I was like, I'm never trading NVIDIA again. I'm done with this until next earnings. And literally, we are lower. We're at 187 now. So I had the right idea. I just had bad execution. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe if I could have just like, because you know, once these things get going, they just go, right? So I didn't know. I wasn't confident. It is what it is. Like, not a huge loss, but you know, frustrating. And last trade, my AMD trade, this is just gonna look bad. This is gonna look just bad on the chart. So 109.50 was the high of yesterday. And I thought, you know, maybe we could see like a quick push, break 109.50, stops triggered, and then push to 110 area. So I said to myself, okay, let me get long over here. There was some size that's sort of stacked up. So I was like, let me get long for like that push, then I'll add at the 109.50 break into a 110 move. And then, you know, the size broke, so I just quickly got out. So that was obviously a very good call, right? Like I don't want to be holding that after this kind of turns down. But it's crazy how like at this moment, I'm telling myself, oh, this looks really good. This looks really good. And then like it just quickly turns. And so this is, I mean, in this type of market, you want to, you know, really respect your stops. Like wherever you decide to put them, you want to respect them. Because, I mean, look, if I held that even for one more minute, I would have been like 50 cents out of the money. So, you know, is what it is. And I see Trending One super chat. Thanks for that. Hey guys, Palantir short with a smile. I don't know if that's, you're trying to say that you're short or trying to say take a look at this. And let's take a look here. Palantir short. So we got the range to push through. See, with this name, I almost want to like favor like levels, like $10 level. But like, yeah, if you got that top pick there, that's awesome. But yeah, thanks for the super chat there.
I think the production team's trying to talk to me, but my earpiece might not be working. I don't know, is that something that's going on back there? Maybe you guys can let me know if that's something that's going on. Did you talk about the Palantir yet?
Yeah, I was taking a look at it here. I had no trades on Palantir. I actually haven't traded this name in a while.
Yeah. I can take a look at it, no problem.
Yeah. If you maybe different perspectives are always good.
Yeah. So you know, I remember trading Palantir a lot, and I have it in my long-term portfolio. So Palantir, man, we're waiting for these levels to get cleared out from you know, we're kind of stuck in ranges right now. We're waiting for these ranges to get cleared out. Thankfully, Palantir did clear that level yesterday that I was looking at, the $9, but now we're right below $9 again. So Palantir you're short around 9 and or getting short before 9 and using the VWAP as your risk, or even the pre-market level as your risk, which is about 10 cents, I guess, should be a pretty good trade. Already pushing the downside, down 4% today. S&P 500 and NASDAQ both in the red territories and are creating a new low a day right now as we're talking about the market overall. I don't know where these noises are coming in my earpieces, but yeah, overall, I'll start off with a couple of my trades. So you were talking about Tesla, Luca. Yeah, I had the Tesla trade. I was looking to short 720, but I kept getting stopped out near the 720 level multiple times, and I just said, screw this trade, I'm not going to watch it anymore. Obviously, the short direction was the right direction. I mean, look at the market, look at any stock for the day. They've been bleeding out, and the 720 level, which was a pretty psychological level, kept showing some buyers multiple times, so I kept getting washed out by the buyers over there. So I just said, screw this, I'm not looking at it. Then I went over to NVIDIA, surprisingly enough. It's not like we're not even messaging each other.
No.
But it just so happens we're trading the exact same stocks. I don't know why. So NVIDIA, I went short 191. Quick scalps after what happened to me on Tesla. I said, screw this, I'm not dealing with this nonsense today. I'm not getting whipped back and forth. I whip my hair back and forth. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're just taking these trades quickly and walking away from there. So quick scalps over here for about 50 cents to $1 scalps from 199 short and 190 short. Clearly, the move was way bigger than a scalp move and should have held it, but we're not dealing with that today. And the next few trades that I have over here is CrowdStrike. So CrowdStrike 170 high. I got short 170 high, got out 168, 167, got back in shorts over here, and got some out so far. Still holding a good chunk of my trade right now. Trying to see if we can push back to the low a day on CrowdStrike back to 160 or even lower than 160. It's been flirting a little bit between 164 and 165. So just letting the trade work for me. Let's see what happens. What does Lucas say? Let's see where this goes.
Yeah, let's see where this goes, guys. Speaking of seeing where this goes, guys, Apple 145. Somebody said, look at the size on Apple 145. I didn't manage to see it. It's just kind of here, but let me just take a look. We're at 145.10 area. So, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm assuming this is going to break. Like, market's coming down. It's going to hit 4,100, the ES. And, everything's going with it. Like, Tesla, as I said, Tesla maybe not today. I say this a lot. I go, you know what? Tesla's set up. Let's keep an eye on it for the future. And then the future is like 10 minutes away because like Tesla's going to be at 700 in like the next 10 minutes. But yeah, guys, Apple 145, maybe the break there. I mean, it's down 4% today. And, it could, I could see, but, volume's low. So just make sure you guys are careful with where you're putting your stops and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of slippage in this market too, right? Because like a little bit less liquidity, you put your stop, you're crossing like 5-10 cents. Like what I'm noticing, I'm getting a lot of slippage on my orders. So factor that into the risk. So we see here, we got 145 level. There's about 1,000 lots on Apple 145. There's some bids stepping up in front of it too. And market around the 4,100 area. I wouldn't be surprised if the market, if ES breaks 4,100, ticks it down by 1, and then pops. This is kind of the market we're in. It's like breaking new levels, stopping and reversing very, very sharply, right? So you want to be careful with picking your spots in terms of where you're getting in, what you're kind of slamming on the upside, the downside. But yeah, that's something I got to write down. Maybe have a nice big sticky note in front of my screen saying, do not slam bottoms right now. Do not slam bottoms. But yeah, guys, Apple still didn't break the 145 level, so keep your eye on that. And Microsoft, I want to say 270 is like an area of interest, but it just flirts around this area for so long. But something that I noted is like last earnings before this one, 170 was a level. We broke below on low guidance. We came back. Now we're kind of bouncing around the 170 level. So like as a swing trade, just kind of thinking to myself out loud here, like I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if we are going to go up, and this is sort of just kind of a dip and then rip for next week, 170, good level to play off. But yeah, definitely. I'm not super confident in that one. But yeah, guys, as I say this, look, Tesla inching its way to 700. We're currently at 707. And at this point, I wish that my exit was an ad because we're just going lower and lower and lower. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if 700 tests today.
Okay, I'm sure Apple right now. So Apple did give me my entry on the breakthrough of 145, giving it a couple of seconds over here to see how it trades at 145. It seems like it wants to get back up there. So, you know, just being patient, ready to throw my stop out at any second here. If 145 keeps holding, it's already held for about 10 seconds or more. So, you know, I have like a mental stop over here if it keeps on holding above 145, even though we got filled at 144.92 for our short. There we go. Pushing back down, looking at other environments or looking for other variables to help me out with this trade, which is the market. Market pushing to the downside, NASDAQ pushing to the downside, UVXY pushing to the upside. All reasons telling me to hold my trade a little bit longer and not throw my stop out yet for the back through of 145 over here, which it already has done a couple times. Now, if we start getting pushed down a little bit more, then I'll be willing to throw my stop out there at 01s. That way, if it does get me through, I'm taking a 10-cent hit, maybe at best, but the reward is already paying off because I'm about to be a 1:1 risk reward. And thank you to whoever in the chat who mentioned it to Luca that there was size on 145, allowing me to take a look at the stock and now taking a clear look at it. It's like it's trying to push down, but you know, at the same time, I'm never really 100% safe with this market. This market has been turning around, especially around key points, as Luca has mentioned. So we're going into 4,100 level on the S&P 500. That's going to be a pretty good level for finding buyers. We have seen buyers come on that price before, and to the downside, we still have another 100 points to the nice even 4K level on the S&P 500. So let's see what happens over there. Since it's already a 1:1 risk reward, not even a 2:1 risk reward area, I'm going to start taking some profits over here, readjust my stop to the appropriate size that I have left, and let's try to see if we can work with this one. Some of the stocks that you guys are talking about in the chat today, NIO is being mentioned. Let's go check out what NIO is looking like for today. I know NIO was in play a couple days ago for their delivery numbers that came out, along with XPEV, Li Auto, and I think those are the only three I'm thinking about. And NIO has been on a pretty good up tear ever since then, but sadly NIO is now coming back to the downside along with the overall market, down 5% today. Let's go check out FXI, which is a Chinese large cap ETF I always like to keep my eyes out on. And today, as you can see, clearly down 1% or to almost 2%. And that should be the exact same story for Baba, Baidu, and Pinduoduo.
Guys, as Prad's talking, Tesla, look, 702. It is about to hit SSR. It's down 9.3%. I'm assuming SSR is going to come in at around 701. 701, 700 will be SSR. So keep in mind, if you guys are looking to short, you know, you're going to have to sit on the offer to get filled. Right? You're going to have to sit on the offer. You cannot hit the bid if it triggers SSR. So something to keep in mind going into whatever setup that you guys are looking at taking. Personally, I mean, I'm watching. The fact that it's SSR, I don't love the short. You know, I should have been short way ahead of that, right? Should have had the patience to short. I mean, you know, ES now at the 4,100 level, and I'm wondering if we hold here or bounce. Like, if we're going to get any type of support, maybe we get it here, unless we just kind of go straight through it and keep going. So, you know, something to keep your eye on. You know, Euro close coming into play soon, so maybe we get some consolidation after that. But yeah, I'm actually interested in this Tesla. I'm watching. I feel like I should be hands off. But yeah, keep my eye there. And I see people saying Uber. Let's check out Uber quickly. Uber short. I mean, at this point, guys, the market's just collapsing, so down 1.8%. So short anything. Uber down 3.6%, heading towards that low of day. You know, as I said before, it's like you have that kind of flush down off the open, right? Then you pop back, doesn't really break like the pre-market highs. Now it's coming back to the lows. I mean, you know, anybody kind of shorting this name during the day is potentially taking profits like towards the range that's already been built, right? So keep that in mind. If you're short over here or if you're short through VWAP, you know, potentially profit takers down here around like the 2380 level, 2375. So something to keep in mind for Uber.
I was gonna say something, but I lost my train of thought. But okay, let's just come back to let's see what stocks you guys want to take a look at in the chart. Can't trust any direction in this market. Oh, and I remember what I was gonna say. Someone in the chat yesterday was mentioning Free Fall Friday and the possibility of it. So here's your Free Fall Friday, the fall that you are looking for. Hopefully you're taking advantage of it. Right now, 42 cents in the money on my Apple short, and $1.40 in the money on my CrowdStrike short. The other stock you don't even have to worry about it. It's just a buyout stock, and the setup for that is not even worth mentioning at the moment. But you guys are talking about Tesla. Go check ARKK. So ARKK on Amex. This is the Cathy Woods fund. ARK Investments, and obviously when the market is pushing the downside, and ARK Investments owns most of the market stocks, which is your Teslas and also your Palantirs and your growth stocks and whatnot. So ARK Investments today, another day, another down move, and the opposite of ARKK is actually SARK on NASDAQ, which is short ARK fund. Someone out there just, going the inverse Cathy Wood fund play over there, almost like an inverse Kramer play that everyone talks about. Right now, SARK heading towards $63, and AARK on Amex heading on Amex heading towards 43 to the downside, and actually has broken 43 already once. Let's see where the rest of the market takes this ETF to, and where does it end up at. Tesla will break. I think, since Luke is watching Tesla, I'll leave it to him. That way he has some stocks to talk about already prepared for. I'll look at some stocks in the chat that you guys are looking at. BlackBerry. Okay, let's go check out BlackBerry for today. It looks like meme stocks might be in little play. Let's actually verify if it's actually in play by seeing the relative volume of BlackBerry, which is 1.35. So not really that much in play, but still doing a decent amount of relative volume for BlackBerry. GME dropping off on the relative volume scale off a rock, and so is AMC. So BlackBerry today doing somewhat of a decent volume, almost 4 million shares traded. Unlucky for BlackBerry though, it is trying to go back to the range bottom that is created for the past 2 weeks, I'm guessing. I'm not gonna start calculating how many candles here are, but I'm guessing this is around 2 weeks of candles, trying to go find support back at $5.50 area, and it's clearly stuck in a range over here for BlackBerry, almost like Coinbase, which was stuck in a range for quite a bit. So Coinbase, we always talk about Coinbase when we mention cryptocurrencies, which are once again back in the negative, sadly. On the way to work, I saw an article, Luca, that said case for Bitcoin to go to 22K, and that made me upset a little bit because I am a crypto investor. I do own Bitcoin, and if Bitcoin goes to 22K, I did say that that just means it's a spot for me to load up more coins, but it's going to be pretty upsetting to watch the coin go that far to the downside. Today, cryptocurrencies once again in the red territories, and Coinbase going right into that red territories along with cryptocurrency. But Coinbase also has a secondary catalyst, which is the CEO said because of the macro environment scenario that we're in right now, they're looking to cut down job hiring, and are looking to slow down across the board just to help themselves be more profitable in the future over here, almost like how Tesla is planning to do so.
I like what you said about crypto. So, that 21,000 area is actually very interesting because Michael Saylor from his company, MicroStrategy, yeah. I read somewhere that said, they're going to have to start selling Bitcoin to fund their losses if Bitcoin breaks the 20,000, 21,000 area. So it could get spicy if we get there. Keep that in mind. That's kind of, everybody thinks, I thought, that we were going to flash down already and get there. But it kind of held and it's going very slowly. I wouldn't be surprised if we move towards there. But if we get below 20,000, where's the bottom, right? So it's you can keep loading the boat, but I guess crypto is what? Crypto is all about load and pray. So yeah, load and pray. I'm not too familiar with that strategy. I tried it a couple times in my youth and it didn't work out too well. So I said, you know what? I'm going to leave this one for everybody else.
All right, so come back to me, I guess, over here. We're looking at the market right now. Show us some buying coming in around that 4,100 level, as I was mentioning. So S&P 500 pushing back to the upside at the moment. At least a slight little buying coming in. Could be just shorts taking their profits in front of a significant level. 4098.50 being the low of the day on the S&P 500 futures. And for NASDAQ, we're pretty close to 12,500. 12,507 being the low of the day. Buyers seem to be coming in around these areas and getting ready to prop the market up a little bit. Let's see how far can the market get the rally to, if the rally does seem to want to come in around these areas. So clearly, because of those rallies, that means Apple is now way less in the money than previously was, and so is CrowdStrike. Could be opportunities to get some more shares short for myself. I would like to be short more closer to 165. So actually going to cancel my stop there, because with my stop, it's not going to let me throw out an order, and I'm going to throw out an order closer to 165-ish, 164 maybe. What am I thinking? 164. What is this right here? My last entry was around 164.40, so we'll go around this candle high around 164.80, and we'll throw in that order to take more short on said stock, CrowdStrike. If that order comes into play, I will let you guys know for sure, without a doubt. AMC having a pullback apparently. Let's go check out AMC. Pullback coming into AMC also, along with the overall market. AMC actually looking very close to the market, so it looks like today's market beta for AMC is pretty close to it. But keep in mind, IWM Russell 2000 is actually what AMC belongs to, and is not looking anything close to that. So IWM Russell 2000 today down 1%, but AMC looking a lot closer to S&P 500 and NASDAQ today.
Guys, look at the ES. It literally breaks 4,100 and then bounces, right? So this is the bounce area. Not to say that it's going to bounce too high. I'm not convinced yet. But, this is definitely like, do not slam bottoms. Like, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to short this low here. Like, that's probably not a good idea in this market. Like, I've been there, done that, and I say to myself, you know what, I think I'm going to retire that strategy for now. And, looking at Apple, are you still holding that 145? That was nice.
Yeah.
That was clean. Maybe we get some consolidation before. I mean, like, you see these patterns before. Like, take a look here. It's like you kind of come down, goes sideways, pops up, comes down, goes sideways, pops up, comes down. We got the euro close, so maybe we go sideways. Volume's going to, slow a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised if, like, we really do get an end-of-day push lower. So I wonder if there's any interesting levels that I can pull up for you guys. Like, definitely 700 on Tesla. But look, guys, Tesla came all the way down, 702, and then bounced. Now at the 710 area. Still not SSR. Still not SSR. So maybe interesting for a potential short here. I just don't know where to risk off of. But, and also, like, taking a look at NEO. So strong yesterday, and then just instantly reversed again today, too. So, this is definitely an interesting market that we're in. I see Frank Jones, Walmart still falling. Let's take a look at Walmart here. Walmart around 125 area and moving extra slow. See, I want to believe that, as markets go down, these value names like Walmart and kind of everybody else, like, they're not down as much, down 1.3%, right? So it's like these kind of bottomed, and I wonder if these just like channel for the time being. Whereas like these growth names are the ones that like the high beta names are the ones that really could get going. And I see somebody, Luca, can I know Tesla SSR before day ends? Dominic, Tesla SSR before day ends. I kind of agree with you on that one. I think it's coming. I mean, what we came all the way down 9.5% to not SSR? Come on.
Yeah, this market is getting ready to go back to the downside, looks like right now. And I was actually trying to get into a GME short. Someone in the chat, I believe it was our GME trader, I forget his name, Michael or Michelle. I don't know how to say it properly. I'm guessing it's Michelle because you said you're from Quebec. Mentioned that GME was ripping towards 130, so GME was ripping towards 130. Nice level 130 for me, above the 100 period EMA, sorry, not day, 100 period EMA and the 50 period EMA. Was thinking about building into a short there, but didn't have any short shares available, and I wasn't going to go start looking for some shares to go hunt. Tell Neil or tell Greg to find me some shares over there, but no, not gonna bother with that trade. and just going to leave it alone. So for anyone who does have shares available to short, I think getting short at 129.50 or higher than that, and giving that 50-cent risk above 130 to see if you can get into a short for GME, I think that could be a pretty decent trade. But the spread is a little crazy for me. But that being said, I'm trading CrowdStrike, whose spread's also been crazy all day. The spread's been going from sometimes 10 cents to sometimes 60 cents. So I've been watching this stock been absolutely crazy on the spread side, and I shouldn't really be complaining about spread on GME when I'm trading an even spreadier stock on the day.
I see somebody asking, what is the sweet spot in terms of time frame when you're trading? So to answer this question, it's a little different for everybody, depending what kind of trader you are. As a day trader, I said this before, I'll say it again. I like to apply context to what I'm looking at, and I'm basically watching the tape and kind of trying to decide, okay, where are people loading up if I'm long biased? Where are people getting short? What does the offer look like? What does the tape look like? Where are the levels? Is it going over and then slamming down? Am I favoring the short? In terms of, you pull up the 1 minute, the 3 minute, the 5 minute. For me, it's all showing the same information. It's all showing the same information. It just depends what's easiest for you to digest. So, keep in mind that as a day trader, you want to be trading the tape, prioritize the level 2, prioritize what's actually happening. The chart is the past, right? So it gives you a good visual representation, but personally, I use the 1 minute just because I'm more of a quick trader in and out. A lot of people, they use the 5 minute if you want to clean it up and don't get kind of. There was a saying, you don't want to watch every single tick, right? You want to let things breathe. Things will have wick off tops, and you think to yourself, okay, maybe this is going higher, and then it kind of goes lower.
It actually uses 50 seconds or 5 seconds or something.
Who?
Baxter.
Oh, yeah, we were saying before, Baxter at 5 seconds. Yeah. That's I'm not looking to compete on that level. That's a little too much for me. I'm probably too slow, pressing the wrong buttons here and there. So, yeah, no, I'm definitely not competing there. But yeah, guys, AMD now pushing. The interesting thing I saw about AMD was the bids just kept reloading all day. And even yesterday, it's I've never seen a stock go up with so much aggressive selling into dark pools. It was I was mind blown. I was how is there so much selling? That's why it was tricky for me yesterday. And it was kind of the same thing today. It's bids are loading, but the thing is going down. They're getting slammed. And I guess maybe this is I'm making the assumption, but maybe this is, long-term buyers. They're saying to themselves, okay, where am I putting my money? AMD above that 100 level. Okay, I'll load the boat here. But from a day trading perspective, it's making it very challenging for me to hold on to my longs when I see that, because they're filling right away and then they're flushing down, and I'm just kind of lots of fun all around. So yeah, I'm keeping my eye here. Maybe we get a reversal move back. I wouldn't be surprised after Euro close, which is in about 4 minutes. But yeah, and I see somebody, Luca, could you talk about the tape? That's a very vague, maybe specify, specifically if you have any questions. I could talk about the tape for days, but I don't really know what to say unless you have any questions there. And yeah, guys, Tesla now inching its way back towards the 700 level. I wouldn't be surprised if this breaks later in the day. And if it breaks right now, we'd really have to flush lower to get some follow through there.
The market's trying to go break the low of day right now, so it is very possible that we might see Tesla break the low of day. UVXY is also taking out the high. They are trying to at the moment. My CrowdStrike has been the deepest in the money I've been in on the day also. $2 in the money now in CrowdStrike shorts. I guess I should have just held my shorts from 170, huh, Sean? Sean did say if I was short from 170, he was going to get out of his long. So I should have listened to him a little bit on that one, I guess, and just held on to it. Now $2.50 on this trade, man. I'm not going to complain about my first trade, which was a 5R trade, and my second trade right now, which is another 2R, 3R trade that's coming in. So money's being poured into my pocket. Oh, my mic, I'm on mute. Sorry, I didn't even, I forgot I muted my phone. Or not phone, the receiver. So what I was saying is the CrowdStrike over here is now $2 in the money, the deepest I've been. I should have just held my 170 short. When I was talking to Sean on the day before, when I was mentioned I was in the short 170, he was like, okay. That gave me enough confidence to build another trade over here near 165. Now, the reason why I shorted near 165 actually, because I was in doubt, and when you're in doubt, you start zooming out. And I started zooming out. I started looking for some other levels to
to start building a trade around in, and around 165, you'll see how not yesterday, but the day before that was the high around 165, and the day over here, we first hit 165, we curl back down, and then we curl back above 165 later. On this day also, 165 had multiple tops coming in before it started going back to the downside. So giving that level, the risk around that level, I started scaling into my trade on CrowdStrike for a second short entry, which is now obviously $2.30 in the money, 50 cents in the money, and my second exit, or my next exit has come into play over here. Now we're holding the last few shares that we have to see how far can we take this trade for us. Apple seems to be coming back up over here because the market did push lower, but then it pushed right back up. So obviously we have my stop out, and we're not going to be worrying about this trade anymore. Let's see when this trade gets stopped out. We do get stopped out of that one, and we just walk away from that trade overall. S&P 500 and NASDAQ trying to actually start elevating to the north side over here. So if you have any shorts, make sure you're using stops. Make sure you're using stops in order to get out of your trade quicker and not take that big of a hit, and don't be a bag holder. One thing that Greg always mentions, that I love this quote from Greg, I think it is, hopefully I'm not paraphrasing it, it is, you can go big or you can bag hold, you can't do both.
You can't do both.
You can't do both.
Don't make it hard on yourself, right? Like if you do both, then it's like it becomes such a stressful job. But yeah, going back to I see the tape question, what to look for in the tape. So the main thing is to apply context. So like let's look at my screen here, right? So you have Apple, it's coming down to the 145 level, right? So if on the tape, and sorry, this is Facebook, but it's not going to matter now. But anyways, on the tape, when you're looking at the bids, and if we remove my face just so that everybody can see the level 2, looking at the tape here, you know, you want to see like, okay, what size is on the bid? Is there size? Where are their buyers? So if we take my face right now and just put it lower, Lucas or Fahad, and you know, sharing my screen here but not showing my face, like, you know, looking at the tape, the 145 level, like what is happening? Are people bidding? Are they reloading? How much size is there, right? So this is level 2. It's showing you, okay, these are people willing to buy on the left, right, the bids. These are people offering to sell on the right. And then as it's approaching that, this is like what's actually happening. This is the action, right? So what I look for, like again, guys, you got to get the reps in. You got to get screen time, increase your screen time so that like things get easier to understand. And like you sort of kind of apply context. But the way that I look at it is this. Look, there's all these buyers sitting to buy at 145. How fast does that level get taken? If it gets taken very fast, then maybe, you know, the short is really good. If it's like very slow and it's filling it very slowly, then maybe it's like not going to be as much follow through on the break. So that's just one example of looking at the tape. You look at the tape, you say to yourself, how fast did this order fill? Is this a significant level, and what decisions am I going to make after confirmation? So I'm literally watching the tape, and I have my bias, and I say, okay, maybe the bounce, maybe the short, but what is the tape telling me? What is the market telling me to do? And then I try to find some type of confirmation, which adds to like my conviction, and then I take the trade. I mean, you know, you're going to be wrong sometimes, you're going to be right sometimes, but I would say like try to, you know, the more tells that you have in your favor, you say to yourself, okay, 1, 2, 3 reasons that I think the long is good, then you have conviction to hold that long. So that's kind of what I look for in tape reading, just kind of, and I'm working on it. You know, there's no perfect way to do it. You just want to get the reps in, get the screen time in so that things start to slow down. And that's why I say record your screen so that you can watch it live, you can make your decisions, you can trade, you win or you lose, and then you watch the recording back and you say to yourself, okay, this is much slower, I can pause it, oh, this was this, oh, I remember I saw this in real time, or oh, I missed that, I didn't even notice the iceberg here, and then it kind of slows down for you, and the next time it comes around, it becomes much easier to take the trade based off confirmation on a tape read. So yeah, guys, level 2 and time of sale right here, which is basically, I call this the tape, you know, what's on the tape, what's printing, like this is the most important thing. This is the most raw form of information. It's like, I don't need to know what happened to Apple. If I'm watching the tape and there's so much selling, I know it's negative, so I'm jumping in for the short.
Yo, you sure you gave me shares? Neil? You sure you did?
Yeah,
it says I don't have it still. It's all good if you didn't process it. It's all good. But I was just gonna take that short here in case I had it. So GME, I was talking to Neil about some GME shorts over here. So GME getting back to that 132 level. 132? Yeah, 132 level. If you were to go on the dailies real quick, you'll see right here around February we started capping off near 132 on GME. I did mention the short near 130 could be good. Clearly, I didn't have shorts, and I probably got saved from not taking that short. Now GME popping to the pre-market highs, and it did break 132 only by 20 or 30 cents. I definitely have it now. Okay, so it only broke 132 by like 30 or 20 or 30 cents at best. And noticing that if I would have taken that short around there. So if GME does manage to push back up a little bit more, I'll think about shorting that. Thank you, Neil, for processing those shorts for me. Thanks for the show, Rolanda Vergara coming in. Thanks for the show. Wish me luck. Solid AMC. Oh, sorry. Wish me luck. Sold AMC. Bought Redbox and 50 shares of SOPA. Have a great weekend, my friends. Have a great weekend yourself, Rolanda. Hopefully those trades work out for you. You know, AMC gang, the Ape gang, hopefully will come in and push AMC once again to those beautiful levels we're so used to seeing. Pride, it's me, your friend. What's up, Michelle? I hope I'm saying that right. You know, hopefully, that's how you say it, Michelle. Perfect. Pride, it's me, your friend from Quebec, your favorite province. Where are we going to? IB down, GME 150, June 10th call, closed at 100% profit 2 hours later. Let's go, baby. Making that cashish, cash money, moolah pouring into my boy's account over here. What's that? Cash plus hash, kashish. That's right, cash plus hash. But right now, man, GME giving you another clean swing to the north side for you on that move. As I mentioned, I would like to be short a little bit above 132, but I think even taking a fill over here, if they are willing to give me a fill, and giving a little bit of a risk above 132 to, what is this level right here? 132.50 was the high of day. That being said, no, we're just going to be patient for our, there we go. Just be patient. Now we take a fill, and now we can hold on to this trade a little bit. How much out of the money are we? We're about 6 pennies out of the money or so. So we can hold on to this trade now until 133 breaks. And if 133 breaks, we're out of it. Take that quick little loss and move out from it. But looks like GME wants to wake up right now with the overall market. S&P 500 actually didn't even notice that one. Wrong box. There we go, 133 breaking. Let's see if it's going to go back under 133. If not, then we're going to be out of this one for a quick loss. Okay, 133 not holding on the bids. We're back to my average price right there on the bids. That's a pretty big drop on the bids after breaking 133. So let's see if the bids start stepping up, because the asks are, okay, the asks moving up. Jimmy wants to go up, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe the short's not to play at the moment. Be a little careful. I'm watching the level 2 and the tape over here to see where the shares are printing and what the bids and the asks are doing. As you guys can see right now, the asks are coming down, but the bids are also stepping up. So a little bit of a battle as to see where we want to go with Jimmy. Let's see what Luca's doing in the
Guys,
meantime.
I'm looking at AMD here. I like the long. You know, I think to myself, are we going to get a V-shaped recovery right now all the way back up? Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I have no idea, but, you know, I like AMD. I like the fact that everybody's kind of reloading the bids. It feels strong. Out of all the names, it feels the strongest, only down 1.9%. So if we are going to move higher, I wouldn't be surprised if AMD pushes through VWAP, breaks 107, and continues going higher. So, like, looking to add to this long here, and we'll see where that goes. Also, guys, Tesla, you know, away from the 700 level now, so putting that on the back burner. Apple breaks the 145 level, goes lower, and now look at this. This is not really a V-shaped recovery. This is like a U-shaped recovery. And how high can the U go? Stay tuned to find out. That's actually interesting. I'm kind of sad that I didn't load the long there at 145. I don't know what I was looking at. But I'm wondering if all these names are just turning around here. Microsoft 270 didn't break yet. Maybe I'll try the long here through 270. Wouldn't be surprised if this makes a move to 271, as long as the whole market continues to push up. So kind of favoring AMD, Microsoft as the strongest names. Going to stay away from NVIDIA just because of the spread. And I saw somebody in the chat, they were asking, Luca, can you please tell me if there's heavy buying on SPY at the 410 area? So guys, just to be clear here, it is very difficult to read the tape on an index. So something like SPY, it's like you're not really getting a lot of information by reading the tape. Personally, I'm not getting any information by reading the tape. You know, this is like, I think Greg said this, like, welcome to the Super Bowl of trading. You know, if you make money trading SPY, well done. It's one of the hardest vehicles to trade. You know, lower your size, open up your risk, and pray to the gods for that one. But, you know, just guys, like on these index names, there's going to be so much volume, right? There's going to be so much volume just on a given day. It's very difficult to read the tape and kind of get something from that. I would say favor levels. So you say to yourself, okay, this is a new low on the index. That means everything must be pushing lower. And so you say to yourself, okay, I'm going to play off this level. But like for me, I stay away from this. Like I'm not really saying to myself, okay, 410 SPY, like I'm getting long here. Like I'm picking a name that's at a better level, and I'm going to go with that as opposed to trying to, you know, play in the Super Bowl, because you know, I don't think I'm ready to take a tackle from the best yet. So work up to that. But yeah, guys, you know, when you're tapering, just obviously apply context and make sure it's on names. And, you know, for example, like GME earnings, now it's post earnings. Are people dumping? Are they dumping? Is it going higher? Where would the dealers per se be offside? Is it like in a range of like I was saying yesterday, 125 to 130, and then over 130, it's like maybe potential dealers are offside. So you're watching the tape, the bids come in, it moves higher, right? So this is how you're applying context to allow yourself to read the tape and have a little bit of an understanding of what you're looking for. And then if you don't see it, you don't see it. It's not there, and it's a no trade, and you just kind of let it go.
Holy GME, baby, where are you going? GME does not want to stop right now. GME turning into positive. Sorry. GME turning into positive and just ripping. Thank God I had my stop out there. We took a quick 30-cent loss on that trade, and it is taking off, man. Look at the stock go. 136.40 being the high of the day. What are we going to see? Are we going to see 150 today on this stock? Is that even a possibility? Like, this market is started going to the upside a little bit, but GME said, yeah, forget you. We're going to go turn positive on the day. Where did GME end yesterday? So GME's high yesterday was around 136.50, where we are right now. Ooh, okay, never mind. GME pops right off of that level a little bit higher. 137 coming into play on GME. Let's see if we can get a 137 break. Where is this volume coming from on this stock? Look at that volume candle too, almost as, what is going on? Just take every even dollar break along and you're about to just make money instantly off those breaks. The stock is ripping up to the north side. I'm not sure if there's any news on GME over here. Let's go see, maybe I can go check the work chat. I do see some messages in the work chat from me though, from Sean. He has a Facebook long over here. Ooh, nice long off of 190.50, popping up to 192. This guy just can't stop killing it over there, man. Let's see the other chart he sent. He sent the AMD trade. Mr. Algo himself taking as many fills as he can. Bro, stop taking all our fills, bro. We want some money too, eh? This guy's just taking all the fills at Daytrade the World, not letting us make any money over here. But yeah, nice long trades over there, Sean. Bottom buying coming in. You know, just waited for the perfect levels as Luca was talking about it, and just pushed in the trade. But right now, I guess everyone is just gonna be talking about GME because this is absolutely insane. 138. The stock was down like what, 5% on the day at one point. Now we're up almost 3% on the day. So an absolute reversal. And it's not even on SSR, so that doesn't give me like enough strength to pull a GPS like trade on this one.
Yeah, no,
but it is moving
insanely
sure. Right now.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. You know, if we get above 140, like guys, options expiring today, I wonder what's sitting at the 150 level. Like I would love to see this push to 150. That's kind of like, you know, asking for a lot right now, but anything's possible. And you know, everything else is down. GME up 2% now, right? So this kind of crazy. So keep your eye on that for sure.
Pratt 2 for 2 with my GME calls. Bought in again with those 150 June 10th calls this morning at $1.50. Just got filled at $3. Let's go, baby. 100% 2 days in a row. Yo, this guy's killing it with the GME. The option game's back. Luca, actually have something interesting that we talked about recently. I guess we all did. Bunch of us went for a walk, which was the options for Amazon. Maybe let's talk about that a little bit.
Yes, options for Amazon. So guys, Amazon splitting 20 for 1, going to start on Monday. And, you know, something to keep in mind is that, like, so let's say you're doing a covered call strategy, which essentially means you're buying shares, you're selling calls, and you hope that the stock is going up, and you're just kind of selling calls so that, you know, worst case scenario, if you have to sell them, like, you're hedged, right? So you're collecting premium. Now, I think to do that with a $2,500 stock, and I'm just kind of quoting numbers that I heard, but, like, it costs something around, you know, $260,000 because the price of that is so high. So as the stock splits, it becomes so much cheaper to do that. So like obviously, like I think, my approach to looking at this is, look, the volume is going to come into options now for Amazon, because the volume, if you look at it right now, like there's probably not a lot of open interest. There's not a lot of volume. Like nobody's really trading options that much. But as the stock splits, the volume is going to increase, and it's sort of kind of the theory of like, the tail wags the dog, right? So it's like with Amazon, as that volume comes in, you're going to see sharper moves, bigger moves. It's going to become more interesting. I wonder if it starts to trade like similar to like Apple in a sense, because it's going to be priced the same. They're basically the same market cap. So yeah, definitely interesting. Like I said yesterday, I'm super excited for Amazon.
Yeah, so all these gamma squeezes that we've been watching on some of these stocks, like Tesla, for example, has been one of the biggest culprit for, along with the short squeeze. Oh, my mic again. I keep muting it because I'm eating my Rice Krispies, so I keep forgetting to unmute
No
it.
more Rice Krispies.
That's my fault. Listen, it's like we're still getting used to these new machines, man. The old one was sick. I just had these draw arm thing. I knew what I was doing. This one's a little too complicated for me, But no, for someone who claims to be technologically advanced, I can't be complaining about that. Looks like we just got to throw away the rest of the Rice Krispies for today. All right, coming back to the market. So GME did push down a little bit. I was looking for an opportunity to short it. Never really found an area where I wanted to be interested. I'll be honest, I was waiting for that 140 level to come into play. 138.10 being the high of the day. We started pushing back to the downside. Not sure if Neil over there has a short on GME or not. But look at that volume candle on GME, man. That volume candle was the biggest candle of the day on the 5-minute chart right now. So clearly something's going on that I would like to know more about this stock. People are talking about AMD, but really quick before I go over to AMD, I want to show you AMC, because AMC usually follows along with GME, but today sadly has been doing exactly what the market's been doing. But around the same time where GME got that volume spike, AMC got the volume spike too and pushed up to VWAP and is now getting rejected. People are now looking at AMD. Let's go take a quick look at AMD. I tried a couple shorts here, got stopped out both times, and I just said, forget the stock. I'm not looking at it no more. And basically didn't even lose anything on this trade overall. Getting pushed down though, AMD. Market beta just carrying AMD along with it. But man, am I happy watching AMD above $100. Not too long ago, I said AMD is going to go to 80, and it did go to 80. And I'm so happy that it didn't go much lower than that. And I'm just upset a little bit that I didn't buy at that $80 price that I wanted to. But I did mention to you guys, I'm saving my pesos for Amazon stock split and Google stock split.
Yeah, guys, I'm not an owner of Google or Amazon, and but maybe I will be. Maybe I can now buy one share and add that to my portfolio, not half a share. But yeah, guys, looking at AMD here, it's strong, broke through 106, instantly reversed, so I added to my position here. I mean, look, if the market's going to turn higher, AMD is going to probably lead the way just because it's down the least amount. So keeping my eye there, and I'm just really, I mean, if we do start to turn lower, then there's a few names I'm watching. But yeah, even Apple too coming back to 145 area. But guys, let us know what you're trading as well. If you're trading any small cap names, somebody mentioning Uber long over 24. I'm not really, I mean, Uber a little bit of lighter volume, so I'm trying to stay away from that one.
We can take a look at SOPA or MULN.
MULN, sure. MULN, let's take a look at this one here. Surprised at how much volume this thing does and the range on it too. Like, yeah, back to, I guess if you're playing the range on this is kind of nice because you have so much size to play off of. And I'll pull it up on my level 2 for you guys as well. You have nice, the book is thick to play off of, and you can play the range and go for like 10, 20 cents.
That's what she said.
Yeah, so this is interesting. Personally, not looking to get involved there, but yeah, I know you guys love trading that. Neo Palantir long as well. Palantir, let's check that out where that is. I know it was at low day before, and this is on New York Exchange, right? Palantir low day before.
Palantir, yeah.
Yeah. At $9 still. Yeah, moving very slowly. Not doing anything too crazy. So I mean, I wouldn't be, this is probably like sideways day. Like it's not really, I would be interested in this if we get to the $10 level, like psychological level. It's been through there before, but you know, if we're gonna move up, I mean, I like the company. I like the idea of what they do. Like, I mean, it's like, you know, in terms of like the data.
Okay, Ferrari fan.
Ferrari fan. I love the company, but the you know, the price is, I gotta see some strength before I really say to myself, you know, let's buy this and add it to the long-term portfolio. I think IPO price, if I'm not mistaken, was around $9, $10 on this name. So you know, like it's trading around there. Like it kind of moved lower, moved higher. Now it's gonna go sideways and then pick a direction. But if you do love growth, if you love tech, like this is the name. Like it just sounds so appealing in terms of what they do. I know George Soros mentioned like before that he dumped his position because he's not liking what the company's doing. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, what am I missing? Or he said there was a conflict of interest, if I'm not mistaken, so that's why he dumped it. So yeah, but that was like way before. But yeah, at this $9 level, I mean, if you're looking for a push to 20, like that's a you know 100% return if we get that, right? Not maybe not in these market conditions, but you know something. I mean, from a day trading perspective, like the range of this kind of slow. Like I would need to really see something to get involved here.
Yeah, I'd like to jump over towards some of the stocks that have earnings yesterday or even today morning. Let's start off with God's best company in the world, Lululemon's, right? Best creation ever. Better than Apple, I'm gonna be honest. This company just can't do no wrong for mankind at all. At their what is it? Luxury athletic apparel, I guess, is how they go by. They came out with good earnings report. Sadly, they're to the downside. They did actually jump up in the after hours yesterday. So maybe if I can bring in some of the after hours move over here on my charts. Lulu, after hours move. So here we go. There was the what? Oh, there we go. That was the after hours move. So we did jump up to $321, but sadly got pushed right back to the downside on Lulu. And now pretty much trading in yesterday's range after that earnings report. There is an idea or theory out there that, you know, it takes about a day or so to hedge funds and the big money to disseminate the info, the earnings report, and then they start looking at the you know, when to buy the stock or what prices to buy stocks. So usually the day after the earnings report, you'll see a nice volume come in on the direction of the report. So I'm expecting Monday Lulu to have a nice day to the long side, maybe to 300, as long as our market doesn't Amber Heard itself one more time over here to the downside. Absolute destruction over here. And you know, speaking of that, she has to pay like what, 18 million or 8 million or something.
I think it's like 15 million.
Good,
if I'm not mistaken.
Good luck where you're gonna find that money from.
Well, she's countersuing. That's how she's gonna find it.
I don't even know how that works, but I guess we don't have to go into that. I would just.
Oh, she only got 2?
But yeah, so Lululemon earnings report coming out, sadly to the downside today. CrowdStrike with a negative earnings report. This guy back there actually yesterday pulled off a nice Mr. Carter jersey. Pulled off a nice CrowdStrike short after hours. Nice, good job to you on that trade. Pushing to the downside off that earnings report goes CrowdStrike down about 7%. We can also go take a look at OKTA, which I believe had a positive report. Yes, it did have a positive report, but with the overall market beta, if I was to just show you the market over here, those charts look like they're twinning each other. Twinsies, right? So they're twinning each other over there on the market, and OKTA getting brought down overall straight to the $100 level, where I think is going to be a beautiful long. So I'm going to start looking for a long over here on this said stock. Let's see what Luca's looking for.
So guys, I see somebody saying levels for ES support. So again, I'm not super confident, but just looking at the daily here, right? We had that kind of bottom. Now we have 13-day EMA, which is around the 4,100 level, and we kind of were below it. We were below it, and then we popped. We were below it, and then we popped. And now we're sort of touching it again, right? So we would need a lot of selling, and maybe, guys, free fall Friday. Like we break that level, we break the recent lows, and we start to move lower. Like that would be interesting. But looking here, this is the 1 minute on the ES, and like, look, you know, 4,100 level, it's bouncing. It looks like it potentially bounces again. I wouldn't be surprised if we sort of have some sideways action before we make a decision, right? Are we going to go back up? Is this going to be a nice double bottom? and then we go back up, or are we just going to kind of go sideways and then not be able to get back above the 4120 area, right? Because it almost looks like, you know, this was sort of like a little bit of short-term support, then we broke it, then we tested it, then we went lower. So I mean, if we get back above the 4120 area with some steam, then maybe we make the move to VWAP. But I mean, you know, guys, market is weak. We had the 2-day rally. Now we have that sideways consolidation. It's Friday, volume's a little bit lower. So, you know, I'm not expecting too much, but I would say easy to say to yourself, you know, 4100 looks like short-term support, and that low seems to be 4070.
So the levels from Arun real quick, Neil just put it in the chat. Neil said 4210 and 4025 still the majors. We have the ones in the middle, which are 4140, 4100, and 4065 as the minor supports.
So there you go. That's a lot better than my levels. You know, I'm saying 4,100, 4,200. But I like to play off these very even levels, right? But this is more of like, I'm not making trading decisions based on these levels. Again, guys, I'm not a futures trader, so I'm not 100% sure.
All right, so right now, as you guys can see, I did push that long on OKTA over here. Slightly out of the money, but we're not worried about this trade. We're just going to leave that trade alone at the moment. Let's see some of the stocks you guys are talking about in the chat. Roku, ROKU. Roku once again to the downside, and you know, I've been pretty bearish about this stock before. Now I'm actually gonna, you know, turn my idea around a little bit, just because I've been having some conversations with some Roku users. We actually have a Roku user in this office now. That guy who apparently ended up becoming the assistant manager, Dwight Schrute of the office, has a Roku in his house, which is very shocking to me, right? Very puzzling, very shocking. He's not even listening. He's got his headphones on over there. But yeah, someone actually owns a Roku finally in the office, and that person has said, you know, they like that box, they like using it, and other things. You know, it's helpful for them. So if my friend likes it, then maybe, you know, there's a time to start thinking about it in a different way a little bit, because that's my first time I've actually seen someone have a Roku physically who I know personally. So we'll think about it. That being said, man, Roku has been you know, been range bound in between these lines that I have drawn now on the earnings day itself. And I don't remember exactly where those lines are. I got to pull them up. Here we go. So 143 to 109 or 110. Sorry, 100. Let's just say 100. We were range bound between these two levels over here, and then we started forming some levels in between. Sadly, 100 breaking, creating a new bottom over here near 87. And we're stuck between 100 and 87. Let's just say 85, right? So 85. Oh, actually, that bottom 87 was created multiple times over here, and we're right back to that bottom. So it looks like we might just be breaking that bottom over there, 87, 85 bottom, and push towards 75 if this market continues to stay weak. If the market shows some strength over here, maybe Roku finds some buyers, allowing it to push back above $90. I'm not saying today, I'm saying over the span of the month or so. Keep in mind, today the stock is already down 9%. If it's down another percent from here on out, it's going to go into SSR territories. For those of you who weren't here earlier and were listening to Luca mention what SSR is, basically it's a mechanic, it's a system created to help stocks not get pushed down too much to the downside, so people don't just pile in on the shorts. And it happens when the stock goes into 10%, negative 10% marker. You cannot just take out the size from the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher, and that's the only way you get filled on your short fills.
Guys, I took a long on Apple. I mean, 145 level is kind of interesting. You got a low to play off of. I'm not convinced that this market's going to keep tanking right now. And the more that I look at the daily support there, the more I tell myself, you know, convincing myself that I like the longs. So we'll see where this goes. And I almost want to believe that, you know, if we're going to go up, Microsoft's going to go too. But, you know, I'm kind of worried about that 270 area. Is it going to be resistance? Is it going to break through? There's not enough volume. So, you know, sized accordingly. We'll see what happens. But every time this market looks like it's going to move higher, you know, AMD starts to push. Like Apple starts to push. So I am holding on. I know somebody said, what about AMD? Am I still? Yeah, guys, I'm still holding 10 cents out of the money. Nothing crazy, basically flat there. And just keeping my eye for, like, can we get higher? Like, this is like barcoding right now, right? So it's like, it's not really an area that you want to add too much size. Like, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, if we're going to go higher, I'm assuming these names are going to go up. So, you know, take my positions accordingly, and like ES at that level, 4,100 level. But I'm just wondering, like, what else? Like, I know people are mentioning oil. Just looking at, for anybody who doesn't know, the USO is the tradable instrument for oil, and this one I want to say is not leveraged. But you know, oil's been interesting because it's like kind of starts the day up or goes up and then kind of fades. I don't know if that's the same pattern over and over again, but yeah. And I see somebody else asking, like, should we check bigger size on the tape every time size match? So guys, like, context. There has to be context, right? There has to be. You can't just look at the tape and say, like, oh, there's size here, so I'm gonna like play off that size, because you know people show size on lit gateways because they think they're gonna get the fill. So they're throwing it out. Let's say they want to collect a rebate, right? Or they're just kind of day traders throwing it out on, let's say, inverse gateways. But like, you know, every even dollar for the most part on these large caps is going to have some type of size. I don't know why. Maybe it's because everybody just says, oh, I want to buy Apple stock. Where am I going to buy it? Okay, I'll buy it at 150. Like, I'm not going to buy it at 150.27. Like, that's too random. So like, apply context to when you're looking at these things, right? It's like, if it's a new level, like, you know, then you're looking at it. If it's like I mentioned, like the GME situation, if it's a Friday and it's a potential gamma squeeze, it's like if everybody's going to be offside, like they're going to be making decisions, and you're going to see that on the tape. But you know, on a random day, if you look and you're just seeing like, you know, like 2,000 shares going off in the dark pool, 4,200 shares at the midpoint in the dark pool, like this doesn't really mean anything to me. Maybe you can find a strategy off it. Personally, I don't think it means anything.
So Brandon in our chat just put in TGNA is apparently having an SEC probe, kind of light on the volume end. Maybe I want to go check what it's doing on the relative volume scale. 700,000 shares so far. Looks like volume is actually coming into the chart right now. As you guys can see, there's a big that could be a dark pool candle. Let me go confirm that real quick if it is a dark pool candle or not. TGNA. No, that is not a dark pool candle. That was a legitimate candle. It did push down to that price. That's so volume clearly coming in after a whole day of nothing, and now it's going in the other direction as you would expect it to. So if there's a probe, SEC coming in to you know, question them as to see what they're doing, and maybe you know, they're doing something fishy, question mark. You would expect it to go to the downside like this candle indicated, but looks like it whipsawed right back to the upside. We'll wait on to see what happens on TGNA over here. Your picture's blocking the left side of the screen.
Oh yeah, because I keep saying tape things, and then my pictures. Yeah, but guys, you know, there's nothing that's really happening. So it's not. I mean, like, you could look at the tape, but if nothing's there, there's nothing there. But yeah, I see somebody also asking here, how do you know when it's a dark pool and why does it matter? So guys, again, you know, you have your lit gateways, you have the dark pool. Dark pool is not shown on the tape, right? It's just trading kind of behind the scenes or whatever you want to call it. And on the tape, you'll see D. So D basically means dark pool. It could be anybody's dark pool. Like, for example, JP Morgan has a dark pool, right? There's all these different dark pools. So, you know, dark pools is basically where institutions are trading bigger size, right? They don't want to like flash their hand per se. It's sometimes you can pick up a little tell. You say to yourself, okay, there's a lot of action going off and it's in the dark pool. But you know, a lot of shares are trading in the dark pool. So a lot of times it's just going to be information that you don't really digest. It doesn't do anything for you. And you know, as I'm talking here, look at this, guys. AMD, patient, 26 cents in the money. Apple, 50 cents in the money.
Let's go.
And Microsoft triggered me long, 20 cents out of the money. I'm going to be patient with that one. We'll see if we can push. I might give it $1 there. But yeah, guys, let's see. Like, the last thing I want to see is, look, we make a new high here, a new recent high on the ES. And guys, I'm always watching when I'm trading these large caps. I'm always watching what the overall market's doing, right? It's like, is the market going to push, make a new high, and instantly slam back down? Is this going to now be a sort of channel? If it's going to channel and if we're going to go back down, then I have to be worried, right? Because my longs are all going to be out of the money soon. But for now, I mean, maybe we hold, maybe we push higher. You know, like I said, Euro closed. Now it's lunchtime. Volume kind of dries up. It's like, is there really going to be a lot of selling? And, you know, if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong. So this is my strategy. We'll see where this goes. I want to hold on to these, and hopefully we get a push through VWAP.
Yeah, Euro close, and looks like markets seems to have been wanting to go up ever since, and clearly now that the volume is another reason for volume to decrease is lunchtime. So it's 12:03 Eastern Standard Time over here, and you'll see a lot of the volume in the market start depleting, start getting removed from the market as people start getting ready to go get their lunches in and so on. So keep in mind, for breakouts and certain setups, not the best time coming up ahead right now. OKTA, once again, just flirting with me on my profits over here. Let's see what OKTA can work for us. And CrowdStrike doesn't want to go up to my area where I want to get more shares, but it also doesn't want to break the low a day. So it's like, what are we really doing here, CrowdStrike? Let's figure something out over here. Let's start moving to one direction or the other, so we're not just stuck over here all day and nursing the trade. Pretty boring having to nurse the trade like that. But we might just have to stay in that same zone for another 2 hours as we're about to see volume really get removed from the market. A question being asked is the NIO short question mark. If you can give yourself the risk of high a day from this area to short NIO, then yeah, go for it. I personally am not thinking about shorting this because we have seen how strong NIO was 2 days ago and also yesterday. It was above $18. I'm expecting NIO to start testing $20 soon based off of those the delivery report and everything else around them that came out recently. They got upgrade from, I believe, Morgan Stanley, who put them on I believe it was Morgan Stanley who put him on the technical list or some list like that. Overall, the biggest key factor that's stopping me from shorting NIO right now is the fact how NIO reclaimed $18 and the VWAP. So usually there's the idea that you want to be longing stocks above VWAP and shorting stocks below VWAP, not the other way around. So just want to be patient on this side to see what we can do.
Yeah, guys, speaking of VWAP, so something I look at, so like I want to bring up AMD here for you because obviously I'm long this name, runs to VWAP, right? And then kind of rejects back down. So like what I'm thinking, my expectations is this going to kind of go sideways and then decide, are we going higher or lower? Like if this market kind of continues and keeps going up, this, like I said, this is probably going to lead the way. It's only down 2% compared to some of these other names. And so if we really get that nice push through VWAP with no selling on the tape, this could easily make a move up, right? Depending on what the overall market's going to do. So I'm going to be patient with my longs here. I think we could get it. And I mean, if we get back down and then kind of break the lows and then, okay, maybe we're going to go towards, the lows. But, market's a little slow and I want to sort of favor the upside right now for the short term. So we'll see what happens there. And guys, Apple too, same sort of situation. Okay, we got a nice dark pool candle. But look at this. Takes the long on the break of kind of trend going sideways. Takes the long. Then we rally up. So I'm thinking, are we getting another leg up to test that 146 area before we hit VWAP? So that's something I'm looking for there. And Microsoft, triggered me long 270. Are we going to get a push? I mean, it's kind of going sideways. Not really much is happening. I'm not terrified thinking that this is going to flush in my face, but at the same time, I have to manage my expectations. Be patient with it. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, I can hold these for a little bit longer, and we'll see where it goes.
Let's see where it goes.
Let's see where it goes for the sixth time today, if anybody has a counter.
Yeah. So CrowdStrike went exactly to my price and then didn't give me any fills. Like, what is going on over here at CrowdStrike? Stop playing games with me. Come on, just give me my fill and push back to the downside. It was exactly to the dot. It's like I was the only one on the ask and no size was being offered. But Luca does always mention, that means you're in the right direction, my friend. Start being a little aggressive on that trade. So maybe time to start being Mr. Takes out liquidity instead of Mr. Provides liquidity. Right now, though, we are looking to create some other opportunities around the board for us. Oh, okay, CrowdStrike trying to push back up a little bit. Maybe we do catch that fill, and we happen to be on the wrong side. We'll see what happens. GME testing 138 resistance, next 150. Yeah, GME pushing right back up to the day's high. Let's see what it does with the day's high over here. 138.10 being the high of day. It'd be hard for me to not try and take a short with the risk of high day on GME. So let's see if we can get a push, a little bit higher push on the stock. That way I could get the fill exactly where I wanted to. At the moment we are, okay, it is wanting to push up, but market's pushing back down. GME's pushing up. GME's at 137.04 with 20, 30, 40 cents a spread sometimes. Yeah, we'll just wait to see how close to 138 can we get the fill on this stock. And there's about 7,000 orders trying to go long. Is that 7,000? 700. That's just no, that's 7,000. Okay.
I see somebody saying GME could be U-shaped breakout textbook. I don't know what textbook. Everybody's got their own textbooks, I feel like. But guys, the guys are laughing. Guys, you should see my textbook. We got like the Big Dipper. We got the W formation, the Purge formation. Maybe I'll share it with you guys next time. It'll be good for laughs. But yeah, guys, GME, like it gets interesting if we break 140 with volume. It gets interesting. So the last thing I want to see is like a push higher on low volume and then make a high and then dump. Like that's not good for longs, right? So guys, I'm eyeing the 140 level there. And I see somebody in the chat saying Tesla 800. Like, come on, like Tesla, at least say Tesla 725. Like you're like 90 points away from that. It didn't even get there. Like, I mean, we were there, but it didn't even, what was the high of yesterday? It was like 792 and then instantly slammed down. It's going to take quite a bit to get this back to 800 and above. But, maybe if you're friends with Elon, you can call him and ask him to do a gamma squeeze for you, set it up, and that'll give it the steam that it needs. But for right now, I think I'd be favoring the short side. And, like Dominic said, this thing will probably SSR today, down 8.4 now, but at the 700 level, it will SSR. So, yep, something, it'll be interesting. We'll see what happens there. I kind of want to short this, but I'm not 100% convinced right now. So just keeping my eye on it.
OKTA pushing to the downside. Looks like it's breaking the low of day and getting ready to crack a little bit more off the positive earnings report and just using the market beta to just keep on pushing down. Looks like it's not going to work out for us. Now 76 cents out of the money. Just waiting to see if any buyers can come in around this dollar per share mark that I'm giving it the risk for. And if it does end up failing, then obviously we have to get out of this one. So my stop is around pretty much the low of day. We're waiting to see if that one ends up kicks out. Looks like it's gonna end up getting kicked out, so we'll just walk away from this trade. Yep, there goes that trade. OKTA, ooh, okay, didn't kick me out yet. That's good. And we'll just leave this trade alone. Most likely it's gonna get kicked out in a minute or two. Let's go look at some of the stocks that you guys are talking about. Starbucks, S-Bucks on NASDAQ. So let's go check out real quick on Starbucks. What is Starbucks doing today? We know this one's Miss V's favorite stock. She's always talking about Starbucks all the time, especially. She drinks a lot of Starbucks. That's what I'm trying to get down to. So today down 1.2%, but pretty much looking flat, I guess, mainly because of this dark pool candle. But overall, it is down 1.2%, pushing to the downside and looking to go maybe below 78 with the overall market here, which is trying to go back to the downside along with it. But NASDAQ and S&P 500 have been creating a higher low and a higher high so far. So maybe market does want to go back to VWAP or so, which is not too far from where we are right now on the market. So if S&P 500 does want to go back to VWAP, we could easily trickle our way up there with the slow volume environment, low volume environment, slowly trickle our way up to VWAP and then see where the shorts can come in around there. But yeah, CrowdStrike pushed right back to the downside without giving me any fill. Maybe I guess I should have been a little aggressive on that side. And we got stopped out of OKTA, which broke our $1 risk that we were giving on it. 99.30 is now the low of day on OKTA.
Guys, I'm just quickly adding to my longs here. I think, AMD showing that 106 wants to hold, but keep in mind, very low volume, but showing me that it wants to hold here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we make a move up. Market's channeling, so, take your bets accordingly. And I see people here asking in the chat, sorry, I read something. Oh, something was funny, and this is kind of funny. Elon just an alien trying to get back home. This comment makes me laugh because I was thinking to myself, could you imagine he's from a different planet and his father told him, I'm going to send you to Earth and it's your job to get back and then you will inherit the galaxy or whatever. And now he's like, yeah, I'm building a rocket. I'm just trying to, go to space, this and that. So yeah, good conspiracy talk. I could go on for days, but yeah, that kind of made me laugh, that comment there. And I see here shop to 500. I have not looked at shop in so long. So let's take a look at it here. Oh, we're at 360. I'm assuming you mean the US ticker. Yeah, probably.
Buddy, Shopify is not a $100 ticker anymore.
Shopify, well, it's 360.
Or sorry, $1,000 ticker.
Yeah. Oh no.
Sorry.
This is kind of crazy. Like back to 500. Like I want to look at the daily here. Like this is not something that I trade because again, guys, spread, volume. Like I'm not really looking to get involved. This is why I don't trade Google. I'm not trading Amazon. But this is also why I'm excited for Monday after Amazon stock splits. Could be extremely spicy. But look at this move on the daily. Like, obviously, everybody's probably seen this. But look, breaks the lows, and this just straight down with the rest of the market. But, like, this basically lost, like, 67. Like, from the highs, it's down, like, 80. What is that, 80%? That's terrible for investors. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we get a bounce. Like, how low can this go? This is the thing. The higher the price stock, the lower it can go. Maybe. Obviously, always percentage-based, but, like, you know, where's the bottom? I have no idea. The fact that this thing kind of erased 80% from the highs, like, that's extremely terrible. But, yeah, guys, looking here at take a look here. Elon the Puppet Master. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah, guys, keeping a look at my longs. You know, I'm not loving these longs right now, but I just think, like, if we do get a bounce in the market, like, these are the names that are going to lead the way. And so this is my bias. But I'm also kind of looking short too, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, SPY kind of holding the 410 area, like ES, you know, which is basically 4100 area. Like, these are areas that'll probably hold until the end of the day. I mean, if we're going to break lower. So I'm not 100%. Maybe I'll stop adding to my longs just in case.
Stop adding to your longs.
Stop adding. I mean, you know, I tell myself, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. But maybe if the long is wrong, then do not abort the short. But yeah, no, I'm just making myself laugh. Very, very slow day. So, you know, I'm trying to be patient and let these things work for me. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm not too worried. I mean, if it's going to make a low, it's probably going to instantly reverse. Like, AMD would have to really get towards the low very quickly for me to worry. Like, at this point in time, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we break, but if we do break and then come back up, it's like the classic reversal. So just something I'm eyeing on.
The classic Uno reverse card. The flip reverse Uno reverse card. Yeah.
Uno reversal.
That's right.
M-Trade's asking, does those glasses block blue light? Yeah, these are blue light glasses. I'm hoping that they're saving my eyes somehow, some way. Not 100% sure they are, but you know, hopefully they do.
You want to get blue glasses, you get one my boy is rocking over there, man. Where's the sponsorship at? Where the Gunners sponsorship at? This man rocked in the Gunners to work one day. I'm like, yo, wait, are those Gunners? Like, how do you even know about Gunners? And my man looks at me and he's like, Pratt, I know a lot, bro. I'm a man of many skills and many talents. I was like, sheesh, okay, I see you. But yeah, those are the glasses you need. Those are Gunners.
Oh, these are like, yeah,
gaming glasses. Baby, listen, you put those glasses on, your performance with your mouse, your aim, your keyboard, everything just goes up by 0.15%. Precision making, right?
Okay, let's check it out. Maybe
you got it. It's like popping G Fuel right before you go to a video game contest.
Yeah, sure.
Watch out now. Watch out now.
Extra careful with these ones.
Those are Gunners, baby. Now you see
Oh, yeah,
in
guys,
a whole
let us know what you think. Let us know what you think here. These are awesome. These are way better than mine. I mean, mine are like $5 glasses. Look at these. Look at these bad boys. Wow, look at that. You know what? Maybe I'll buy these, get a haircut, and just change everything. Like, that's awesome.
Someone in the chat was talking about NOC. NOC is actually not doing too much of volume for me. You know, 400,000 shares. It's a $400 stock, so I guess it's good for itself. Northrop Grumman Corporation doing 1.54 relative volume, so that's actually not bad at all in terms of relative volume scale. Hence, you can see clearly the stock is up almost 3% here, holding VWAP throughout the day, which is around $472. And we're getting ready to go test the high day at the moment near $477.77. I like seeing numbers like that, you know, like 7777 or like, we haven't seen 666 in a while, ever since Miss V was gone. That's pretty strange, actually.
You talking about on Tesla?
On anything.
Oh,
like,
on
you know, I
anything.
see 666 like a million times throughout the day. It's actually been a while since I have seen that number. And I think the last time I saw that number was when Miss V was here. So it's like almost like, ooh, the devil herself. But no, she's not the devil. She's an angel. We miss her wherever she is. We wish her the best. And if she's in the chat, hi, Miss V.
Hey, Miss V, how's it going? Hope all is well. Guys, ultimate love in the chat, thank you. And Sean, I don't know if you see this, the ultimate scalping glasses. The ultimate scalping glasses, legendary. And got a question here from C2. Luca, do you watch VIX or VIX futures for Qs? So, you know, guys, when you're trading the overall market, you want, like, if you're shorting the market, you want to see VIX making new highs on the day. And obviously, like, VIX has its kind of, levels to play off as well. Like I want to say like over 22, it's interesting. Like volatility is going to really pick up. And then if it's like at the 15 level, then you obviously know volatility is very low. So like structure your kind of executions and your trade ideas accordingly. But yeah, like I look at it like if I'm like favoring, like if I'm loving like a short, like I want to see VIX making new highs. Like that really gives me the conviction to hold on to my shorts.
Yeah, right now UVXY is trying to get back up there, and the market's trying to go back to the downside to the lower day. So let's see what happens over there for the overall market. And at the moment, some of my stocks are going higher than where I want it to be. So that's a little sad moment for me. But let's see if we can turn this stock around for myself, or is it not gonna? It's not gonna most likely work for me. All right, awesome. Thoughts on Amazon as is the last day before the split. Let's go check out what Amazon is doing today. Most likely to the negative side because the whole market's been negative, and it is negative to almost 3% of the downside. 2.5 million shares traded. If Amazon at 2,000 is doing 2.5 million shares, I wonder how much Amazon at 150, 120, or wherever it's opening at will be doing on Monday. So I can't wait to see what happens. I think you'll see me here in the office at like probably 7 o'clock just to take advantage of the volume coming in on that day. Sean might have to come in early to open the door. Dude, I'll be here early. I'm
gonna be here early too. I'm excited.
This is Parlay Prad you're talking to, buddy. Parlay Prad. This is NBA Game 1 of the finals. I'm gonna be here for the game time, right? But speaking about the NBA Game 1, what did you think about that? You like the game?
I got the Celtics.
That's right. He's got the Celtics. Celtics won yesterday. His cash out might be going up, man. We gave him some slack, not slack. We gave him some talk yesterday. No, we were just talking in general about how Boston might not win or whatever. Yeah, dude. Jaylen Brown, man. Do I even mention this at the moment? I didn't want to even mention this. Here we go. We're going to talk about it. We're going to pull up the Twitter real quick just to show people what we're upset about over here. Jaylen Brown, man. What are you doing to me? So this is the bet right here. 10 selections, $1. The odds were 42,000. That means for every dollar, I make 420 bucks. The only thing that missed out on this, is this one bet where Jaylen Brown needs to get under 6.5 rebounds. My man ended the game with 7th rebound in the last minute of the game.
Oh my God.
In the last minute of the game, he gets his 7th rebound, and I am screwed from my 420 bucks. He shouldn't even be playing in the last minute. Dude, you know what?
They're like Prad's got a parlay here. Yeah. Let's send him out there.
the FanDuel called out the coach for Boston Celtics, and they're like, "Hey, yo, listen, we can't let this man win 420 bucks. Let's put Brown out there. Make sure he gets a rebound. Don't let Al Horford get it. Don't let Robert Williams get it." Unlucky me, man. Unlucky me. But let's get back to Amazon because we were talking about Amazon stock split and so on. Look at the Amazon move for the past few days. It's just been straight rocket ship back to 2,500 almost. Today, sadly, we are under 2,500. Where did we open at? Pretty close to 2,500. 2,484 is where we opened. We never actually went back to that level of 2,500 and then straight to the downside ever since. Maybe some of this, I'd be pretty surprised as to, who's actually selling Amazon going into the split date because, they'd be thinking, I'd be thinking at least that they would want to hold on to the shares for the split. But overall, I think it's just the market beta dragging it down. Real quick, taking a glance over at S&P 500, pushing back to the lower day and then finding buyers once again. Same thing for the NASDAQ also. Didn't really push true to the lower day as S&P 500 did, but still finding buyers in decent levels over here. Let's see what happens. Prad's going to hit Gambling Anonymous. Yeah, not for my dollar bets, but maybe when I lose myself in the sauce and start going $100 bets, then yeah, Gambling Anonymous for sure. But a dollar bets, we can just get upset about it and then move on.
It's all about scaling accordingly.
It's a risk to reward.
Yeah. You win a couple of those bets, you stack it up, then you go $100 bet. 13-leg parlay,
Yeah.
and that's where the money really comes in, you know?
No, my whole strategy for that is if I take a $1 bet every day for the rest of the year, and only even if one hits, I'm in the money. Only one.
I told you, you need to have one bet that always equals 420.
The 420, eh? I gotta make it happen. Gotta make it happen. Right now, market's actually pushing up. You see that?
Yeah, AMD, guys, look, AMD came down. Looking at my screen here, AMD literally came down, and I was expecting this. I was like, watch, it looks strong. They're going to let it fall, reverse back up, and now are we going to VWAP? So I held there. I'm still in the money. I offed Microsoft. I didn't love it as much. It was kind of going too slow for my liking. It's inching back, so I took the L there. It was like 50-cent loser, no big deal. But, you know, I'm believing in Apple and AMD. The market moved down. It touched 4,100 again, and now it's pushing up. Could this be the push that we need? Are we getting through VWAP? Would love to see it. We're in the money. 34 cents on Apple, 28 cents, 32 cents on AMD. Let's go. Let's get those numbers up. These are little numbers. These are rookie numbers. I want to see $1, $2 winners. Can I hold? Can I have the patience? You can do it. I can do it.
You can do it.
I will keep. You can do it. I am closing the screen and I am logging off and I'm letting these ride to the moon right now. Let's break AMD right at VWAP right now. Let's see if we can break it. The last thing I want to see here is selling and slamming. I don't think we'll get it, but let's see. You know, bids are stepping up. Maybe we get that nice push. If we break through 107, that's where I'll be confident. Maybe we make a move to 108. So, you know, market's kind of, you know, holding. It's doing that sideways action. So hopefully we get that push through 41.20 so that we can get to VWAP. And then at that point, all these will be way in the money and I'll be comfortable and the tough decisions are off the table. And that is what makes trading easy. You know, make your life easy. Make your decision-making process easy. You know, like you kind of scale in very slowly. You add, you add, you add. Now you're in the money. It's an easy decision. I mean, for me, like let it ride and like I'll take profits if we do break above and like it shows something on the tape there. But I'm going to be patient with this one for sure.
Yeah, another stock that had earnings last night. I want to go look at RH, Restoration Hardware. Never had a reason to go in there, you know, but I have heard a lot of good things. I believe there's even a restaurant at Restoration Hardware or something.
Is there?
You ever been there?
No, I've never been there.
There's a restaurant in Restoration Hardware, right? Like a good restaurant or something? No? I've heard about that. Maybe you guys in the chat know about it. Some bougie, fancy restaurant and Restoration Hardware. Anyways, you know, it's a luxury home appliances store coming out with their earnings report, and I believe they came out with a actually good earnings report. Let me go make sure real quick over here. RH, and yeah, they beat their earnings report, and hence they are up on the day. Not really listening to the market overall. That's IKEA. No, I'm not thinking about IKEA. But overall, anyways, coming back to Restoration Hardware, maybe I'm saying it wrong right now. I can't even think of what the name is anymore for this. RH. Let's just say RH. I said it right that time? Restoration Hardware. I keep screwing it up in my own head. High quality furniture. Every time I think about high quality furniture, though, I think about that advertisement with the soccer player. Not ad, the Instagram clip with the soccer player. What's his name with the ponytail, the big long ponytail. Forget his name, but he was talking about how he buys the items from IKEA for that reason. He's like, why would I go spend a ton of money on? Anyways, moving on.
Why spend a ton of money when you could build it yourself?
Build it yourself.
Buy from IKEA.
Buy from IKEA. Zoltan Ibrahimovic. There you go. Zoltan Ibrahimovic.
Oh, Zlatan. Yeah.
There you go. That guy's a legend.
The legend. Love that guy.
Yeah. You looking at anything?
Not really. Things are kind of slow. I'm trying to just be patient with these things. I mean, I don't want to talk about the same things over and over.
I guess.
Like, look, guys, you look at my screen here. I'm in the money on these. I offed Microsoft. Is what it is. They're in the money. I'm staying patient. I think we could get that push higher. And look, if I don't take profits, I don't take profits. Maybe it gets back to break even, makes my decision a little more difficult. But, you know, I think we could push. I think we could get a small push, and then I'll look to take profits on these names. So I'm being patient here. We'll see what happens. I mean, I doubt that we like slam back to lows. And, you know, like I was just adding. Maybe I could have added one more here on Apple around the 145 area. But like, guys, the fact that like it broke 145 and then sort of went sideways, like it didn't really test it, then it kind of came back up, then bounce. I mean, maybe we get a third bounce and push. But I want to believe that we're going to now make a new high and hit 146 on Apple. So I'm being patient for that. And while I say that, I should actually have my orders out, not like last time.
So right now, I want to go take a look at some quick other stocks, as Luca mentioned. You know, there's tons of stocks out there probably moving. We don't want to keep talking about the same two stocks. Let's go take a look at MULN. We talked about that. SOPA. I'm just looking at the biggest gainers. Let's go to relative volume leaders. So relative volume leader right here. It's only 9 today. We don't have anything but more than that. Okay, so we have some other stocks over here doing good relative volume. But okay, IOVA, OKTA, DBX. Oh, okay, I know DBX was talked about not too long ago about a potential buyout rumor or something. So DBA jumped up on that rumor up to 5.8%, 5.2%, sorry, to the north direction. Let's see how the chart or the stock deals with the rest of it for the rest of the day off that news. So far, it's right now pushing to the downside from VWAP. It looks like the S&P 500 has somewhat of a barrier near 41.15 and support near 4100. So buyers coming in and rejection coming in. Luca, looks like it's time to bring in your replacement for the day. So let's see what you have to say.
Guys, always a pleasure coming on here. Thanks for keeping me company, and you know, enjoy the weekend, relax, and come back refreshed. Because guys, Monday, Amazon split. It's going to be action. It's going to be exciting. So always a pleasure to be here, and we're going to pass it off to Brendan for the midday update.
Yeah, I like that. Let's have a look, guys, at North American markets. Here we go. Still red day, very red day, right across the board. 2.5% now for the NASDAQ to the downside. The Dow and S&P there, 1%, 1.54 in negative territory. We did try to bounce with some names anyways for the S&P there, but back to the downside we go. 1.14 here in Toronto for the TSX. Still a positive day here for crude oil. It's really the only area, I'll show you the board in a second here, but only area in the overall S&P that is really in positive territory. Ethereum, Bitcoin, still a negative day, but off the lows. SIGA, there was another headline on that spiked this up through 12, but right back to the downside. And that headline was, all of the cases that they have found in the US are now resolved and people are fine. So nothing to see here, I guess. Anyways, let's go back to Trader Prad and Ian now.
Coming back to Trader Prad and Ian. Ian's putting up his mic over there, and we'll give him some time to load up his screen. And whenever he's loading up his screen, I gotta go hit the washroom. So hurry up a little quick.
Yeah, for sure. Give me a second.
And it's good that you change your password now, because earlier you had to copy pasta your password. Who leaves their password hanging in Gmails like that, bro?
I'm not the only one here, man. You're always picking on me. I'm not the only one.
That is true. You're not the only one here. I'm looking at the other guy who's got headphones in right now. But yeah, let's change passwords, guys. Let's change passwords and not leave them hanging on softwares, okay? But yeah, Dropbox is what we were talking about before coming back to the downside. Before sending it to Brandon is what we're talking about. NASDAQ seems to be in the same areas as S&P 500, but on my 5-minute chart where I'm looking at it, and as you guys can see right here, it is creating higher highs and higher lows on the NASDAQ. So tech sector trying to have a better bounce than S&P 500, and I'm only saying this because the S&P 500 is not really creating higher highs, nor is it creating higher lows. It's just been channeling sideways between these 15-point range so far. So let's see what happens in the next 10-15 minutes. Honestly, not even 10-15 minutes, probably in the next hour and a half after we are done over here, and we send it off to the closing show to Mr. Rolex and Mr. What are you wearing today, Neil? Mr. Omega?
I only wear one watch.
The Omega one? Sorry? The tag. The tag. How do you say that? Where? Tag Huar?
Tag Hoyer?
I always choose how to say the last name. I don't know how to say the last name, my guy.
I've never heard that. Tag Uer.
How do you say it?
Tag Hoyer?
You were. Thank you. Hey, man, education, lessons. I'm asking questions. It's okay to ask questions and then not know the answer. All right, your turn, my guy. I'm gonna be embarrassed in the washroom real quick.
Hey guys, how's it going? Hope everyone's having a profitable day and a good day. Me, not so much. I took a couple L's today. I was trading Tesla. Obviously, Tesla was in the news with Elon and Elon's comments. You know how they're kind of doing a hiring freeze or cutting jobs or whatever. But yeah, no, early I was looking at, this is the problem here. I was looking at taking some even dollar breaks on Tesla because like we all know like Tesla's like a really strong breakout stock. So when you get a good breakout on it, you could be in the money like 5 points, like pretty much right away. And, you know, if you take some size, that's a really good winner, right? But I was looking at 730 originally. That broke down in pre-market, didn't really give anything. So I'm not going to take like a breakout with size in pre-market. And then, you know, it eventually did break out. I ended up taking 726 just because that was like kind of the pre-market low. And then I just got like wicked out. I put my stop a little bit too close. And that's the thing with Tesla, right? Like you have to give Tesla a little bit of breathing space. But with this one, it wasn't really a great breakout anyways, just because when I took it, you know, I wasn't really in the money right away. And, you know, a breakout or a strategy like this, when you take the trade, you want to be in the money right away. But on this side, never really was, and I got wicked out. Then I took 715 breakdown here as well, just like kind of low a day, same sort of deal. Like it gave me about a point right away, but I was waiting for like a bigger extension to the downside. Never really came, so I just scalped it out for like $1. This was like I tried longing off of here, so you know this is when I was like kind of just like starting to get chopped up and, you know, started trade like kind of poorly. I did take it out for like a $1 win here, but then I stopped out break even for the rest. And then this was just like a poor trade, just shorting like basically the bottom. I thought, you know, if the market's going to keep pushing lower, you know, Tesla would kind of bring it down. But obviously Tesla was kind of tempting SSR at that point, right? I think SSR would have been like 697.50 or something like that. So if that 700 was going to break, you know, maybe it wouldn't have been a big extension to the downside. So, you know, on this here, I think I'm just going to stay away from it for the rest of the day. And, you know, I really want to kind of focus on just taking good trades and you know, not getting shut down on the day or something like that. Just because, you know, especially in the midday, I'm not going to try and get chopped up or anything like that, and you know, just give away my whole day. I also took what else? I traded coin. I wanted this. Here, let me bring it up here 1 second. I wanted coin 68. Well, originally I wanted 70, but again, this level broke down in the pre-market, so I didn't end up taking it. I took 68 just because that was kind of a level on the daily there, or on the intraday. But that was that didn't really give the move either, right? So I broke down 68, gave like 50 cents. I wasn't in it just for like 50 cents, although I probably should have just scalped that out. Now this was a keystroke here. On my stop, it put me long, right? So this is like when you start like making mistakes like this, maybe it just isn't your day. Keystroked in there, had to get it out right away, took an L on that. So that was a bigger loss than I expected, which kind of put me on edge for the day. Yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Like I said, I'm not trying to take just some random trades now. I'm just trying to really focus on taking a good trade and, you know, maybe bringing back some of my day.
Yeah, I'm just playing with our producers over there every time I mute my... Oh, it's unmuted, bro. It's unmuted. Is it not unmuted? It was unmuted.
Yeah, it's unmuted.
This guy's trolling me. These producers, man. These producers are troll over there, man. Honestly. Yeah, how was your bets over there, Mr. Producer? Fahad over there betting $10 on everyone to make a first basket except for Steph Curry. Misses his first basket. Yo, Jason Tatum almost won him that bet though. Jason Tatum almost won you that bet, Fahad. But you know, when that ball missed, my heart dropped for you, my boy. My heart dropped. But all right, let's get back to the market right now because OKTA trying to go up over here. OKTA pushing to the north side for me. 70 cents in the money right now. Let's go OKTA after taking the first loss. We're pushing back up north on that trade. Where are we going over here on some of the other positions? Let's see what stocks you guys are talking about. AMD to 102. AMD, let's go check out what AMD is doing. I know Luca was long AMD. Do you remember what price he was long at?
I wasn't paying attention to his trade there.
I think Bear versus Bull knows where he was long at. I know Bear versus Bull was updating. So hopefully Luca's still sitting on that trade as the market right now is getting ready to break out of that range that we were stuck in for the S&P 500. So S&P 500
500 now getting elevated a little bit more, pushing towards that 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, which happens to be near 41.20. So market waking up, $1 in the money on OKTA. CrowdStrike might try to go back up here along with the market and give me some fills near 164, 165 areas. And my other position has just been burning me a little bit, so I just got to manage that one.
Yeah, I was looking to trade CrowdStrike this morning just because, it was, obviously they had the earnings. And then I was looking at it, and there wasn't that much volume in the pre-market, right? And that kind of put me off a little bit. And then when I wanted the original, I think I wanted 165 break, and that happened right at 9:30, and I was kind of busy watching MU and Coin at the time, so I missed that. Which was kind of the story of my morning, to be honest. I missed a lot of the breaks that I kind of wanted, which is too bad.
Your mic is muted?
My mic's muted? I don't think so. Is my mic muted? No.
No, you're good.
Okay. Well, yeah, no. So I wanted some of these breaks, but yeah, I kind of missed them. So that was kind of the story of my morning. But yeah, no. And then the spread on crowd was quite large, and with a smaller shutdown, and that's not really that's sort of like a recipe for disaster. So I kind of just wanted to stay away from that, especially since I had keystroked into Coin and took some L's on Tesla. I didn't want to get shut down and have a super bad day or anything like that. So I just kind of stayed away from that one. I also wanted to take a look at GME. I was looking for the break here at 138 potentially. Double top here, but the buying momentum kind of stopped. When Prad was kind of going nuts about GME here. I think you were in the short and you got squeezed out, right?
I mean, I lost 30 cents, but I had an order to get my fill at 138. What happened to my order?
Oh, for the short?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that would have been a great short because it looks like, after that, I was just going to say, after that momentum kind of died down, look what happened. It pulled back. It started pushing back up, but am I really going to try buying a dip here on GME, in no man's land? Probably not. And then even on this rise here, the volume was kind of dying down, and we're getting to midday now, so I don't know what happened here when the buying momentum kind of picked up, but it sort of just stalled, and after that, I was just disinterested.
Yeah, so as you guys remember, I did try to go short GME, took that quick 30-cent loss, tried to throw an order near 138. I think I might have canceled my order by mistake while trying to cancel the orders on a different stock, so that sucks to be me, clearly. And now we just got to miss out on that trade. Let's see if GME can push back up there. It looks like we are getting tails up to 138, but the candle bodies are ending at 136.50. So that's something to keep an eye out for on GME at the moment. People trolling just interrupts the show and trading, guys. Okay, trolls are out here. They're having fun. They're having
the biggest
fun.
troll sitting right here.
The office troll. I'm the office troll. There's chat trolls. There's bridge trolls.
True.
Right? There's multiple levels of trolls. Listen, it's my job to make the office environment fun a little bit. We can't be just sitting here, just being serious all the time, right? So just gotta add some spice or some flair into our work environment over here, and that's what I'm here for. Who you calling rich? Whoever is rich, my friend. Troll the trolls, bro. Yeah, troll them back. Troll them right back at their own game. Give them a taste of their own medicine, right? That would be something to do over there. Let's go see what stocks are being called out. BKKT, EFOI. EFOI was actually on one of my radars over here. There it is. EFOI volume leader number, let's say 3, because I usually ignore the ETFs, the leverage ETFs. I ignore them as the volume leaders. I look at the stocks right under them, MULN, AMD, and EFOI. And now, if I was to guess what the float is for EFOI, I would say probably a low float. EFOI. Yeah, there you go, 5.8 million float, 302 relative volume, Energy Focus Incorporated. So it looks like it could be an energy stock just from the name over there, from reading it. And we know the story about energy stocks from the past few months now. Ever since the Russia-Ukraine conflict, energy stocks have been on an absolute tear. ETF, energy ETF now at $90. I want to quickly go make sure if that is the all-time high. It is? Yeah, it is the all-time high, says Sean. He agrees with that. So yeah, energy ETF's dripping, and since EFOI is dripping, I want to quickly go over to Oxy to go see how Oxy is doing today. Most likely to the positive side because the ETF's to the positive, but a little bit away from the all-time high.
The volume just kind of dying down here quite a bit. I was just kind of watching AMD. I did take a couple trades on AMD as well, but to no avail. This was a decent trade here. I took just like a bounce here off, it was like 107.50. I just saw that kind of hold, so I just kind of went long. That was a solid winner actually, got about like 60 cents, but then I added to it, just like stopped out for break even. So that was pretty much like almost like a nothing trade, and then this was like kind of just like a flat trade as well, trying the same sort of deal, just in front of 106, but I actually saw like some size pop up at like 106.30. So then when I saw that, I was like, okay, I'm gonna move my stop. I'm just gonna like risk off that, and eventually that got taken. And that's the kind of thing that I've noticed on AMD today. Is just that there's been random size, and I think Luca mentioned it as well. Like there's been random bidders just kind of loading up on the bid there. But the size just been getting like taken out. Like it will kind of run away from it like a little bit, which will encourage me to like kind of go long, and I'm sure Luca as well. And then it'll just come back and just like kind of slowly fill or take it out, and then like I'm stopping out or whatever. So I'm just gonna kind of stay away from this, especially with this barcoding action. It's just like kind of barcoding below VWAP. And then if we take a look at like the quick ES here, like the market was like kind of weak in the morning, but then it kind of held up above this 4100 area, right? So obviously solid whole number here, a big value probably put it on this level. And it's kind of like bouncing, well, not really bouncing, but like maybe just finding a little bit of support. So, until like the market like starts to kind of decide what it wants to do, I'm probably just going to stay away from the trading, especially something like AMD that's just, been kind of just like barcoding pretty much all day. So I'm in no positions, bear versus bulls. So just a heads up. Yeah, no volume, no trade. No, that's exactly what I'm kind of talking about, right? Like I'm not going to try and get chopped up during the midday here, especially if there's no volume coming in, right? As a day trader, you really do need volatility and volume to make some good opportunities for you.
No volume, me no hablo inglés. Right? That's how it's supposed to be. If there's no volume, then you don't speak the trade, you don't speak the language. Just walk away from that over there. That's just a little meme over there on my Instagram account. For those of you follow, you know that meme that I posted not too long ago. Me no hablo inglés. So just stay away from those low volume stocks, man. There's no point in doing that. Was funny, Brad. Yeah, exactly. You know the meme I'm referring to. All right. But you've been okay. Moving on. No, amigo. Yeah. Okay, let's go check out some of the stocks that we love looking at. So I'm gonna quickly go over through my portfolio that has been on an absolute bleed for God knows how long now, ever since existence. Actually, let's be real. But yeah, AMD. I know you looked at AMD, so let's move away from AMD. Let's go take a look at Apple, which is once again below 150. Sadly, I know yesterday we were above 150. For a little bit at least, and now right back under 150 goes Apple, struggling on another day. Palantir, we talked about Palantir a little bit. Palantir struggling again below $9 over here, around VWAP. A lot of stocks are going to start looking like they're barcoding. Even CrowdStrike, which is actually not in my portfolio, but it's been barcoding for the last hour or more and just been hanging out, not really breaking the lows, but also not really taking above VWAP or giving me my fill where I would like to have the fill. So that's being a little annoying for me over there. Is yo not me? Not sure what that means. CNTX, Zach Morris pump thoughts. Well, just from the question alone, I would say stay away from it. If you know it's a pump and dump stock, if you know that the game that the stock is being played with is around those that terminology, I would just stay away from it, because what you are to him, or you are his exit liquidity, right? You are him telling you to go long, and you going long is basically you giving him an opportunity to offload his shares onto you. So just be careful about that game. There's a reason why we try to not even address pump and dump stocks on this show, just to protect our viewers, because we know how that ends up working out. Not trying to pick any names from the YouTube side, but you know how that ended up working out for one of that YouTube guy who got fined tons of money recently. And that's why we are the #1 trading show on YouTube, baby. We're not trying to scam scam people. We're not trying to hurt people. A little bit of entertainment with a ton of education, at least education from Neil, Sean, Brendan, but a little bit of entertainment coming from our side over here, and we're just having fun, trying to learn, trying to trade with each and every one over here, and have some fun basically.
I see someone saying scalping options just because I'm bored. Yeah, that's kind of a dangerous game. But if you are going to be in a position, just make sure you you manage your risk accordingly, and it maybe is going to be a scalp just because we're kind of barcoding and just kind of trading like a range. Someone wanted to talk about Facebook, so I'm just going to bring that up here. Facebook, I was kind of interested in this name, just like because it was in the news earlier and really earlier this week, and it was really volatile earlier this week, but it hasn't really done anything. Like ever since it tested 200 yesterday, and I was bringing up the daily, so it tested 200. It tested 200 that day when that news came out about the COO leaving, but ever since then it's just kind of it's been fading below it, right? And I really kind of wanted to see if that continued strength through 200 would potentially give a play, but today it didn't even get close to there. It was like 196, and then I was maybe seeing if it does get up there and the market kind of rejects, could we short off that, something like that. But Facebook never really gave a play. It was super choppy in the morning, so I just stayed away from it. Someone wanted to bring up Apple as well. We could take a look at that. It said Apple's slowly creeping up. Yeah, slowly creeping up back to VWAP. But same sort of thing. It's just kind of barcoding the whole day. Not really doing too much. You could have taken the short early off this 147.50 area. I think that was on Sean's sticky note, or he took that trade. So that was a solid trade, but yeah, and now it's just kind of trading below VWAP. So it was weaker in the morning along with the market. So it did give a decent move there, but nothing too exciting or anything like that. GME going off. Is it finally breaking out that 138? Let's take a look.
Jimmy's been going off,
yeah, some buying coming in, but not quite getting to that 138 yet. So, I was trying to watch the tape and, watch this a bit earlier when it was creeping close there. And there wasn't much buying up here, in the 137 area, above 137. There wasn't much buying coming in at all. And the tape was moving super slowly. So to me, that just made me kind of disinterested, and I didn't pay for shorts at the time. Obviously, Prad had the shorts, and I guess your order didn't trigger, but that would have been a nice play. But yeah, let's see if it kind of breaks out 138, and some real buying momentum comes up above. Maybe not during the midday show here, just because everyone's going to be on lunch. But yeah, it could be something to watch for the rest of the day for sure.
Yeah, GME for sure on watch. Along with GME, something to watch will always be Amy, its girlfriend, Jimmy and Amy, the couple, the power couple of the market, always on watch together. AMC is also still pushing to the north side, as you guys saw not too long ago that GME was. Can you guys take a look at TNXP? We for sure can. TNXP with 10.5 million shares traded today is on SSR mode now, being down almost 11% on the day. Trying to find buyers around $2.50. Not really seeing too much size on the bids, nor am I seeing too much size on the ask. Let's see if there's any relative volume side. What is the relative volume on this stock? 1.9, so not too bad, but anything over 2 is usually what we try to hunt for. So the fact that this is pretty much close to 2 and around the time of the day, which is 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, market lunchtime coming to an end soon, so volume starts, we're going to start looking for volume to start coming into the market across the board. So if that ends up happening, maybe TNXP can hold up around this low a day near $2.50 and start getting pushed up to the north side a little bit. So notice there's about 4,000 shares sitting on the bids over here. Only on one gateway though. I'm only looking at one gateway, which is the inverse gateway. That's a little bit more sophisticated gateway other than these other gateways out there. So looks like people are trying to start propping up the stock a little bit off these lows. We'll see what happens, or as Luca puts it, let's see where it goes.
Yeah, let's see where it goes. It's kind of like the story of the market right now. We're kind of just hands off, just waiting to see if something kind of happens, right? The market's just maybe slowly grinding up, but it's not really doing too much. Not much volume coming in. So now is the time to kind of take a step back. Take your hands off the keyboard. If you can, go for a walk or something like that. Enjoy some lunch, and potentially come back for power hour there, and see if something pops off then. If not, then it's time for the weekend, right? And you enjoy the weekend and take some good time to recoup. Cost. Let's take a look at cost. Obviously earnings last week, so it was a little bit in the news or a little bit volatile last week, but today just seems to be like it's like kind of barcoding. I want to actually take a look at the daily, see how that's kind of looking at. Good day yesterday. Obviously, there was a huge bounce in the market, and then today kind of rejecting the bottoms of that range as well. But still kind of can't like break out this 490 area. Probably 500 is a big level. But if you see this big red candle here, clearly this was like some sort of like supply area. So maybe that's why we're kind of like bouncing off there. But yeah, it's running into trouble. But if you bought the dip after earnings, then good for you, right? You're in a good position. Someone said short AMD, so let's just quickly take a look at that. Yeah, I'd probably just stay away from that one. It is trading below VWAP, so you can always like kind of use that as your out, but that's a dangerous game as well, just because algos will probably hunt you out.
Look at CHPT, says chat. So let's go look at ChargePoint, which had earnings report not too long ago. These are your EV charging stations, and I believe they had a negative earnings report, if I remember correctly. CHPT, negative earnings report. They missed out on the earnings by very little. Looks like by only a penny or two. Yeah, only a penny, and made revenue by a little. Overall, though, I believe on that day off the earnings report, I remember trading it a little bit, and it was to the downside. But now, man, CHPT pushing the upside today off the earnings report bottom, and almost up 3% here, currently up 2.5%, double topping near $14.30. Could be somewhere to think about a possible short scalp to VWAP. We're a little bit lower than VWAP, but since the risk to reward of this trade is exactly 1:1 or a little bit less than 1:1, not that appealing to me, so just gonna stay hands off from this trade. Nothing really screaming to me that says take the trade, take the trade. So until I see a variable that stands out, there's no trade for me on this one. AMC rallying, yeah, we talked about the AMC and GME move not too long ago. Looks like AMC is once again pushing up. No, it's the same rally that we talked about not too long ago on AMC. Let's go take a look at some of the other stocks that you guys might be talking about. What about QQQ? So yeah, that's just the basic NASDAQ futures. I just straight up look at NASDAQ futures. I don't really look at the QQQs or the SPY ETFs as much. On the day today, NASDAQ is down 2%. Sadly, tech sector has been getting beat up once again. Free Fall Friday seems to be in play today, at least for the time being. It was in play, but right now market seems to be recovering a little bit off of some key levels, such as 4,100 on the S&P 500 and 12,500 on the NASDAQ.
Let's take a look at Chewy. Someone said if we could look at Chewy. So I kind of had this on my radar as well. Had the big play yesterday off the earnings. I was actually looking at 30. So if we take a look at the daily here, and I'll try to zoom in a little bit, 30 seems to be a level. Just because it was the high the other day, and then couldn't really break out yesterday, and today I believe the top was like 29.79 is the high. So I was hoping for like some strength or some push up above 30, and maybe make a move off that. But volume was kind of down today on it, so it kind of just fell off my radar, and the rest of the day obviously just barcoding like the rest of the market. Seems like the ES is kind of pushing up here, so I just want to quickly take a look at Apple, see if it's kind of breaking out. It's still kind of testing VWAP, but it hasn't really broken out. Let's take a quick back look at AMD, and that's kind of doing the same move, right? So until the market kind of pushes above the VWAP here, maybe there could be like a short rejection or something like that, because the overall sentiment in the morning was short, right? So we'll see how it goes. Until real buying volume starts to pick up, I'm probably going to be disinterested for the time being. What else? Any thoughts on Tesla? Yeah, let's take a quick back look at Tesla here. Obviously today they had the negative news, just how Elon was saying they're cutting hiring or whatever, and Elon says he has a bad vibe or whatever, bad feeling about the market. So Tesla kind of fell off, but this 700 level is still holding, and obviously it bounced today. So it seems to be a pretty big level, right? So until that kind of breaks down, and then we get back into this territory, back down to 650, and really testing the lows, Tesla should be okay. Obviously, it's like one of those the bigger stocks in the market, but I think next week is all about Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon is gonna take over the show for a little while. You know, it's almost gonna be to the point where you guys are gonna tell us to stop talking about Amazon, but we can't because it's gonna be all over the place. There's gonna be probably no sleeping on Amazon at all. Even during lunchtime, it might just be moving all crazy. I'm expecting like a 200 million volume day on Monday for Amazon. So let's see what happens on that day. Obviously, just gotta wait and see. It's better to, as Ian keeps on saying this, and this is from Greg, right? So it's better to participate than anticipate. So you know, I'm having a theory, but we're not using that theory to go do something stupid like a moo order, right? We're gonna go normal. We're gonna look for some normal setups and go crazy off of that order. That was just a little inside joke with the boys that we were just joking about. Anyways, moving on. Someone in the chat mentioned, can you talk about Dropbox? Seems to have found some support and getting ready to go back up a little bit. Question mark. Yeah, it could have found support at the 50-period EMA, but Dropbox has a rumor, and I don't really like to trade rumors at the moment until it's really finalized that the stock is getting bought out and for what price it is getting bought out. There's no trade for me. I guess you could have taken the even dollar break of 22 or even 23 and made a couple pennies here or there. But you know, it's good to have the stock on watch, obviously. But no real reason for me to take a trade until the news actually comes out for myself. And when the news actually drops, Sean said something that I actually agree with a lot. Sean was talking about another cloud company getting bought out, or you know, just a cloud company. There's like a dime a dozen, and that's the exact same thing I told my guy Sharif yesterday. It's CrowdStrike. It's not that big of a deal. You should maybe look at Lululemon instead for an earnings play. And Lululemon gave him a way bigger move than CrowdStrike did. So that's just basic ideas over there. You know, it doesn't mean that I'm always right or anything, Sharif. Don't always listen to me. Always trade your own book. You're right. But yeah, good trade on CrowdStrike either way, my guy. You had the order ready. You push the keys, and keys open doors.
Yeah, some people just kind of talking about Amazon still, like, will Amazon be negative? Like, honestly, I think we're kind of going in with it with like no particular bias, right? Like, we're gonna watch it obviously because it's gonna be big, it's gonna be in the news and whatnot. But if it gives a play, like if it gives like some nice breakouts to the upside, that's what at least I'm gonna be particularly looking for, right? Like, it was funny because I was like kind of joking, like, what if Amazon like goes to 200 on the day, like. I mean, anything is possible, but that would be kind of like saying that
anything is possible.
Yeah, anything is possible, but that would be kind of saying like it would go like if Amazon is 2,500 today, that would be like 5,000. So that's kind of like unrealistic. But yeah, we'll see. Like just go in with an open mind, and if it happens, it happens. If it's like dead and it's just barcoding all day, then you know we'll step away, and it is what it is, right? Sean's calling out his positions here, so let's just kind of check out some of those. Let's take a look at FB. Are you long there? Yeah, all long, yeah. So obviously we're playing the bounce here, you know, off 4,100. See if it can kind of push through VWAP. FB, I think 191 was actually a level yesterday, right? So that was a solid bounce here if you would have kind of bought this dip. But again, you always got to kind of be careful buying dips. But you know, obviously once it starts making higher lows, then you could get a good move to the upside. You know, you have something to risk off of, right? Show the board again. That's legit. Which board? I'm not too sure about that.
What board?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think the position boards are coming for our side soon. But yeah, no. Right now I'm in no positions, and then Pratt is short crowd and TPTX as well.
That's right. Chewy pushing up, CHWR. Let's go check out Chewy. Chewy also had an earnings report not too long ago, and there was a funny article that came out. It was like Chewy popped up like X amount of percentage after hours, whereas GME didn't really pop up that much, and people were like kind of clowning on GME. Didn't really make sense to me after reading that article as to why they were clowning on GME in that article. But overall, though, Chewy getting pushed up up over here. Now positive on the day for Chewy. S&P 500 down 1.14% and back to VWAP. NASDAQ down 2.1% and almost back to VWAP. So clearly the market's waking up. The shorts are getting burnt a little bit. You guys saw Sean's longs just coming in with the beautiful moves over there off the lower day from NASDAQ and S&P 500, helping him get long on most of his trades over there on the Facebook and so on. I want to go check on Tesla because it feels like it's been a while since we actually looked at Tesla. Tesla bouncing off of the 700 level, man, giving you a $15 long while I'm just like scalping, $1 on Tesla near 720. Actually, not even scalping. I got burnt on that trade because my order slipped. I didn't give my order enough of a room over there. It slipped on me and I had to punch out for a little bit of a bigger loss than I wanted to. But thankfully, I kept my sizing appropriate where even if that stock slipped $1 against me, I didn't take too much of a hit on that stock. It's just the slippage kind of screwed me because I didn't make my thing right properly. We're gonna send it over to the People's Trader to see his positions real quick. Let's throw it over to Sean.
Yo, what up? Okay, yeah, good. Yeah, great job today, guys. It's been a banger show. The big trade I've been posting all my trades thanks to Bears vs. Bulls to go over some of that. We are going to be working on getting our board up all show and see if we can do something with that. So I've been sitting here the whole day. So we're just sitting here, we're taking these longs. The biggest trade for me, I only have one trade here on Microsoft, and it's a big one right now. And it was just waiting and being as patient as possible. I know Luca had this. I hope he still does. We're long 270 break. I mean, we just waited for it. It was very, very patient trade. We waited for it to take out that level. The NASDAQ is now starting to rally. I mean, we are absolutely monstrous right now. So we'll go Mamma Mia for Luca as well right now. But yeah, nice move to the upside, 270. We're still long this one, $1.50 in the money. That's beautiful. And then look at this, 145 on Apple. We waited like that as well. Short, out, reverse into the long. Now we have a beautiful winner as Apple now taking off. VWAP, this is $1.20 in the money for Apple. AMD, work. What's up, Rihanna? AMD is working right now to the upside. All of these buys, the scalpers in the building, baby. And that's that, man. Big time trade for AMD today. Facebook, let's work that one as well. Shout out again, Travis Scott, everybody. Big time movement to the upside as he's with Jenner, one of the Jenners there, or Kylie, something like that. Up to 193 and change right there. That's working out right now. That's $2 in the money. Microsoft, we just talked about it. And how about TQQ? How you like that bottom pick right now as that's starting to go back up to the upside? So that's it, man. We went long. The reason why we went long, we talked about this on our main day show there on the first show, and that was that we came back into that level right there from yesterday. So the market went down here on that Microsoft news. They said, hold my beer the rest of the day. We were just like, you know what? If we're going to win and we're going to be a trader, then we have to sit here and trade. So there it is right there. I don't buy all that noise. Sometimes you hear like, it's light volume, I'm not going to trade something. That's fine. I think you should lighten your shares. But, as a trader, I think it's important that you sit here, look for opportunities and take them when they're there. So we've done that, man. I think about right now getting a little bit out of Facebook because you see what I'm saying? You're back up here to VWAP right now. So when you get those kind of plays coming through, it's kind of like, hey, just take your profit and don't even worry about it. There it is. We just got some 06s or 05s there. We punch out on that one. So there it is. We let that go a little bit higher. But yeah, so far so good here on some of these longs. I hope you guys are enjoying the midday show. Go kill 'em, Ian and Brad.
Sean, you got to use the 21 Savage Runnin' song reference. I don't know if you heard that song before. Running, all my running. Yeah, that's how Sean's feeling right now with all these stocks running in the money for him, laughing straight to the bank. So here comes the money, man. Money's pouring into our pockets, well, at least Sean's pockets. And the longs are paying up at the moment. Shorts obviously getting burnt. S&P 500 still down 1% on the day. Where is my box? There it is. ESM22. Here we go. So S&P 500 still down 1%, but we're at the 100 period EMA on the futures over here. NASDAQ also getting ready right back to VWAP, almost back to VWAP. We still got a couple points over here, but let's just say it's back to VWAP. It's still down 2% on the day, and market is as you saw, I think it was Facebook that was back to VWAP. Yeah, it was Facebook that he said it was back to VWAP. So most of the tech stocks are also getting ready to push up over here. Let's see if this move in the market has more of an extension left in it to the north side where we actually actually turn green on the day. That would be something to witness. If market actually has the strength to do that, then Free Fall Friday was completely wiped out, man. We thought we were going to get a nice little Free Fall Friday, but right before support levels, or at support levels, I guess I should say, buyers started piling in and pushing this market right back to the upside, and time to reload on the shorts. Yeah, if you believe that the market's going to turn back and go right back to the bottoms, then yeah, reload on your shorts. Time to play that emoji, okay, I'm reloaded, right? So reload on your shorts if you believe in that, which is something that I might do on couple of my positions like CrowdStrike, but I'm not trying to do that across the board and just get over leverage on almost everything and anything, right? Real quick, I want to thank you to John for becoming, I guess that's the first time member. Miss V knows exactly what emoji is for what, so maybe I need to start memorizing those. But I think the chicken emoji is for the first time member. So if it is, welcome to the Trader TV family. Welcome to the green side, as she always mentions it.
Yeah, the market's kind of making, like, I kind of want to show you guys this. It's making a U-shaped recovery here, and, you know, starting to trade above VWAP. So, you know, kind of taking a look at all of the trades that Sean just kind of took. They're all like making that grind up towards VWAP and kind of testing that, right? So, you know, it could potentially start to push up higher here. You know, obviously lunch is kind of ending, and, you know, momentum could start coming in to the buy side, right, and start pushing the market back up. SPY will hit 416 today. I mean, potentially. I think the highs on the ES were like 4160, so the SPY is like kind of direct correlation with that. So yeah, potentially if we get back there, but yeah, to expect the market to go green on the day, I think that's like a bigger move than what happened yesterday.
Seen it happen last Friday.
We've seen it. We've seen it.
I've
Yeah,
seen it happen
literally last Friday,
times.
but. Yeah, no, we'll see if it happens today. You know, we'll kind of play it by ear and you know, keep looking for good trade opportunities, right? Like, I'm not saying like don't trade during the midday or whatever, but just look for good trade opportunities and manage risk accordingly, right? So you don't want to get yourself just kind of getting chopped around and taking bad trades for no reason, right? But if you see something that lines up with your strategy, with your plan, something that you're specifically looking for, then, you know, go for it.
Yeah, look, opportunity hunters or snipers, I guess, is what the terminology is for the patient trader, unless you can be one of those spray and pray gunners and just unload your machine gun as long as you have enough bullets in that machine gun.
There's a time and place for that. There's a time and place for that.
Let that thing go, boy. But yeah, we're watching Palantir leap calls ? I personally, even though I'm a little bit of against Palantir now, okay, we'll just put that joke aside. I do love Palantir. I do believe Palantir will go higher in the near future. We're looking to see what more contracts from the government can they get. I know they had some contracts not too long ago. I need to go refresh my my memory on this. I need to actually quickly just say screw it and go short on CrowdStrike where I am right now. So let's quickly go over to CrowdStrike and throw an order to. I know I had an order, but they weren't filling me, so I'm going to throw another order closer to my average price. Let's see if they can give me that fill instead of me having to fight for that fill up top where I've been waiting all day for the stock to give me a fill for. Now let's come back to Palantir. So yeah, I personally am invested in Palantir. You guys know that. I'm looking for that move right back to the $20 or whatever price I remember day trading this position. But that also means that I'm willing to hold this stock for God knows how long till it gets back to this ranges, right? So not too worried about this position for myself. If you believe it's gonna happen in the next 3-4 years, then go for it. If you don't believe it's not gonna happen and you're the anti-Palantir trader, then yeah, don't worry about that trade.
I'm just reading through some of the comments here, and someone said Tesla slapped me earlier. Yeah, you and me both, man. You know, I was trying to short these breakdowns on Tesla, and that was to no avail. Tesla was weak today. We kind of already talked about that. And someone after that said, oh, this is a classic sell the rip on Tesla. And you're not wrong. Like, so a lot of buying just came in here, you know, barely, not even close to VWAP, and then just sells back the entire move, like within a couple minutes, right? So Tesla is considerably weaker. So if you are trying to like play a bounce or something like that, go for something that is a little bit stronger on the day, right? Something that's gonna maybe not have like a negative callus to it, right? The long off 700 was a good long, but that's because it was like pushing that SSR level. 700 is like a huge psychological level, so you could have played the bounce off that, but don't look to kind of get chopped up in this range, especially if it's just kind of grinding up or selling these rips up, right? It's an easy way, and obviously Tesla, it's more expensive and it's going to move like points at a time within a minute, so you can get burned like pretty quickly, right? I kind of want to take back a look at AMC just to see how that's kind of doing with the market kind of grinding up. It hasn't really broken out back to these highs. It's kind of like running into trouble just before 13. We kind of always talked about 12.50 and like the 50-cent ranges kind of being a level on AMC, and it was early in the morning, and it kind of held up here 12.50 in the afternoon here. So let's see if it kind of makes a push back to 13. It's holding the trend quite a bit, kind of with the market. But yeah, let's see if some buying momentum comes up, and some action can stir up in the closing show there.
Yeah, it's been pretty boring if you ask me, but maybe that's because I've been looking at boring stocks. So let's see what stocks you guys are looking at in the chat. Maybe some fun stocks that you guys have been trading all day that are still having some volume being pumped into them at the moment. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are pushing to the downside after NASDAQ has hit VWAP, and S&P 500 is slowly trickling its way to the bottom over here. Let's see how low can we go on the market. Can we get pushed right back to the low of the day on the market, or do we just struggle around a little bit and not really push to the lows, but also not push to the highs and just hang out by VWAP, at which point the market will be even more boring to look at it. Bet 20% bounce in TNXP. I'm not sure what that even means. You're betting that there's a bounce in TNXP and your bet is 20%? Is that what you're saying? We already talked about this long on TNXP not too long ago, that the bottom around $2.50 is trying to be established, but I can see the stock going to $2 over the coming month or over next week, actually. I could see it going right back to $2 to find support. Down 10% today. There could be a bounce on it, sorry. There could be a bounce on it, but it's struggling at the moment to be able to get back there. The strawberry watermelon one, that was a nice burp coming out of that one.
Yeah, no, I just got a good whiff of that. It smells delicious. the drink, guys, not the burp. Okay, let's move away from that. Someone said let's take a look at Lucid. The Lucid's gonna try.
What's wrong with you, man?
What do you mean, man?
It's okay.
Whatever. Yeah, Lucid. Let's see if it's making like kind of like a move in sympathy here with Tesla. Being obviously in the EV sector, it did show considerable weakness today. But I was trying to see if there's some levels on the daily. I think like 17 here, but we're still ways away from that. 20 was a level for sure. It briefly broke above that and started trading above that, but could never really hold, right? And it's going to trade in sympathy today, show some weakness, and kind of fade off the 20. So let's take a quick look at Rivian as well, just kind of since we're talking about the EV sector. Chart's probably going to look very similar, and it does, right? So again, just kind of trading in sympathy, showing some weakness below VWAP, and potentially going to test the lows here at 30. We'll take a quick look at and yeah, 30 is probably a level on the daily as well. So when you're if you don't want to trade something like Tesla, you can always look to something like Rivian or like a Lucid or potentially even like NIO if you want to be participating in the EV sector in that move, right? Because they're all going to kind of trade in sympathy with Tesla.
Yeah, that is for sure right. So you can keep a track on it. Is there an EV ETF that anyone knows? That I personally don't know an ETF for EVs. Maybe you guys know. Maybe Brandon knows an EV ETF. MARA being called out, so let's go check out MARA. MARA, and I know someone in the chat said even Brankles mentioned this yesterday. It's Brendan, not Brandon. Listen, I get it confused between. It's not. I don't get it confused. It's just I guess an Indian thing where I can't pronounce it properly between the two 100% of the time unless I really spend a second to enunciate the names properly. That's why. He's
Enunciate.
Enunciate. Am I not saying that right?
Enunciate?
Enunciate the thing properly. So for me, That's Brandon, and that's Brankles. That's not even Brandon or Brendan. That's
Let's just kind of steer away from that. Let's just call him Brankles from now on. That's it.
Yeah, this is Brandon and Brandon. That's Brankles. It's that simple. So for anyone trying to correct me, I do know that I have a little bit of a impediment, I guess, when it comes to that name. I can never say it right properly. I always get it wrong. But yes, anyways, Brankles, Brandon, coming back to the market, MARA. This is your cryptocurrency stock, which was down 10% at one point, now only down 7%. I'm saying only because, you know, I wanted to refer the SSR level, but it has popped up about 3% from that SSR level, and now trying to find buyers above VWAP. Let's quickly go over to see what cryptocurrencies are doing, and in case crypto had a little pop in it, and they did indeed, crypto did pop down to 29,000, and now are back to 29,500 areas. So let's see what Bitcoin will do over the weekend. I know this is just like one of those theories out there, but you know, that theory has some substance behind it. It's almost like, what do the degens who have no stock market to trade do on the weekends? They go trade some cryptocurrencies. So how does the market move on the weekend for cryptocurrencies? Something to be watchful for. And what Luca mentioned was that the MVIS, what is the ticker for those guys? MicroStrategy ticker?
I think that's...
MSTR.
Yeah,
MSTR, who are about to get a margin called if it gets to that 20K level or so.
Some people are kind of talking about DKNG, and it's making like kind of a big downside move here, and it's kind of pushing, going to test that SSR level. SSR is 10% down on the day, so just kind of keep that in mind. But I was kind of taking a look at like FinViz here to see if I can see any news or anything why it's down so much today. And yeah, I couldn't really find anything, but yeah, some considerable weakness today, but it looks like it's kind of breaking down this 12 level, which is like, it's been kind of consolidating above that. So, or sorry, what is this? No, 13, my bad, that's 13, not 12. So it's kind of breaking down below that, and you know, it's not looking too good. You know, things like DKNG, those sports betting stocks, sometimes, you know, those might heat up into these like big sports periods, like leading up to the Super Bowl or something like that. No, maybe not. I don't know why it's down mega today, but yeah, some big time weakness. EV ETF, someone says cars or drive. I don't know if that's for real or.
What is it?
He says KARS or DRIV. Is that real? Or maybe it's just made up.
KARS on Amex, on NASDAQ? No, that's probably a troll.
Yeah, he's probably trolling. So, yeah.
No, he's not.
Drive?
It's not. It is right. KARS, Crancher electrical vehicle. Maybe we just don't have it because they don't do much volume. Maybe how much volume is this doing? Yeah, 42,000 shares. What's the other one you mentioned?
DRIV.
DRIV. Autonomous and electrical vehicle ETF on NASDAQ. How much volume is this doing? 62,000 shares. So even this one's not doing any volume. EV ETF's doing zilch volume, zilch.
Yeah, so, you know, maybe we don't have them on our system, but yeah, low volume. I don't know if I'd be comfortable kind of following these. I'm probably just going to be following like something like Tesla because, you know, Tesla's going to be the big, like kind of the futures for the
barometer.
The barometer. Yeah, we need some new words, guys.
Yeah. Sorry?
Oh, we have Drive. Okay.
We have Drive, not Cars. Cars is, I think, Amex. Yeah, we don't have Cars. No volume on it at all. I would not even think about driving that. Hail. Ooh, I think I've heard of Hail before. Yeah, I think this one has no volume on it either. Cars is New York. Cars is New York? It says, okay.
KARS? Oh.
KARC.
You guys said K.
No, it's Cars with the K, the ETF for EV. EV ETF, cars on ARCA, it said. All right, coming back to thing, market's trending down. Oh my, I did not even notice that. Did you notice the market?
Yeah, look at this move on the ES, guys. This is pretty incredible. So we had that push up the VWAP, right? And we're kind of talking about, oh, maybe the market's going to make a bounce here, you know, some buying coming in. But look at this rejection. This is the 5 minutes. So across 15 minutes, gives back the entire move. And we're testing back this consolidation area, right? So obviously that 4,100 area is going to be in mind. So kind of just keep that in mind. If you aren't along, just be careful. You know, manage your risk accordingly.
Yeah, this market's pushing right back to the downside slightly, but looks like we might just find buyers around the previous consolidation highs near 41.15 and 41.10 areas. Let's see if we can actually find buyers in those levels instead of going all the way back to the low of day, which is near 4100, and then get pushed back to the VWAP areas. And maybe does 4160 come into play today? That's a big question. NASDAQ is trying to do something similar over here, trying to find buyers in previous consolidation highs and get ready to push back to VWAP or so, in which case the longs are still in play and the shorts are not. The shorts should be still scared for their position, I guess, in case the market successfully ends up finding buyers. We still have about 40 minutes over here on Market Movers, so feel free to throw in your tickers over there that you guys want us to take a look at. For people asking if Ian's in a trade, you're not in a trade, right?
I'm not in a trade right now, no.
Ian's not in a trade right now, bear versus bull. And the two trades that I'm in, CrowdStrike short. It's just not really doing the stuff that I wanted to do, so I'm just nursing those shares over there. And this other stock is just a buyout stock. There's even no point talking about it. It looks like I'm just trading it in a single level.
I feel like some people are saying I feel like the sell-off is coming. Someone made a nice comment here. It took 15 minutes to erase the last 45-minute move up. Spencer actually has a good saying, stairs up, window down, right? So, we take so long to kind of grind up and it falls back so quickly, right? So that's why you gotta trust the trend, right? Trend is always going to be your friend. Trade according to your plan. If you are kind of trading against the trend, then just kind of know what you're getting into, right? And manage your trade accordingly. I was looking at Tesla here because I wanted to see if it was pushing that 700 level that we tested earlier, right? And look at the move here. It's exactly like that. We're grinding up, and then look, it reverses the entire move and some, and now we're kind of testing the lows. So let's see if that 700 comes into play. But just keep in mind that this will push SSR soon, right? So I believe it was 697.50 was 10% off yesterday's close. So just kind of keep that in mind if you are kind of looking to take that breakdown or something like that. People won't be able to hit the bids afterwards, right? So people won't be able to kind of slam it down short. They'll have to kind of sit on the offer and wait to get filled.
Brendan just mentioned HOG, H-O-G. Harley Davidson had a spike, a big volume spike, biggest spike of the day. The stock did almost no volume all day until that spike coming in. Let's see where the stock moves on with that spike, and I'm just gonna quickly glance over to see if they're talking about it on the lesser tier show, as Sean said not too long ago. Looks like they're not, so I just wanted to see if this was a CNBC spike. So nope, I want to check if the resuming production after supply chain halt. There we go. Brent put it in our chat for us. Resuming production. So clearly they're looking to start making more bikes over there, and that COVID and supply chains problems are starting to alleviate maybe some of the stress they had on the company.
Someone said waited over an hour for that 3290 level to short on the TQQ. Waited. Yeah, no, that's what it's all about. He says probably one of my better trades of the year. Congratulations. Yeah, great trade. I'll bring it up here just to kind of show you what he's kind of talking about. Just give me a second. Yeah, so let it load there. But yeah, this is what it's all about, right? Like have a plan, and then wait for it to come to fruition, right? If it gets there, then you make the execution. You don't hesitate, of course, right? And you manage your trade accordingly. But if it doesn't come, then you move on to something else and don't trade, right? But congratulations on that trade. It looks like you're kind of waiting for to come back to these like consolidation areas and maybe a little bit above VWAP and bounce off. So great trade on that part there. AMD still looking better than anything. Let's take a quick look at AMD again. Moving kind of in sympathy with Apple there and the market. It looks like it kind of couldn't hold above VWAP, but it's still in that area, right? So until it starts to break down below 106, and I believe that 106 area was intraday support yesterday. So as soon as it kind of reclaimed that level, it hasn't really broken below, and not a lot of selling came in below when it kind of dipped below. So yeah, the long could still be in play, but the market's still kind of barcoding, but it could bounce here. So maybe if something is going to start bouncing here and start momentum start picking up to the upside, then it could be AMD.
Someone mentioned Target giving you entries again, so I'm trying to load up my Target chart. Let's see what Target's trying to do. 2.4 million shares traded so far. High day near $163, and we're at 162 right now, trying to take out 162 for the second time maybe. Just got to give it a second or two over here for my charts to load up. So let's 7 more seconds for my charts to load up. Maybe if you can pull up Target for me in the meantime, I can talk about it looking at your charts. There we go, my charts are up. Brilliant. Okay. Okay, maybe we'll just pull up this one over here then in that case. TGT. Okay, so how are we doing today? We're actually up on the day, and this was the earnings move to the downside that Target fell down to, trying to get back to that same day's high, I guess. Obviously, the day's high was near 170. I would like to see Target closer to 170, and then if Target was about to break out of 170 to the upside, I think that long trade on Target that day will be something to keep an eye out for. Right now, Target obviously not really struggling, but not really booming to the upside either, just hanging out in the ranges that he created around the earnings day.
Someone wanted to talk about Workhorse here, so I'll just quickly kind of bring that up. This is the daily, guys. So it's kind of just like kind of consolidating. This $2 looks like it might have been a level. They did have the earnings and not much of a move off that, but yeah, slowly grinding up. I don't know if this big downtrend is over. Like if we kind of zoom out, you know, we always say that, kind of zoom out when in doubt. But yeah, this is considerably weak if you look at the longer term chart. But $2 could be a level, so maybe a bounce from here. What other stocks do you guys want to take a look at? I know we've been talking about Apple a lot. NVAX. Let's take a quick look at NVAX. That's NQ.
Yeah.
NVAX is down 22% on the day, and we haven't even heard about it. Is there any news about that?
It's Novavax, so it's the vaccinations plays like Moderna, Novavax, Pfizer. They were all moving up at the same time. But if you're asking me for a catalyst as to why Novavax is to the down, let me quickly go over to Moderna to see if Moderna is also down on the day. What is going on with my charts? Maybe I need to refresh my charts over here, re-clear the cache or something. mRNA, what are you doing today? Down 1%. PFE, what are you doing today? Up 1%. So it looks like it's actually on NVAX alone and not bleeding onto other stocks that are in the same basket. Let's quickly check on BNTX also to see if BNTX is bleeding as much. No. So it is a Novavax related catalyst, looks like. And if I was able to find the
Someone said
report,
problems with the vaccine.
yeah,
so.
right here I can see market chatter. Novavax COVID-19 vaccine reportedly raises FDA concerns about risk of heart inflammation. Shares drop.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the news on it. So thank you for that. Whoever called it out in the chat. I was just kind of trying to zoom out and see what could potentially be a level. This 40 is a level, nice round number, but you know, we're testing that today. You know, it's down 22%. So how much lower can it potentially go? I'm not too sure. It's SSR now. We kind of mentioned that a lot. So it's going to be harder to get filled short on this. So if you are holding the short from the morning, then you know, good hold, and that's probably something you can hold the rest of the day until like maybe it breaks out above VWAP or something like that. Yeah, good short on that play. What else do you guys want to talk about, guys? Let me scroll up here, see if anything else. Amazon, we already talked about that. Apple, we've been talking about that a lot. FB getting near low of day consolidation area. Let's bring that up quickly because we haven't looked at that in a while. Yeah, kind of. You know, we talked about this 191 level being a potential level just from the other day. Again, you know, the market could potentially bounce here. We are around that consolidation area, just like you kind of are saying with Facebook there, right? So, you know, if it is going to bounce, it could bounce around here. But yeah, time will tell for sure. Volume is still kind of considerably lower than in the morning.
Yeah, so I just want to quickly go over to Novavax and take a look at some levels on that. So it looks like $40 stands out to me right away. A good bottom near $40. Maybe we can start looking for longs around that level. Not that that level's come into play yet for us. We're bouncing off of in front of 41.10 today on Novavax. Already on SSR since it's down 20% clearly. And we're waiting to see how high can Novavax go. Maybe to 45 at best, and and then start seeing rejection around 45 just because of the lows that we have around 45 over here on the daily chart. So on its ascent, Novavax is, but you know what's not on the ascent right now is the overall market, sadly, which is failing to hold up at the highs. Hi, camera. Which is failing to hold up at the highs over there, the consolidation highs that we were talking about earlier, on the S&P 500 futures. So getting ready to maybe crack lower and go back to the low a day on both of them, which is NASDAQ, S&P 500. Let's go over to IWM Russell 2000, which is your small caps ETF, also down on the day by almost 1%. Dow Jones 30, let's also take a look at that ETF real quick, that sector. And as you guys can see, that sector is down also around 1% on the day. I want to take a quick look at the heat map if I can figure out how to pull that one up real quick. I can go here, we can go here, type in FinViz heat map. And then we can pull up this guy over here, S&P 500. And as you guys can see, can we go full screen over here? Yeah, beautiful full screen coming in. You know, a little bit of a mix over here. We got some greens. We got energy sector green. We got oil. Obviously, oil is green along with energy. AMT real estate, but the rest of the real estate's red. And then it just starts going into red from there on out, straight into red. As you guys can see, big, deep red Apple down 3% today. Yucky, yucky, yucky. And we have everything else around there just bleeding almost equally.
Someone wanted to call out Ford, so let's take a quick look at that. Ford hasn't been really at the top of mind for a while, basically since like kind of the earnings. It is a little bit of a slow mover, but obviously a good solid investment or a swing trade. Yeah, it's kind of testing this consolidation area, like 12 to 13 areas. Seems like there was a lot of action there, a lot of back and forth there, but. It is kind of showing a little bit of weakness, kind of maybe in sympathy with Tesla. Obviously, Ford is more of like a hybrid. Like they still have combustion engine cars, but they are kind of moving more of their lineup towards the EV sector. So, look for them to kind of make some noise in that sector there. But yeah, no, Ford, kind of lower volume on the day too. I know on the high days, Ford can kind of push 100 mil volume. Today, only pushing 27. So. 27 mil volume, so a little bit less action on that one today. Let's take a quick look at Tesla again. I want to see if it is testing lower. It hasn't really broken low a day, so low a day is 701.83 there. So we are pushing a 704 here. Hasn't really broken that low a day, but it will be SSR soon if it does. So just keep that in mind. We'll be watching that one moving forward.
Yeah, so currently, market right back to being a little boring once again. We had some nice pushes up to the north direction in the S&P 500 and in the NASDAQ, but sadly those pushes got rejected instantly and smack right back to the downside goes the overall market. And we were now once again in those purgatory stages where you're just waiting for the market to figure out what it wants to do and then use those given variables to take a trade out of that. So notice how you'll see, at least if we got this camera, both of our hands are just sitting on the table. We're just hands folded, waiting patiently for the market to give us a variable to take a trade out of. Once again, what is that saying? It's better to
participate, don't anticipate.
Yeah, so we're waiting for a market to show us a stimulus to respond upon instead of giving the market the stimulus, instead of us being the stimulus where the robots respond to and kind of wash us clean out, right? Sorry, you have something?
No. I was just going to actually talk about something off topic. Did you get a chance to give a listen to the new Post Malone album?
No, you sent me the message or in our chat.
Yeah.
But no, I did not listen to Posty's new album. Did you?
Yeah, no, I gave it a listen. It's solid. Like it's a little bit different.
Okay.
Do you like Post Malone or?
I love Posty. Come on.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure everyone likes him.
Yeah.
He's got his he's super interesting. Like he has his own kind of genre.
Yeah.
But the reason why I kind of wanted to bring it up because I watched the video. He was on Hot Ones.
Yeah.
Where they eat the spicy chicken wings. He was on that and it was pretty funny. You should check it out.
Yeah, I actually have it on my watch later. I just been putting it aside. I was just like, not now, not now, not now.
Yeah.
Just been pushing it aside. But it's a good thing that you mentioned that, because I was wondering why he was on Hot Ones. I was like, I don't know if you're dropping an album. Why are you on Hot Ones? So that makes a lot more sense.
It kind of went under the radar, but like
It
one of my friends mentioned it, is like, oh, it's dropping soon, and then like I forgot about it, and then like I randomly looked at like last night and it's like, oh, it's tomorrow. Okay, let me.
You know what's dropping today is The Boys' new season. Season 3 of The Boys comes out today.
Did you tell them that we saw?
I told Neil, because I know Neil likes to watch The Boys. He loves to watch The Boys.
Yeah, that
comes out really wrong. You know, Neil loves the TV show The Boys over there. You know, the TV show The Boys. Guys, calm down. Production team, calm down. The filming for that, we went for a walk at UFT a couple days ago.
Yeah, that was like, it might have been yesterday, but nice area, right? Like we're lucky to have the campus like right near us, and you know it's open for us to kind of walk through and enjoy some nice scenery. But as we were walking through, we're going through like this tunnel thing, and then the security guy just comes out of nowhere, and then he's like, guys, you have to be quiet, And we're like, why? He's like, oh, we're filming a show, and then we asked him, oh, cool, what show, right? And then originally he said it,
and then he tried to hide it.
We thought we heard The Boys.
Yeah.
And then we asked him again, like, sorry, what was that? And then he's like, oh, it doesn't have a name yet. Like, he had to like be secretive.
Bro,
like,
it's the third season. What do you mean it doesn't have a name yet? You're in 3 seasons deep. This guy's trying to hide information from us. I would have loved to see the Homelander there, though. If the Homelander was there, I would have probably like asked for an autograph or something. Or even that Star Girl, whatever her name was. I forget her name.
We didn't see any superhero costumes.
We didn't see anything. We
didn't really even see anything.
Yeah.
Like, there was a camera crew and like some mics, but like there was like nothing like too special. Like, but obviously they got to kind of be.
We just got to say hi to the security guards.
Yeah, that's like we said hi to the security guard going in, and then hi to the security guard leaving. That was it. Neil's gonna find a slipper. I'm sure he wants one.
It wasn't supposed to come out the way it did. Okay, we were talking about the show. The production team takes it a little step far all the time. They're children over there, man. They're absolute kids. That guy's a kid, man.
Check this out. Playmaker says Post Malone is cool. I worked 49 SB Maximum Party with him. He is a very nice. Yeah, you know what? He actually does seem very nice. Like in that interview, like the Hot Ones interview, he seems like a super like down to earth, like super chill dude.
Says, yeah, like Posty's chill.
I mean, he comes off like a little weird, but you know,
just because he has face tattoos, come on.
He's what? Sorry.
Easy on demand.
Just because he has face tattoos? Come on, Posty's sick. Posty's cool. All right, so market, once again, we're just waiting for the market to wake up a little bit. Market right back into its slumber, taking a siesta. Looks like market needs a spro. Luca, let's go get the market a spro from Aroma and wake the market up a little bit, because this market is just hanging out, chilling, shooting some b-ball.
I think the boys might have went for the spro without us.
Without us?
I don't think Luca's back there.
All right. He's here.
Oh, he's here. Okay.
How dare they go for a spro walk without us, man?
Luca drinks like 5 or 6 spros a day. Like that's why he has so much energy to just keep talking. No, we're just kidding.
All right, 21 minutes left. Oh no, yeah, you are right. 20 minutes left, and that's time for some right back to the market over here. Let's see.
Let's kind of see what's moving. I was just kind of checking, like looking back at the big names. Apple looks like it's kind of bouncing off this like the lower lows here, 145. But again, not much really going on after that rejection. After that rejection off VWAP, just kind of taking a look at the overall market as well. Not much really going on. Let's take a look at AMD. I want to see if AMD broke down below 106. It has not. Just still kind of consolidating within that range between 106 and VWAP there, right? And 107 could be a level as well, but we already kind of talked about 106 being that intraday support from yesterday, So, those levels, you can kind of hold a higher value to them the more recent they are, especially if it was just kind of tested yesterday and held up yesterday, then you can look to make a playoff there. That's what I kind of did earlier today, right? So when it bounced off 106 earlier, right? Not really 106. It kind of tested 105.50, but that's okay. These levels, they're levels, but you can't hold it just to that price, right? Like you got to think of it as like sort of like a range, right? So it bounced off that area earlier in the day and it gave a bounce here. So I tried longing here and kind of taking that play, but that was more just like kind of a scalp, or it ended up being like a flat trade, and then the 106 kind of broke down. But now we are here kind of reclaiming that level, right? So, hopefully this 106 holds up, and, we can get a push up to the upside if the market is going to bounce.
Brendo put it in our work chat. First monkeypox patient has been treated through SIGA. So SIGA. I was expecting a little bit of a bigger volume spike off that news drop in, but we got a tiny little volume spike, not too significant of a spike over there, and the stock didn't really do anything off of that. So maybe nothing really too significant going on behind that news drop. Just gotta wait and see how the market is dealing with the monkeypox fear, and how they like the fact that they have seen a treatment coming in from SIGA. So, and also the fact that the treatment came in not I don't want to say that quick, but it's been fairly quick on the process of dealing with this virus, I guess, so far. So that should be better for the market overall, because that means less fear of getting locked and put into another lockdown or whatever in the overall market.
Someone said here, best day of the week, but a boring one. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Profit is profit, my friend. Capitalize when you can, and strike when the iron's hot. And if the strategy is in play, if your strategy is in play, then go for it, right? Don't hesitate and take those trades. So congratulations on that one. AMC just went back below VWAP. Unbelievable. Let's take a quick look at that. I don't think I have GMEs here up on my side screen. That rejected 138. And yeah, look, AMC is kind of making that similar move, right? We talk about GME kind of being the futures for the meme stocks, if you will, or the meme sector, if you will. So yeah, AMC kind of breaking below VWAP, showing some weakness. I'll quickly show GME as well. GME, yeah, we're looking at this 138. After that buying came in, I don't know what happened. Maybe that was some big firm covering their shorts or something like that. But so much buying came in. I was getting ready. I was I want to get in this halt if it halts. This is the day. And then it just died, right? And that was it. And I was maybe looking if the 138 would break out again, but it tested it, but never got above it. I think the high is literally 138.10. So no buying above it, and just completely rejected the level. And now we're testing VWAP again.
So it looks like we have a birthday wish to hand out to Parissa. Happy birthday, Parissa. I hope you're having a great day. What the heck is going on in the back corner?
I think that was maybe Greg there.
Greg over there trying to troll me in that corner. All fun and games on this floor.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday,
Parissa. Hope you have a great day, and wish you more years to come in the future. Facebook 185 and the day bet. How much are we betting on this, and what do I win?
Y'all got bets on this?
You're talking to a betting man right now. Okay?
Brad's your guy.
What's my odds? What's my payout? And just let me know. Let me know if my odds are worth it. I'll drop some dimes on it, baby. I got Spencer over there scamming me to put money on the over yesterday twice. Never taking Edmonton Oilers over again on that. How do you get 16 goals the first game and then 4 the next? What's going on over here? But yeah, so clearly we're just waiting for the market to do something. Looks like it's actually getting ready to push to the downside. S&P 500 breaking that 4110 level, and NASDAQ. What is that level on NASDAQ? I can't really see the number on my second screen, so I'm going to go over here. NQ, M22, CM. NASDAQ looks like that was a 12,550. Yeah, 12,550, cracking to the downside slightly. Let's see if this move is going to get overextended right back to the lower days in the market. I'm expecting Facebook getting pushed back to the downside. Yeah, Tesla isn't near 700 yet. Very close. We're only $3 away from 700.
It's getting close, but it's been testing the same levels pretty much all morning, right?
Right.
Or all day rather. I wanted to take a look at Facebook here, and specifically a half-hour chart if we want to switch to my screen.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah. So yeah, this is the half-hour chart, guys, and this 191 level, we talked about that already, but that 185 was that level specifically from the other day, right? So if you remember that news where the COO had kind of quit Facebook, it dropped to 185. And then it just stalled. I remember watching it live, and it was 185.01 on the bid for a solid 5-6 seconds, and it did not break. And then there's the huge push up after, right? So that's clearly a level and something that we're going to keep in mind. But for it to kind of get there today, that might be a little bit of a bigger ask, especially since Facebook was so strong after that big dip and yesterday as well, right? So Facebook ended up testing 200 yesterday, just kind of the strength in the market, in the overall market there. But yeah, if this 191 level starts to break down, a lot of sellers start coming in below it. It could make a move to kind of potentially fill that gap across maybe the next couple of days or something like that. But yeah, 185 is a little bit out of reach today, so maybe we do take that bet.
We do take that bet, man. But depends on what the odds are, right? If the odds are not
That's
good,
true.
you never. The risk to reward it's all risk to reward for me. No matter what type of life, what type of thing in life I'm doing, it's all risk to reward. Coming back to CRSP being called out in the chat, CRSP seems to be pushing up. CRISPR Therapeutics, 1.3 million shares traded today so far. What is that on the relative volume scale? CRSP, CRISPR Therapeutics, 1.6, so not bad, not the greatest either. Up 5% today on the catalyst, whatever the catalyst it is using to get elevated on. It is clearly helping the stock to push up today and stay above VWAP for the most part. And now the question is, how long does it stay above VWAP moving forward? Do you use pivot points? Sometimes. I don't really have it up at all times. Like as you guys can see right here on the chart, I don't have it on. I toggle them on when I want to use them. I just use them as an extra tool to find support and resistance levels, and I really like them when I first map out a level. For example, let's say, what stock could we go up to? Maybe we go up to Tesla, just for an example, and we toggle my pivot points for dailies. When a line like this intersects with the line that with the pivot point, I kind of like that level a little bit more because I identified a level around that price point and pivot points according to the mathematics, the quick maths behind it helps me know that there's also a mathematical level here according to the equations that they're set up. So that's one way that I take a look at it. I don't use pivot points as my go-to 100%. If my pivot point's over here, I'm shorting it. If pivot point's over here, I'm longing it. I don't look at it like that.
Since we're kind of on the topic of indicators, someone mentioned earlier what moving averages do we do, and we never got to that question, but I remember it now. I usually just use the 13 EMA. So that's this light blue line, and then blue is the VWAP here. I find the 13 EMA kind of it works with the trend well, but use what works best for you. Like Sean always talks about the 50-period moving average as well. Do you use moving averages at all? Yeah. So,
exponential.
Yeah, exponential. This is the 13 EMA here. So just use what kind of matches what you like to trade off of. I don't personally take trades off the EMA at all like that, but if I am in a trade or something like that, I may use it as reference to just kind of get a quick gauge of the trend, right? But mainly when I am in a trade, I'm watching the tape, I'm watching level 2, just to kind of see if the momentum is in my direction, right? Is in my favor, right? So that's what you want to see mainly when you're in a trade. But if you are in a swing trade or a trade throughout the day, then you can definitely use the EMAs or moving averages to your advantage. But other than that, it's just 13 EMA, VWAP, and volume for me.
Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. KISS. That's one of the things that's a lot of people know about KISS, right? Basically, the idea behind that is no need to overcomplicate things with a million indicators that some people do. Sometimes your charts be looking like an astrology chart reader at a Hindu temple, right?
Yeah. Sometimes when you have too many things going on your charts or on your screen, it can be a little bit confusing, right? Don't wait for all 13 stars to align for you to take a trade, right? Like Prad's parlays. You don't need to.
Hey yo, Ian's no longer on the show. Sean, Ian can't be on the show anymore.
Oh man.
Yeah? This guy's making fun of my 13-leg parlays. Bro, I was off by 1 rebound, man. Come on, how dare you hit me with that?
You know there's a
Haters gonna
you know
hate,
there's a
man.
reason
Haters
for
gonna
that,
hate.
right? You know there's a reason for why they put it at 6.5 rebounds specifically, and then he gets one more rebound.
Listen, that's because FanDuel called him up and said, don't let Prad win.
Right, because you steer the
I am FanDuel.
How about Drake?
Yeah,
You put money on
exactly.
that?
No, I'm saying
But like
Oh,
Drake's
yeah,
bets,
yeah,
like
yeah.
this guy puts his
Yeah.
bets on Instagram.
Bro, Drake's bets are nuts.
Oh, well,
He's betting like $1
He's on a
million
different
on the
level.
most crazy like roulette hands, and I'm just like my mind's blowing watching it.
Wow, threw under
Anyways.
the bus. No, I didn't throw him under the bus. We're boys.
No,
Give
we're
me
boys,
props.
we're
Yeah,
boys,
yeah.
we're
No,
boys.
it's all good fun. Pride is 13-year lucky number.
No, but I wear it because of James Harden. So if I can just take off this real quick, it just shows 13 maybe. Where does it show? Right here. Yeah, 13. And that's because I'm wearing a Harden jersey today. It's a little cold though, man. I don't know how this maniac behind me sits in these jerseys all day, sleeveless and whatnot, and just does not freeze. This
I was
guy's a
saying that
monster.
to Spencer yesterday. Like it's kind of chilly in the office, but it has to do with like computers, right? Like
Yeah.
you gotta keep up. Like we have so many computers. Like there's a full trading floor. I think they're hiring more people as well coming July, apparently. So, we're going to get more, apparently, that's what I've heard. So we might get more floor traders on the floor, apply through the website there, and, maybe you could be on the floor with us.
That marketing apply one is for a host, but yes, if you are looking to sign up to be a host on the same level as Brando over there, who kills it, it's going to be hard to match up with his skill level for sure. But yeah, if you have any experience with doing what Brandon does, or even with trading, I think you can sign up to what is the email? marketing@tradertv.live, or you can do !apply in the chat. The email will show up over there, and you'll be able to send the email out over there, and Maggie or someone will get in touch with you shortly if you are interested in that. And if you're interested in joining the floor as a trader, I'm not sure if Greg is still taking emails at the moment, so we'll
confirm that, but it was something that I heard from Brankles there.
Yeah, we'll walk it through Brankles and Greg over there to see if they're taking emails again. I think the last batch of people was interviewed by Tony, so Tony did a pretty good job. I mean, we have some good traders
You
on
might
the
get
floor.
a chance to meet the legend.
You might just be
Tony
able to
Pepperoni.
meet Tony Pepperoni, Tony Tequila. We'll
We
see
have too
what
many
happens.
names for Tony, man. I think he's working today at the Jays game. I saw him with.
We're gonna go get him fired again. Let's go. Round 2, fight.
That was a sick party there.
Yeah.
Just kind of wrapping back to the market here. I kind of wanted to see not much going on. We're watching the ES. It's kind of consolidating, getting to this area again. What we've been kind of saying. It's a tight range, right? Like 4,100 to 4,110 was this consolidation. 10 points on the ES. That's not too much. Could bounce here. There was some buying that came in, but just kind of looking back at the main market movers here, like Apple, like same sort of thing. Like the chart looks very similar, right? Bouncing off the lows, but not really doing much. Like just kind of consolidating around this area. Taking back a look at Tesla, same sort of thing. Like hasn't even breached the low, right? The low was 701.83. Hasn't gotten there. It got to like 702, right? But it's not bouncing like it did before, right? I know a few of us had this trade, the bounce off 700 instead, and that seemed to be like a good trade as buyers start to like kind of step up. I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys so you guys can see. But buyers kind of stepped up there, and it was a solid trade. You could have got like 6 points out of it, 7 points. And on Tesla, if you take a little bit more size, that's a huge trade, right? So good for those who caught that one. But the same sort of reaction is not happening now. Like it's kind of bouncing off 702, but it's not giving that same sort of buy momentum that we saw earlier in the day.
Yeah, market for sure. Just waiting for volume to come in at the moment. S&P 500 still hanging out by the same level that it was like about 30 minutes ago, and not really doing anything special for us. NASDAQ doing pretty much the same thing. Let's see if any of the stocks you guys are looking at is moving. Apparently, crude CL futures are dropping. Veru is moving, so let's go check out Veru on NASDAQ. So Veru on NASDAQ, 11 million shares traded today. Nope, not New York, NASDAQ. NASDAQ. Here we go. Oh yeah, baby, 9% to the upside goes Veru looking very nice once again. This stock has been absolute monstrous not too long ago, and it's getting ready to be fun for people once again. As you guys can see, it is now creating a higher low on the daily chart. I'm looking at the daily chart, and it has created a higher low and a higher high, but this next high is a little bit lower. Let's see how this high goes too. Now we're expecting a breakout of 17 next week, maybe if the stock can do so. That will be fun to watch. Today, with the 9% move with 11 million shares traded and a relative volume of, let's guess, what would you guess the relative volume is for Veru right now?
Probably like less than 2.
No, it's got to be 3. Oh wow!
Always up.
It's 0.78. You are right.
Yeah, okay.
Less than 2. You are right. So surprisingly enough, relative volume is less than 1, but Veru is taking off 10% to the north side. Less volume, bigger move. I don't really understand that, but it is doing it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe something to do with like liquidity or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Veru obviously making a solid move today. Sega is moving up. Yeah, I quickly look at Sega. There wasn't much of a move off that news, right? I believe it was new news, but yeah, no. Like there was like a little bit of a volume spike, but the move just kind of got faded, and now it's just kind of consolidating in this range. The low a day is this 1120 area, so we are kind of still testing those lows. You know, it is down 11%, so it is SSR, guys. So you know we can't really slam the bids down, but you know some positive news, but not really much buying coming off of that. So interesting to see, but maybe something to watch, like maybe in the next couple days or something, if monkeypox like makes like a next move.
So, you know, it's probably my fault over here because I kind of forgot to mention this. But you know what? Part of the blame is the chat. Come on, chat. Why are we only at 1.6K likes? I was out when I logged in around 11 o'clock. I think it was 1.2. So we only got about 300, 400 likes more past 11 o'clock. So looks like we have a bunch of you in the chat over here who did not like the video today and don't enjoy what we do here for free on a daily basis. So please, if you have not yet hit the like button, smash that like button for us. And there's a couple other ways you can support us over here by clicking the subscribe button. That's very helpful for us. It's going to you know, put our channel out there for more people. I don't want to look at my face. I want to hide from that. So hit the subscribe button over there. Hit the notification bell if you can. That's going to notify you every time we go live, every time we post a new video. Yesterday, Brando was recording a trade recap video at 4 o'clock. That's something new that I haven't seen us do. So clearly we're coming out with new things every day, new ways to improve, new ways to educate, entertain, and have fun with this fun-loving community that we've been growing. Look at that, already 200 likes just for asking for it. So can we get to 2K before we get out of here? Only a couple more minutes left. Let me flash my fancy Casio in my face. Looks like we only have about a minute left over here. And it would be nice to get up to 2K or at least up to 3K going into the 4 o'clock because I know the closing guys are too busy trading sometimes to even ask for it. So I'm going to ask for on their behalf. Let's get that number up there. Let's keep on smashing the likes all the way into the closing trade. And I hope you're having fun right now trading Veru because Veru is still taking off, creating a high a day and still going up while the market is just hanging out. It's trying to go down. It's trying to go up. Not sure what the market wants to do, just swinging back and forth. But we have some small caps like Veru itself taking off.
Yeah, no, guys, there is a lot of content. Like they're doing like the pre-market videos and the stock market recap at the end of the day. So, you know, check it out. But yeah, I think it's just about time to kind of send it over to the closing show. And, you know, we're going to wrap up this day. And it's going to be a lot of excitement, right? You know, Free Fall Friday could still be coming into effect, right? Like if we break down this these key levels here, there could be some fireworks sending to the downside. But as always, from my side, guys, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, and yeah, we'll see you guys next week.
Yeah, ciao.
Hey guys, welcome to the close. Couple hours left on a Friday that's turning into, yeah, another pretty ugly negative session back towards day lows as we speak, as we get towards the end of the week and end of the session. 2.6 right now for the NASDAQ, the S&P about 1.6. So Remember, we were up about this much yesterday for the NASDAQ anyways, 0.86 right now for the Dow. Back to the downside as well. Here in Toronto, TSX 1.2%, Brazil's negative. Crude oil trying to hold on to some gains, but coming off as well a little bit. As we head towards the end of the pit session for crude oil at 2:30. 2.4 for Bitcoin, you can see back below 30,000, almost 4% now for Ethereum, also in the red. Pretty ugly board right across the entire thing right now. We are seeing some strength still over here. Energy stocks positive right now, but as I said, the oil starting to come off a little bit. Some of the defense names popping up once again today in the industrial sector as positive. Alaskan positive, 2.5%. I want to talk about some of these travel names, though, coming up here as we head through the rest of the afternoon because, yeah, pretty ugly day for AAL off a guidance revision for them. They were talking about higher cost per traveler or per seat because of fuel going up. So not good. 7.5% for AAL. There's Tesla. We're going to talk about Tesla probably all afternoon. 10% right now for Tesla to the downside. Big move down. GM Ford getting dragged along with it. There's all the cruise lines under pressure. Tech is leading, though, as I said. Apple 4%. Micron, we mentioned as well, 7.5%. So you get the picture. It's, one of those days. Back to the downside as we head into the weekend. Hope your day is going well. We'll jump into a little bit of a recap here of what we were talking about in the pre-market. If you joined us this morning at 8:30, we gave you a whole bunch of opportunities heading into the open. There was a lot to look at this morning. Had to have a plan, had to have some levels available. We're going to recap one of those trades right now. It is Neil today going to talk about one of his trades.
Thank you very much there, Brennan. Going to talk a little bit, about Tesla today. I mean, Brennan already said it's going to be an important one here because the market was trying to make some rallies yesterday, impressive moves, and it is all about yesterday's action for me at least because yesterday it was unbelievable the rally that it had, and I came in with one level and one level in mind. A lot of times I'll start things off with the higher time frame look. Now, I got my 3-minute up so you guys can actually just look at yesterday's trade off of 750 because that was my key line in the sand. And the way I've been approaching the trade in Tesla is once I identify a key pivot price based on the higher time frame, at the open, I'm just looking for a rejection or an acceptance of that price level, and I want to trade off of it. And what happened in the morning was you had that Microsoft news, everything was sort of slamming into the downside, and then semblance of, reasonable or rational sense came back into the market, and we came back up above that 750. And it was once we reclaimed that high, that's when I started going into the long. There was one minor shakeout, then we just said every single pop and consolidation, we're just long in front of this level. You can see the consolidation breaks, the final breakout. I did play the short thinking it was going to get to 800. 790 ended up being the top a couple times, but that's after it had already extended. So today, you got Elon Musk coming out saying doom and gloom for the overall economy. Tesla's going to be pausing some hiring, cutting jobs. I get it. Tesla was under pressure this morning, and a lot of things were gapping down. It was a very, very weak morning, but I was just looking at that same level, and it's pretty simple. I knew that I was going to be bearish below this price. And when you have a read like that, it's about how do you structure your entry point. So I'm not going to sit in the trade. I'm just going to look to see what happens at that open. There was an initial break to the downside of about 730 there. Of course, we had the jobs report that had a big reversal in the market, so the weakness was also in the market. We had one little pop at the open where it tried to test higher. It couldn't take the pre-market level, and unfortunately, this did not get into the prime pocket. If you could have had 745, you could have had 742, something in that range, I'd love to get it. But you can't. It never goes to that price. Unfortunately, you're really only able to capture this in that 735 area. Grab the short. I don't get everything I want because, again, it doesn't come to my price. I'm thinking, okay, let's try scalping some of it out. It makes another wick high, and then I missed the re-entry on that wick high. Very, very quick. At the open, a lot of times liquidity, and I complain about liquidity all the time on the morning show. When we're live trading at 9:30, it's insane, but I did try to grab some back in. At that point, I had my target set at 725, and I made a judgment call. I was short NVIDIA, I was short NIO, I was also short in some Micron and Tesla at that moment. So When it got to 725, I felt like there were a couple of other names that I wanted to hold on to because they had bigger floors under them. And part of this did have to do with the bias of what had happened in the morning the previous day at that 725 level. It was just such an unbelievable jailbreak to the upside that my gut was saying, no, I should just take it out there. Decent chance you're going to get a rally or a bounce when we can get back in. Unfortunately, just like the morning, it doesn't quite get to the re-entry price on that bounce, and then all you wrote. Down at 700, there's one trade left. It is off of that 700 level. Now, I don't have any issue taking it out too early at 725. You've got to be able to go with your read. It was an unbelievable move off the bottom of that particular price. So you get in, you get out. Nobody ever went broke taking profit. But the key thing was, at an overall direction and bias based off of a level, and sometimes you've just got to get in, understanding it might take one or two swings in front of that level to make the trade. It only gave us the one, but we're able to get in and out pretty quickly. Question becomes now, will 700 hold? That's the big one.
More to come on the Tesla move back to the downside. What a move today, almost 10% for Tesla back towards day lows even as we speak. Tesla was on the watch list this morning coming off those comments from Elon, obviously saying, yeah, 10% of the workforce getting cut. They're going to freeze hiring for the time being, and not some very nice things to say about the economy overall. Make sure you grab the watch list, guys. Every single morning comes out before we come on at 8:30 for free. I was just noting Amazon here, guys, trying to pop up. Saw it on some volume back to 2450, I guess, but a little bit of volume coming back into Amazon. They announced today their CEO of Worldwide Consumer is stepping down after 23 years, which comes on the last day before the split. So take that for what it's worth. But hey, welcome to Friday afternoon. Very exciting. We have Frank Caberna coming up from the Small Exchange. He's going to talk about some crude oil movement because there's been a lot of it, obviously, this week. Very volatile once again. We are holding around day highs, still 1.5% for crude, but big move back up for some of the oil stocks, although a lot of them I noticed not really participating today, even though, as we saw on the board, that was the only really green sector heading into the afternoon here, guys. But I mean, lots to discuss here. Tech, we can jump right into right off the bat here. Apple, we were talking about in the pre-market on some negative notes from Morgan Stanley, I think it was, talking about the App Store. There was also some issues with USB-C versus their Lightning cables over in Europe for Apple.
Yeah, Apple. I mean, this was the number one name on the sticky note today. We are hitting the short real early and real good, man. I mean, our best short's 148, 147.50. Rolled this all the way down, got at 146, then waited very, very patiently to find a bottom, and we did that at 145. So we wound up going long at 145, out some 140. I mean, we did this all in the midday show. We were talking about it. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls for posting that up as well. But right now, we went long again on a 145 break, but you could see, well, we're long 145.20, so we're flat on this trade right now. I was actually sitting here thinking to myself, like, although I'm long three names right now, we're near the highest spot I've been at. There it goes. Microsoft's starting to go back to the upside here as well as we're long Microsoft through. This looks like a nightmare here, but we've been longing Microsoft. Microsoft is one of my top stocks here today, but I feel like Apple yesterday, I mean, we talked about this, why we like the short. Yesterday, Apple, I mean, it was a good day for Apple. It's just pretty choppy on the way up, I noted there. It looks very similar to the futures, up and down moves, right? But if you look today, Apple's down that 4% on that Morgan Stanley note, and the Nasdaq's only down 2.5%. So relative weakness into Apple there today. And then you look at a stock like Microsoft, just to show you, this is what Microsoft looked like yesterday. Forget about that. I know they had that news, that's fine. But look at this move to the upside. It looks the same for Facebook. It's all the same. It's much different than Microsoft. So today you come in, and Microsoft, I prefer the long, which is why I am long right now into Microsoft, and it's just the relative strength. So yesterday, Apple was, not as strong. There's the chart. And then you see today, obviously that's the close yesterday, 150, 150. We opened up around 148. That was good enough for a short for me. Brought that all the way back to the downside. So if I just had one trade today, either Micron, which, I mean, we could check back in on Micron. in a minute. Well, that's going to come our next little segment there. But Micron and Apple, we really hit those home runs right off the beginning of the day, along with Lulu and CrowdStrike. So, I mean, what a great day it's been. What a great day it's about to be as well, as we have 4 longs, AMD 78 cents in the money, Facebook flat right now, Microsoft flat, and Apple flat. So we're running all these, but we're really light shares here heading into a Friday. Shortened week.
Yeah.
4 days, like people chilling out. Prad just took off to the Hamptons. So, I mean, there's a lot trading here, and I just don't know what the volume's going to be like, and I'd rather not be long, maybe. I want to be long. I just mean, like, I don't want to be heavy into any positions until either the market gives us that indication or something pops up, a news story or something like that.
Yeah, and when it comes to big tech, I'm kind of kicking myself over only one thing, because we in the afternoon show I was mentioning Amazon and 2,500, and it had that sort of, and I say gorgeous rejection because of the setup, not because anyone wants the stock necessarily to go down, but it rejected 2,500, pretty crazy the last couple of times that it did, and it had a nice pullback, and then it took it out in the aftermarket. Then you had a pre-market bounce at 8:30 when we had the jobs number come out, and then it immediately rejected it. Then what happens at the open? And remember, 2,500, just a huge and monster level for Amazon. Like, give me a break. It's at that price at 9:30, tries one last effort to go, and then immediately fails. And so, like, those are the kind of setups. I know it's a $2,500 stock, but I actually said there were only 2 prices I've been looking at, and the last time it was at this price, I did trade it, and it was at 2,500. So the only big cap, I mean, I've traded, we'll talk about the chips in a second, but I was looking at this and didn't take a trade on it. Obviously, things were happening. I was watching Tesla pretty quickly, and the chip names were in play. But yeah, there's no chance that we're not trading this on Monday. Well, I'm not trading this on Monday, but it was a missed opportunity at that level, because once it rejected that key price, it was just an easy short that you had to just decide to try to get into.
Sure, it's going to be must-see trading on Monday, I feel, for Amazon specifically. Let's talk about some of the chip makers. It was Micron that was pulled out of the group this morning and kind of talked about negatively on a couple of notes. Piper Sandler was the main one. 7.3% right now. Not quite day lows, but ouch. Ugly day for Micron. Some of the chips following, too.
This fell off. There's a line Ian uses, but it's the wrong line. He says, like, they're like, market moves up in the stairs and out the window. And I'm like, that's a little bit morbid. It's like someone jumping out the window.
But it's someone else's line. I think it's Spencer's line or something.
Okay, but it's up like an escalator and down like an elevator. You don't need people jumping out of windows when you're talking about the market.
I think that's the joke, but.
Oh, I guess so. But the floor that broke at 72 on Micron, and look, if the same thing happens at 66, then that's an even bigger one. Like, that's multiple levels to 66 if it gets through that. But you had this consolidation top, you made this 75 double top, and then the bottom of the range breaks. And there was nothing else that really set up like this outside of the 72. And then when it got to 69, again, I'll zoom in the 15-minute. But there was the last time it broke the bottom of the channel, this is your 66, this is your top at 69, this is your breakout at 69, it then dips, consolidates 69, and then goes. And then you have that move all the way to the high. So where's the low? It's at 69. Probably should have gone long this thing at $69, and maybe there'll be a chance to here in the closing show, but I guess that's going to be your support. But the reason why breakdowns and breakouts are good, like breakouts are good, and breakdowns, because when they go into new territory, you get like vacuums in between. So it gives you the opportunity for rapid price movement to the next key level, and that's why we like them. So Micron was definitely the case there. I traded some NVIDIA as well, but NVIDIA was a very, very different setup. Like, NVIDIA was holding 190 and breaking out from yesterday, and then at the open, this is on my 15 minutes to give an idea how quick it was. And then was holding 190, and we went long off of this level when it held the bid. And then we're scalping it, but the trend was downside. And I said in the morning show, it needs to hold the offer below 190. And you can see these are just wick bottoms, so you're going long off the wick bottoms. But the second it held the offer below, you see the deep selling in here, then we're going short NVIDIA. Eventually it gets to the 185, the price it broke out from yesterday. Probably should have just gone long that price. It is what it is. You could have gone short again at 190, but at the midday, I really didn't like much of anything except for NEO based on the double bottom that it made, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, I'm all out of NVIDIA. That 185 looks like good support, 190 resistance. We might get a chance to play off those for Power Hour.
All right. Yeah, so Micron, again, I don't need to tell you guys, everyone's here. You guys are all part of Sticky Note Nation. So welcome, Sticky Note Nation. Again, today had a couple notes on it here. How about the Micron short, the Apple short, the Lulu, the CrowdStrike? So Micron's all over that thing. And then we also want to talk about AMD a bit. So Sticky Note is now on Instagram and on Twitter. So you can have a look at that. But there's the short again, 72. It's pretty easy, man. We got it at 940 when it broke. Wish we would have reloaded it, obviously, over and over again. We were waiting here for that reload, didn't come in. My best out is 70. That's a $2 winner. Thank you. I think it was Larry and a few of the other guys there on the chat, Frank maybe as well. They made this trade and then they went home or they went to the beach. So that was a great call. I wish sometimes I could do the same. But that was a good one there for Micron. And just so you know, I'm going to go long on a 70 break. So we're going to go long Micron. If it does break through 70, give it back to these lows of 69.50 or so. So Micron on a break back to the upside, we'll take that long right now just to see if it can get back some of this 7%. That's all really. If it gets back to VWAP, that'd be pretty good, 20 cents. Would ideally like to get this over that 70.50 area. First things first, it needs to break, and then there's 70.50. Look, net, this is one of the highest net stocks for us here today. AMD. I've just been longing this off this 105 over and over again. I mean, all of these longs, these are coming in. You don't have any red ticks here, or sorry, any purple ticks here today, which would indicate a short sell. Some buys there. We let that go against us about 50 or so cents. It came back. We got that price again. Then it started to blow to the upside, and that was just cash. Took a long again, out. I mean, you could see what's happening. That's my position I have on right now, 105.80. So that's that. We just took it out at 106.80. That's $1. We're dancing around VWAP right now. So I don't, we're coming back in here. I want to hold AMD, but at the same time, I want to get longer if it comes back in. Again, very, very dangerous time to trade, and you're with a dangerous trader right now. So just be very, very careful about this right here. This is the NASDAQ, and it's like, it's barcoding right now, to steal one of the lines from our viewers about 2 years ago, and we sort of adapted that. But I mean, look at this. It's just back and forth on the 50 period. So the market doesn't know what it wants to do. It's Friday, it's chilling out. I feel like the market myself right now. Let's just hang out for a bit, see if it wants to go. We have our outs, we have our ins. Everything is cool, man. It's just we need this market to try to go back up. It's an 80-cent winner right now for this name. The biggest worry that I have on, and we're going to go to Lulu, which I had earlier, which Lulu was a crazy stock. I loved trading that this morning, by the way, although it gave me basically a heart attack. Microsoft right here. We just got, wow, we didn't get out there? Oh, okay. I'm at 19. It just went to 18 there. Hopefully that can come back and we'll get out again, get a piece out. But Microsoft is bothering me right now. Why? I mean, we're long. We took a 270 break long, but then I got some out for profit, some out for losses. This is a completely flat trade right now for me on this Microsoft. So I'm nervous about it breaking lower here into the close. But look what the futures are doing. So if we're going to dance around, I'm going to be sitting here taking a little bit out. There's our Micron, so we'll go awesome. We're going to have a new trade alert right now, so wake up. We'll hit that. Micron now long at 70. We have 70.04. First target 70.20. Next target 70.40. But if this works, man, hell yeah, Softy. Let's go. This is what happens, man. Timber goes to market today, but we found some nice stocks here to try to take these longs. So here we go. Let's see if Microsoft wants to work. There's the out. We're long right now. Next out, VWAP, I hope. I don't have any offers until then, so we'll see about a VWAP out here for Softy, around 50 or so for another piece, and then we'll try to hold as much as we can.
A little bit of momentum here back to the upside for the overall market. Let's talk about Lulu. Tough environment overall, a tough market anyways, to come with a very positive earnings report with this morning. Lulu beats top and bottom. And yeah, they upped the full year forecast right across the board. So nice look for the report. However, back and forth we go here for Lululemon after that early morning dip today.
So, I mean, I'll let Sean handle it because I know he actually traded Lulu. The setup I wanted for Lulu, it never came into play just because at the open, it shook it out, and then there was no support at the prices I liked. It was a 300 to 303 channel, and really, it just ended up so whippy. As a matter of fact, the only time that channel has mattered and been any good has been since noon. and it's now just sort of barcoding inside of the channel I liked. There was never any consolidation at the prices I wanted, so I just kind of stayed away from it. But ultimately, it was a good report for them, and it just got caught up in the selling. Now back to flat, so it's got a little bit of a base. If the market wants to rally here, you got VWAP and the 300 level in play, and this is the first time it's actually looked, a little bit more calm, but possibly too calm. Because on a Friday afternoon, when it gets this light on the volume, it might look good, but there also might not be anything there if in the afternoon when you have other stocks moving like Veru, EFOI, by the way, which we'll get to that in a second. But I know you were trading at least, Lulu, Sean.
Yeah. Wow. This was a little bit of a nightmare to start with, but it was a lot of fun doing it. We basically just looked at a 300 level. So we talked about that early. It was starting to start off here at 307. Obviously, it's a $300 stock. So like a $30 move down is 10%. So you can easily get a $10 move for 2-3% on earnings. So we this is what was fun about it, and this is what almost gave me a heart attack, is that we just had to average in. The real level that we wanted here was 294, 295. We talked about that from yesterday, that there was some consolidation back. Oh, you can't see. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Farhad. But we. We're gonna go long into there. So it was right here. Sorry, 293, 294 level right there. So we took that, that's really the thing. We got dumped out, and just because we were talking about it and how scary it was, this just fell, man. It fell like crazy. So our first piece was 301. We felt pretty good about taking $4 on the first piece, but then it was like, let's go, let's get back up to 307. That never happened. Meanwhile, in one brief candle, this thing goes from 303 all the way down to 298. The next candle down goes to 295, and I'm like, uh-oh, this is the part where I was like, really, this is not great here. And then all of a sudden, boom, it went right back up to the upside where we really relieved some pressure right there. And at that point, we were fine with it. That allowed us to average in one more time at 295, playing off that 294.50 bottom. Once that broke, we got out, and then it wick bottomed, and I was like, you know what? Let's just play off this level one more time. So we went long again, and that's really where you could see we have multiple outs here. So we had shares on, and that's when the fireworks really started. Boom, 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 back up to the upside, and then we got out when it broke through 300. We missed that 305 top, but yeah, Lululemon was definitely scary at the beginning. And I just feel like this is true for CrowdStrike, which we're probably going to do next. It's just like you can get any level you want. You can't get any level you want, but if you're patient enough and the stock comes in, Neil said it didn't set up for him. I mean, that's what it's about in this environment. We're going to actually talk about that coming up soon. You got to be patient. And I think that's the one thing.
Yeah, Farhad.
Yeah, exactly. That I'm trying to learn about is patience, right? So, that's it. I don't have much else to say about Lulu. It was a good trade. We're still negative on it. We could have been positive if we held for this 305, but we gave up that last $5. That part kind of sucked, but I'm so happy. You have no idea. I may even just go buy my wife some more pants.
And I don't mean to constantly be chuckling, but this Farhad thing is killing me. Like,
that's why I'm here. Remember, Prad's like he's here for entertainment. I mean,
no, but the thing, like, it's crazy because Fahad, that everybody knows because Fahad's the man. Look, Fahad on the board there, obviously.
Does Fahad even really exist?
No, Fahad doesn't exist. Farhad does, but Fahad doesn't. And the truth about it is, and this is the important thing, I think, talking about Lululemon there, is like you've got to trade your own style, right? Like, maybe it's a stylistic thing. I prefer trading NVIDIA for whatever reason. Sean likes AMD. I didn't see it in Lulu. Sean did see it today. It's just you've got to figure out what works for you because ultimately nothing else matters, man. I'll tell you, no one's hitting the keys for you. That's the truth. Like no matter what, like you've got to make your own trade. So you just got to figure out what works stylistically for you. I did just get into EFOI, but I haven't had the greatest read on this stock either, by the way. So like Actually, no, the first short was good, and then I reloaded, and that was stupid. And then I took another short, and that sucked as well. So this is now the fourth time. We're 1 for 3 on the stock, which is only good if you're a baseball player. I'd be happy if the Jays were hitting 1 for 3, but we'll see. I just put a wick top off this 180 high, so I did jump into the consolidation here.
Some of the cybersecurity, Sean, you were talking about CrowdStrike there. I want to mention OKTA as well. So yeah, we got to get to those. I want to talk a little bit about travel stocks as well. A lot of people mentioning some of these today because it's been a very ugly day. I'll show you why. Here's the AAL, 7.2%, grinding at day lows right now after they came out and said, yeah, they're cost per seat sold on the fuel side of things is going to almost double in the second half of the year, and their Q2 as well. So all of the airlines to the downside today, cruise lines as well under significant pressure on expected higher fuel costs. This just popped up as well. It came right back in, but former runner IMMP popping up on some positive results. I mean, 218 on a Friday afternoon, good a time as any, I guess, to release positive results on one of their trials. So travel names, guys. A lot of people were talking about it at lunchtime.
Well, hold on a second. On IMMP, if you're a low float name and you want to release those, it actually makes some sense to do it in a short week on a Friday when there's less liquidity, because then maybe you get a little bit of a squeeze and a vacuum, and then you get a good closing price. So I'm not saying that's what they did, but I'm just saying that actually, I guess that's what I'm saying. AAL here, wow. 17, we're talking about Micron for these breakdown trades. Well, AAL gave it to you too, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I was watching it. But you get that piece of news, and sometimes you've got to be willing to see that it's already rolled over. But if you take a zoom out and just look at the bigger picture, at what this looks like above and below $17, and okay, well, what happened when it rejected 17 at the open a couple of weeks ago? Absolutely died. You know, what happened the days after it reclaimed that level just a week ago? It absolutely rocket shipped. And where did it bounce out in the huge flush a couple of days ago? Right at 17. So when a level like that gets broken and you got a negative catalyst, sometimes you just got to put an alert on and just have your shorts ready to go, because that was a layup, realistically. I mean, just unless you're Ben Wallace, man, you're going to hit that every single time. So 17, that should have been a break that I was looking at. I don't know why I missed that story, but AAL shouldn't be sleeping on that kind of a thing. That's too good of a level.
There's the Wallace talk right there for the basketball. Good
I couldn't
reference.
think of anybody else.
Or missing little layups? I don't know.
Rodman?
Yeah, I was going to say, anybody that hangs around the rim, I guess, maybe a little bit there. Okay, we're talking about Jets here, ETF coming through. Look, regardless of what any of these, I think it's Amex? Yes. Regardless of what, first of all, the market going back up to the upside right there, we just took out some more Microsoft. Our Micron, we put on one trade for you so far. Well, we put on a few trades, but the one that I discussed here was that Micron break of 70. It's, what do you mean? That's right there at view up. What am I doing? I should be getting a piece out. Hold on a second. Let me get the piece out here on Micron quickly. As it's right at this level, hopefully we'll offer and be able to get out. It just eat us up there. So there it is. So we'll take that out as we put the offer and it just takes it right out to the upside. So there it goes now, Micron. That's going to be a good trade for us. But let's just talk about the Jets ETF quickly here. And I'm not talking about Zach Wilson or anything. Okay, so coming down in here, again, I like this name, and I think that today it's down 2.5% regardless of what American Airlines says. This is a ETF that holds pretty much UAL, Delta, Southwest, UAL, AAL, Southwest. What one am I missing? There's one more big one there. That's darn, it's gonna kill me, but I'll figure it out after. But anyways, comes in here. I think this is a better play than taking an individual airline. I was talking about this for a while, the fuel cost. I was like, how are they hedged against this kind of a move? I don't see it. I don't understand it. And for me, I feel like there's more room to the downside now. So I'm not going to recommend getting into anything here. By the way, yes, sir, Micron upside, Microsoft upside, Facebook, AMD $1 in the money, Apple 30 cents in the money. But I feel like that we can get down to this 1850. So I think I'm not in any airlines, but I think I like this. So it pays a dividend, a small one. I think it's yearly. I asked Brendan about that before. It's small, but I think if you can get down into 1850 or so for Jets, I like it. But and look, don't at me, whatever. I understand if you're an airline fan, that's fine. You're going to know more about this than I am. But I look at fuel today, and it was like, I don't know, 208 a liter, which would be, it's about 4 liters per gallon. It's like $7.70 or something a gallon here in Ontario right now. So, I mean, I don't know how they can hedge against that kind of a move. I don't know if that's even expected. And by the way, look what crude is doing right now. Getting ready to close here in 10 seconds. Crude bouncing up $1, back up to 119. So I don't know, man. I mean, I'm sure as hell happy that we're still in XLE. And I think I'm pretty sure Brendan said that Frank's going to come talk a little bit about oil. So again, a more educated guy than me on this, but I still like XLE. It's at these highs. I've been buying this thing since February. We keep doing it on dips. Our last one was in here. We talked about that. So I'm happy with it. I don't know what's happening. We're 100 days now in Russia. That's still, moving around oil prices. So let's just see where we go. Meanwhile, we're going to throw it back to you, Brendan, but just as we said, man, look at Softy. We took the risk. Okay, Softy, now that I see the chart, all I see is my net going. And when that happens, we do something like this sometimes because when it flies through, it flies through. So there it is. We'll hit the money one more time. But we can't ignore this. We just took out VWAP. I didn't realize it went up this high. We should have got some out there on Softy. So let's sit in the 70s and get some out there. Micron, we just gave that one to you. Spin it again, because here we go for Micron. Let's get out a piece if we can on this one as it's in the 30s. The futures, the reason why we have to get out, I don't expect a big, huge move here. So now that we're well above the 50 period, I feel like this is a decent spot to start to say, hey, let's reward ourselves, right? I mean, it's like, I like that say, like, no one ever went broke taking profits. Fine. But at the same time, you're trying to get rich as well sometimes. So I'm going to take some profits, but hold a little bit in case this goes. But one of Neil's lines, I don't think this is the right environment to look a gift horse, Neil, in the face, Brendan.
That's the ugly.
The face, definitely the face. There was some Iraqi oil output data that came out there. It was about 20 minutes ago, but coming up to 2:30, the close of crude oil. I mean, it was higher than expected, but it was right when we came on there at 2 o'clock. Big move for crude oil. Yes, Frank coming up here in about 15 minutes. We'll get to him. I want to talk about cybersecurity names here real quick. We can touch on Tesla again as well. We talked about CrowdStrike. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, we talked also about, just very briefly, OKTA, both coming off of earnings. I'll touch on CrowdStrike first because I want to show you over here. Focus on this window over here. All the red are all analyst moves mostly to the downside. So there's 9. I counted them. There's 9 for CrowdStrike off of earnings, guys. And then this one as well, OKTA, another cybersecurity name, also on earnings today.
Okay, I'll quickly talk about CrowdStrike. I still think Palo Alto is the best name for all this, but all right, so CrowdStrike today off earnings down 7%. It was on our sticky note. We like the 160 long. And the reason why, here's 160 down here. Whoop, this is a minute chart. Hold on a second. Let's just make this a little bigger so you can see it. We wanted that 160 long. Why? And again, like I said, if you just are patient, then you could most likely get the price that you think you're going to get at some point. So here it is yesterday off earnings, up and down. We did make that bottom of 163 yesterday on earnings before coming back in. Then you come in today and you're just barcoding all morning at these levels. So what did I do? I just looked at yesterday. I thought the quarter was actually pretty good. We talked about this. It's on the sticky notes, so I'll just read my own notes here. Same as Lulu, great quarters. Buy any dip into 160. Possible break of 170 on strength. So, okay, so this is exactly what happened. The 170 was almost dead on there. It broke it, but then it was like, no, it's not strong on strength. So there's the strength. It takes out 170. I should have waited for that level. I didn't, but there's the 160 take. And honestly, man, this one was dropping down some cash early because that came in at like 933 or 934, right into there. Look at this drop off open, $6 straight to the downside. Not only was I managing this nightmare, but I was also trying to manage that Lulu and the Apple short and the Micron short. So I had all 4 on the sticky note. This one came in, went right back up. I mean, you're going to say like, oh, some of these outs might be a little hasty, but that out right there is $1.50. Then that out is 163. Then you have up here at VWAP 165, and then right up there 167. So a nice little take at 161, a couple good outs, and then as you can see since then, we're kind of not doing anything. When Prad said, oh, I'm long, he's short, I was like, man, I like that 170 short. Should have took it myself. That comes all the way back down. I still don't mind this trade. Obviously, I'm long the bigger names here, but if CrowdStrike comes back, I thought the quarter was good. I like the space. I like the environment. And Okta's another name that's been, I mean, you're going to show the daily chart here. Okta has been getting killed much more than CrowdStrike, but a nice little move to the downside and then basing out on Okta.
I mean, the thing with CrowdStrike, look, it's still expensive, and I think everyone's looking for the growth, and maybe that's why you get the downgrades, because of the environment that we're in and the fact that it is, on a forward basis, really expensive. But Okta, when you don't make money yet, and you're talking about revenues or price to book or whatever metric you want to look at, that's a different story, and that's why I think the rug pull on Okta was so crazy. It was a beat up. I mean, everything about this was set up. It's like, okay, break in 100. But this is all happening in the aftermarket. Essentially, it then just gaps up, and when the market flushed on you, there was really only that 100 level to fall back to. There was just selling in the pre-market, selling at the open, and then I know Trader Prab was looking at this at that 100 level, and I think at this point you almost have to think about that as like a brick wall. Like, how many times has the market been bouncing here, and Okta hasn't even been able to get up? And now remember, the revenue guide was good, but they're just not making money, and they're just expensive. So up 6%, sometimes that's about the most deceiving thing you can look at, is to see what is up from the previous day. I always, on my quote board, have a column like this, just to show not just from where it closed, man. I got another column. It's like, what's it up from the open? Because I also want to understand what the trend is, relatively speaking. Because if you just see up 5% on Okta and you're a short term or a day trader, you got no clue what's going on there. The stock has been selling all day, and there really hasn't been a bid outside of 100 even.
It is pen and pencil time. That's because it's lesson time, guys, and that means it's scalping lesson time. We get so many questions specifically about scalping. Yes, the market changed this year. Things have been going down, but that doesn't mean there aren't specific scalping ideas that we can't still apply on an intraday basis. We're going to tell you about a few right now.
Absolutely, and I know everyone wants to hear Sean talk about scalping, so I'll give you one simple one, because I probably don't do it as much. But I think the times, you have to pick your spots. And for scalp trades, you're talking about a shorter duration style of trade where you can maybe load up at a key level, get in and out multiple times, and then capitalize on not as much necessary price movement. So the first thing is, how do you identify one of those levels? I say keep it simple. And I'm going to start with Neo here, and I'll start with, even on the higher time frame, just a quick look at this at about 1780, which is the 50-period moving average, and resistance, and then now if I come to the higher time frame, let's forget about how good this was as a big level yesterday, both shorting off of and then going long at that 785, 780 area, and then running away from that price. So that's where you're set up. You had that support there yesterday. And then at the open, I'm not talking about catching at the open when you had the crazy moves, comes down here 785. Nah, forget about that. I'm not talking about the short. It's just when it comes back into this price and gives you this nice little tight consolidation there. It presents you with a range, right? Like, it comes down to what was already a significant level on a daily chart, and it was a significant level the day before. It was a significant level at the open. And then the market consolidates here, not even a lot of volume. It just goes back and forth in a nice little 10-cent range. The second it gets out of it, it's a nice little clean 15, 20, 30-cent winners into VWAP. And then it presents itself with a higher low as well. Now, I only got back into this, probably around like almost 2 o'clock here off this 18 level. But again, just trying to take this consolidation into VWAP. And it's really just about identifying a significant level ahead of time. And then if it trades accepting that price level after the fact, then you can start to get in. But you're not really, you don't want to necessarily be guessing at what that level is going to be. Sometimes you just want to see it, hold the level first, and then get in after.
All right, so I was basically going to say kind of the same stuff here, but I feel like the number one thing when you're trying to scalp in a market that's like this, I mean, you have to just have a bias one way or the other, and then just kind of stick with it and just kind of scalp until your levels are broken one way or the other. And I think that, like, for Facebook, we saw how strong it was yesterday. I mean, let me just show you yesterday first so I can show you the bias. Like, this was yesterday. Facebook super strong until the end of the day right now, where we started to come back in. So I was really thinking today that we would be strong on Facebook once again, right? So I had a bias for the long side. So if we just have a look today, and maybe I'll just zoom this out like this, all of these trades here We waited for a key level to come in. And again, the NASDAQ started to come down. And look what we did. If you look at yesterday's, maybe again, I can zoom back out here. But yesterday, we had all this consolidation down here around 190. So what you have to do if you're going to scalp is you got to wait. Like I just said, pick your position and then pick your direction. Like pick your stock and then pick your direction. So we left my Facebook alone here because there's no levels into here. We waited until we saw some consolidation. Maybe right here we could have got in, but that was too early. That's at like 9:30. So we let Facebook come in here down into 190 into a past level. And remember, we're just trying to look long. So every time it comes in here, and now we can zoom in to talk about a little bit of how the scalp works. It comes in, we start buying 191s, but we don't get out when it breaks because it comes down to 190.50. And again, this is going to be close to our breaking spot of around 190. But look what happens. Then all of a sudden it resists the 190 break and boom, back to the upside. Now I have this 50 period. I have this on here because that's what I use for trend changes to try to pick, if there's a bottom, where do we get out when it starts to move back upside? So here's a good example on this one. We get these average prices, then we just start getting out when it comes back up to the upside. That's a 190.50. That's a 192 fill right there, right? So a little light, 191.80 fill. So again, we're taking these fills, giving us an average price of like 190.80. That's a dollar worth of a win. If it drops down, we're going to lose $1. So we start taking it out. Then as it goes back up to the upside, we take another out as it gets to VWAP. And look where we're averaging in. We like the long. So a pullback to the 50 period, we'll take it. Out again, out, out, out. Then it breaks the 50 period on NASDAQ weakness. Look at the trend here. How many down to, like when it's just barcoding like this, and maybe I'll try to zoom in one more time here for you. When the stocks are just barcoding, that's when we want to buy some of these. When it's moving like this, like straight to the downside, and you can sense that when watching the NASDAQ and things like that, that's when you just want to get out of your trade, let it continue to fall, and then guess what? Make the same trade again. We were buying it early at these levels. So we buy it again here. Look, 191. Look at these outs. 40s, 25s, 40s. Then it goes up, 50s, makes those highs. Probably should have got out more there. Then it comes right back down, and we average it again. So here's a live trade taken for you. And guess where I'm going to get out? I'm sitting right here, 91.20. You might see me get out of some of this as we go. So our Facebook long is 91.05. We're going to try to average this out. You guessed it, right at the 50 period. That's that stock. Another thing you could do, we just took this on Micron. So look for names that have gotten beat down, right? So remember, we're scalping. We're scalping. That's the whole point of this. Today we had Micron to the short side. Beautiful trade there, 72. You don't have to scalp this one. We do it because, again, it comes to 71. We get some out at 71. It's a dollar winner. It comes down. We get out at 70.50. Then we leave the last one to see how bad it's going to get. Then we get out again on a breakthrough 70. But guess what? Just because it's a down day doesn't mean you can't find strength in the name. So it gave us this bottom at 69.70, right? That's 30 cents on this break. So there it goes. It breaks back through 70. Remember, my out was going to be 30 cents. Look what happens. The top side, that's a 40 print. That's 20s. That's 20s again. We are now out. Remember, it's a negative stock, but it breaks a key level. We play the VWAP. Then we play this range again up here. Out again. Now we'll hold this against 70 one more time. So long story short, I know it's maybe a little bit confusing. Talk fast, look at some fast examples here, but I think you got to find key levels. Plus, you got to just know the way you want to go, stick with it. You always hear us say you don't want to get chopped up, and that's like, I'm going long, then I'm going short, then I'm going long. Oh, they're all wrong. Pick your way. If it doesn't work, take the small hit like that example I gave. If it works out for you, hold on to that last 25% or so in case you're right and the rip happens. So that's how I scalp these markets, and I think it will continue to work.
I love the idea of having a bias because it forces you to have a plan going into the trade, not just waiting to see what is going to happen. We always talk about having a reason for why the stock is moving in one direction. And it can be, as Sean was saying, as simple as what happened yesterday. Very, very strong yesterday. So that gives you an indication of overall which direction we should be moving. Great ideas there, guys, for scalping, even though, yeah, it's a bear market right now. Quickly wanted to mention a couple of the squeeze stocks, Sava and GameStop. Haven't mentioned them yet this afternoon, but this just popped back up again, trying to test that level after it tried to go early on this morning. A couple of valiant efforts here. I'll show you GME as well, breaking to the downside, but this one tried to get going as Trader Prad came on this morning.
What the hell's going on behind us over there? I don't know what that was. Sounds like a crying kid or something. But I don't think so. I think they're probably watching some videos, of course, instead of trading. Yeah, I lost my train of thought.
Look, man, I don't understand what's going on behind it, but whatever. It's a trading floor. You get some weird stuff every now and then. But I traded GameStop a little bit here today, and I'm going to be upset with what happened because it might look okay, but trust me, it wasn't. I had 2 shorts, and the first one, we always say this, never trade someone else's book.
Yep.
And in the midday show, like I pull up, GameStop started running, and I'm like, no, it's not. Even this morning, I forget who, I was talking to a couple people, and I was like, yeah, 140, and I really like 138.80 for some reason. I think it had something to do with the last time it got to 140. So those are the prices I was looking at for the fade trade. And then Brad's over there, and he's talking about GameStop getting towards the morning high. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to process a pay for short for him, and it's like, okay, well, I'll just do mine as well. Because if it gets to that price, I want to try the short up at like 138, 140. And of course, it then just blows through the first short, which I probably had no business taking. You don't take someone else's trade, but I did, and it lost. And then 138 was the top, and that ended up kind of working out. But you should never just jump into something that's like, oh, that looks pretty interesting when someone else said it. You should believe in it yourself. And I didn't really, and I put the trade on, and then was like immediately like, what am I doing with GameStop there?
Just before we go, I mean, we do have Frank Caberni who's going to be waiting there, one of our favorite guests. But we just did that little talk there about scalping, and I just want to show you that's exact. I mean, we just executed exactly the plan, right? And so I took this trade live with you guys talking about the scalping. So there it is right there, 190.90 or whatever we got, or 190.95 there, and there's the out at 191.17. So it's just 20 cents, but here, and again, one thing I should have said when we were doing that video was when you're scalping, you're going to have to understand your fees. Yeah, because you can't do what we're doing. And this is great when we're talking to Frank Caberna coming up, because low fees on the small exchange, I'm sure that he'll highlight that, the salesman that he is as well. But look, you can't be paying $6.99, $3.99 a fill or something like that if you're going to scalp like this. Neil and I are very, very, well, I don't know if we're lucky. I mean, we chose this opportunity, but, to be able to have the maker-taker. And I know a lot of you guys, especially on Robinhood, a lot of those now have pay-for-order flow and things like that where you won't pay to get these fills. So I think that if you're going to scalp, you definitely have to understand what your fee structure is, because I have 200 fills today. So if I'm paying even $1 for every fill, right? That's going to eat into whatever your net profits are. So you got to definitely make sure that, and just to let you know, I have 235 fills. My fees today are $8.87. So, that's the kind of way that I'm using gateways to get in and to get out. Sometimes I'm paying when I'm marketing in, or I really like the trade and I'm lifting orders. Those are called removing liquidity, and I pay for those, but we always try to at least go sort of 50-50 on paying and removing, and that's why we have, quite small fees here at Day Trade the World. But I just want to talk about that.
That's scalping. An important point, though. It is.
Yeah, and we forgot, and I should have, I wish I could add that to that video that we made there. But anyways, one person that never forgets anything, it's Brendan Wickens at the big desk.
I try, anyways. As promised, Frank Caberna is Director of Product Content and Creative at the Small Exchange over in Chicago. Great to see you, as always, Frank. Welcome back. It's been another wild week for energy markets specifically. As promised, we'll talk about some oil here because, wait, let me check. Did we? Yeah, no, we're at day highs right now, 2.25% for crude as... Yeah, I mean, the pit session obviously closed, but wow, what another move here for crude back towards the highs.
Yeah, and great point there that we are closing out the equity session through those highs at 119.5 now in crude oil, right close to 120, the prior high going back the last several years, Brendan. And the last time I jumped on, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up that we talked about, will crude oil finally break 115? I'm not going to hide that I was wrong. It broke 115 and with quite good velocity here this week as we eye 120, those previous highs in small crude oil. We talked about, this market initially makes a break for 120 in early March as that Ukrainian-Russian strife really starts to come out hot and heavy in the news cycle. Market backs off well below 100, and then we bounce around up to 110, up to 115. And each time, Brendan, they couldn't break that number. Now we're going out the week quite strong in crude oil. Like you say, crude oil, the old pit close is done and over with, but we're still seeing some strength in that market, which we don't often see, especially on a Friday afternoon as crude trades at 119.5. And so now the conversation becomes, how high can we get? Frank's already short this market, and he's short from some pretty bad prices. But thankfully, using the small crude oil futures, it's only to the tune of, if I'm short from, around 110, the market at 119, out $900 compared to the traditional crude oil futures, $9,000. So it's small. I'm out just a little bit of money, but I do want some stats to back me up here. And those of you who might be looking at trading crude for, the next couple of sessions here, we've got an all-time high in this market of 145. So still about $25 shy of that high. But what I really like about the historical data that I put together here is when we've been above $100 in crude, we've only spent about 8% of crude oil's trading over the last 2 decades above those levels. And every time that we've gotten up there, we've spent only an average of 20 days up there, Brendan. This is day 18 in a row of being above $100 in crude. Now, that doesn't mean that it's a race to, 99.99 in the next 2 trading days, but these are all numbers that let me know that I'm on the right side of an extreme. Of course, there's plenty of action on both sides of this crude oil market to follow that trend and go against it in the short-term trade. But if you're looking for something, 1 or 2 or even a week of trading days here, I definitely like being on the short side of this extreme, especially when you see that you're backed up by these numbers. I love a good asymmetric return relative to risk, where I'm looking at that all-time high of 145. We're at 120, and the market tends to trade around $70 as an average crude oil price. That's letting me know that the market really has an opportunity for, like I say, asymmetric return relative to risk if it can just get back down to more normal prices.
I want to see here, Frank, to consider maybe that I don't want to say you're wrong because, there's always time on your side. But what do you want to see here to kind of convince you that maybe that, 145 is, it's right there. Like we just want to go and maybe touch it at least before it comes back in.
Well, this is, this is a classic scenario of like, I want some exposure on, but of course I want to have some room in my account if the market does get up to those higher prices. So I've been utilizing everything from calendar spreads here in the crude oil market to options on this crude oil market just to get a smaller taste, knowing that the market can get up to 145. Definitely an opportunity that I'm not going full boat in at 120. That being said, Brendan, this is also a market that I don't want to necessarily get whipsawed in, where like I'm buying the 119s because 145 is up there and they're eyeing those highs and I think that they can get up there. I mean, this is a case where I'm usually a contrarian on ideas like this. I like going against a trend, especially when it's telling me that, less than 10% of the time we're at these extremes. And I don't want to necessarily get myself crisscrossed, buying the 120s up to 145 and then getting short at 145, because if the high probability outcome comes into play here, I'm going to long those 120s, get whipsawed down to 100 and be like, man, I wanted to be short this whole time. So this is if you usually are following these trends, this is a really, really good, strong upside trend here to close out the entire week. Right now, still printing through those highs, getting close to 120. But if you got a little bit more time on your side, I definitely like erring on the higher probabilistic side of this trade.
Pretty impressive move once again. Over the entire week, not necessarily even just today, but as you said, back towards the highs we go. We'll see how next week transpires. Let's talk a little bit about some other markets here because, and I'll let you explain this concept here, but the spread between some of the actual equity indexes continues to be not where it usually is, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah, and when I can't get, a really high probability extreme in the outright markets, Brendan, then I'll go to a lot of these spread markets, and stocks are ripe with some spread opportunity here because tech stocks, the NASDAQ, the small technology, they've bounced off of those lows and now today giving back a lot of ground, but they're not at those lows that are necessarily telling me, oh man, I could try to buy this dip, and they haven't bounced back to those highs. They're in a little bit of a no man's land. And when we're in no man's land, I like to employ some neutral strategies, and that's where the spread market comes in. I start comparing stock markets to each other. We've got the small stocks, the micro S&P, the micro NASDAQ, and the small tech. And you can see here that the small stocks that has, technology stocks, but also has energies and financials and everything else, green on the last year's worth of action. The rest of them are in the red, and small technology, being smaller tech stocks, are down more than 20%. When you combine these two markets with each other and you quote this spread market price action that we have in the next chart, you'll see that though technology stocks aren't back at those lows, NASDAQ printing down 300 points today, but still at 12,600, not at those lows of 12 even here. The spread market is at those lows because those energy and financial stocks continue to beat up tech stocks. And so I like this spread play in here, longing tech stocks against shorts in the other sectors, given that the spread's at an extreme, but the outright stock market isn't quite at that extreme. I get lost a lot of times in this no man's land of like, we were lower last week, we bounced back a little bit this week, and now we're closing the week lower. It's like, man, I don't know whether to buy them or sell them. This is when I employ a lot of neutral option strategies or spread strategies in the futures market.
Yeah, it's an interesting story, and I mean this chart is a very telling in a way, in the sense that we've all sat here and been witness to it all year long that tech stocks have lagged the overall market. I was reading an interesting article, kind of unrelated, but I was reading an interesting article suggesting that over the history of the stock market, coming out of a bear market, it's never the group that led as far as strength into the bear market that leads stocks back out of the bear market, which this chart tends to lend its opinion to. Anyways, just to wrap up here, let's talk a little bit about some Treasury yields, because they have kind of calmed down a little bit, which I guess is to be expected after we get the Fed minutes, we get the beige book even this week, and ahead of any kind of inflation data to come.
Yeah, and this is a similar story as that equity story that you're telling. And I totally subscribe to the same stuff that you're talking about there, where it's like, man, energy stocks, nobody wanted those 5-10 years ago. Now they're the stocks du jour, and tech stocks are on the down foot. That market cyclicality, the spread market really lets you take advantage of those trends. Interest rates, we're seeing a similar story, Brendan, but just to the opposite direction. You've got interest rates obviously up on the year, but it's really, really nice to look at the 2-year, 10-year, and 30-year in terms of year-to-date action in the futures. And you can see that the 2-year yield has more than doubled in price, whereas 10 and 30-year duration interest rates are up, but not up nearly as much. Another case of like, we were screaming higher in rates. There was a lot of great price action, buying and selling for the first few months of 2022. Now they've cooled off, and we're in a little bit of this no man's land of like, man, do I buy them? Do I sell them? You can do both. The spread market here, really intriguing. I'm looking at 30 years relative to 2 years, a very flat yield curve. And if you're on the side of a return to normal in that yield curve, Brennan, you can look at the spread market in the last chart here and buy that long duration interest rate, buy the 30-year and sell that 2-year. If you think we're heading back to that inversion, you and I were talking about that a lot in March and April, and we were only there for all of 24 hours, then you can sell that longer term interest rate, buy the short term, and take advantage of that potential inversion, given how flat we are, how near to an inversion we are. But as you could imagine, given my views on crude oil and stock sector cyclicality, I'm erring on this yield curve returning to normal, long the 10 and the 30-year, short that 2-year, hoping that we see a steepening yield curve in the coming days and weeks.
Yeah, anyone who likes to look at charts, I mean, it's pretty easy to tell. We're getting, that tighter and tighter and tighter consolidation, which typically ends in some sort of resolution, up or down, remains to be seen. Great information, as always. Frank Caberna, Director of Product Content and Creative over at the Small Exchange in Chicago. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Brennan.
Take care. Great information, as I said there, guys. Interesting look at crude oil. As we sit here, we're still at day highs.
Yeah, exactly. I think you guys in the vault camp, and I notice this like every single time you guys do that I'm, get that haircut. I'm actually going tonight. But look, we love having Frank on, and one of the reasons you get that higher time frame look or higher level look, I think, at the markets, you can think about it sometimes as well. And that's really important to have that backdrop, of course. A couple of things happened while we were talking with Frank there. One, and I put in the chat, somebody popped 250,000 shares on the bid at 168 on EFOI, which I was short in. I took some out at 168 the first time it got there, so I just sort of jumped in front of that bid. Got some out. And then, of course, the second it filled, it plopped down into VWAP. So it did give you that retracement, but I'll be almost all out when it comes down to VWAP pretty much every single time on that trade. If you're shorting the wick top through 180 and then getting that consolidation about 75. I got some at 78, and then you're just taking it back into VWAP. Like, that's the trade in and out. It's kind of like it's scalping the other direction, right? Like, you find a bid or find a wick top offer and then just sort of scalp in and out of it. I'm not thinking this comes back down to 130. This was usually just a VWAP play, so I'm pretty much all out. I did want 161 if I could get it, but at this point, if it recovers from that, then it's too strong. So I'll probably just pop in here, I like 66, 67, to get the rest of the shares out. Because filling a bid like that and not popping through VWAP is probably a bit of a power move. So big shares, it's seemingly a big share level, but keep in mind, the stock is at 90 million. So yes, somebody took a huge fill, and it caused the stock to push down, but overall, it's a drop in the bucket.
All right. It's like you said, always great to have Frank. Thank you for coming on, Frank, from the Small Exchange. But we just got out there, and we're just going to ring the register, so we'll just drop down some money right now. We have the ring the register thing. Why don't I? There it is right there. AMD again today, it came up to these levels. I don't like the futures here. We talked about that. You're not going to be scalping if you're not doing this kind of stuff. So there's a nice take at 105.80, and there's the out at 106.80. So we just, we finish it off the same way we did there. The reason why we took that out was because if we're going to test higher, then we're going to spank this one right here, 107.10. So if we break higher, then we'll take that. If not, I don't need this thing to come back down against it, so we'll wait on that. No more positions, no more nothing here for AMD until we just reassess what these futures want to do. So that's just a quick little note on that one. Facebook seemed weaker than the rest, so we just took that last scalp. I mean, there's an in. Out. Then we scalp. We put a last bid on there. You guys saw me talk about that during the scalping show, and there it is. It broke lower, broke through this bottom right there, so we got out again. So net about a flat trade, except for that was 1/3, and that's 2/3. So we take an L on that one. We just noticed that it was weaker than the others, and then. What's left? Well, we went long again on Softy and was able to really do well on that one. This is the name that I really want to be long in, so I think we're going to go and try this. I mean, if AMD rips up, we'll take that, but we're long 270.90 right there off some of those bottoms. Again, it just ticked down there. Should have took some more. If we had the opportunity, we'll probably do that one more time. And then Apple. So the only two positions I'm long right now, you'll see it on the board, is Apple. See, there it is. We wind up taking $5 on Lulu there, but still not. Those aren't the profits that we have, remember. But there go Apple right now, 145.21. We're still long on that name. We did dump out the last couple times thinking that it was going to break 145. It did, but we're just trying to get lighter on that just in case. So we take a quick 20-cent hit on a little bit of shares, not even 20 cents. That's 10, then that's 20. And now we're in the money. Well, we were just in the money 50 or more, a little bit more there. So I'm thinking like if Apple can come back to these levels that we sort of bounced off of, that's probably a decent area to get out. But I kind of want to hold Apple in case it moons. So we have to find out. We already know we're going to get in on AMD. I'm debating just this VWAP break for Softy right here. That could be a good opportunity to get into Microsoft. But there's a new name that I want to bring to everyone's attention right now. You know what? If Microsoft comes back into this 270 flat, where's my bids? I'm going to put some bids on there because I think it's worth getting long, like 270, whatever, 05, doesn't really matter where we go. New name alert. So if you're watching this here, shout out to Tony who gave everybody Unity as a recommendation here to trade. Look what Unity's doing right now. Oh, first of all, let's go. The market's starting to go back up to the upside, so that's good. This might not be a good trade if the market's going to do that, but look at this. You are right at the bottom right now of Unity all day. So this chart, like, is pretty juicy for a 42 break to the downside. You do have VWAP starting to head downside as well. Sorry, the 50 period. It's rejected it all the way down. May bump up here, but I think Unity, if these futures, but I mean, the futures are failing now, but Unity's kind of bumping around. So let's try to maybe get a short into this name. But, you know, if the futures really do, yeah, you want to sprinkle a little bit on there? We can do that.
Unity.
Oh, okay.
Rick James.
Rick James, so stupid. I thought you were saying sprinkle some shares on there.
Well,
but
you could sprinkle, yeah.
You could sprinkle some shorts. I'm looking at this. So if we break 41.90, we're going to go short Unity. That's just basically, you know, long story short, that's what we're going to do there. So, okay, here comes Microsoft. Like, remember, like, I was just like, oh my God, we'll just take it 05. Like, how fast did that just come back in? That was just at 40 when we were talking about it. So here, let's get our scalping hat on right now and do this one more time. If we can get back out again and make another 30 cents on this, let's do that one more time here on Microsoft. But watch out, man. I'm not holding anything into this close if we break levels. So if Microsoft breaks this 269.80 or so, then we'll give some back. Microsoft's a positive stock for me today. That nothing's going to change on there that end. But hey, sometimes when you scalp, you take the L's, right? So if this breaks through 269.70, we're out of Microsoft.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna get. I said this might have been a trap on, not a trap, like a little bit of a power move on EFOI. When someone took that massive fill and it didn't actually reject VWAP there. It had one capitulation candle and the buyers just stepped right back into it. So someone must like this stock and I'm just going to get out of it right here. So I'm just going to take it. If it takes another run at the high, puts a wick top in, I think that'll be okay. But I'm in Neo and kind of scalping that one out there. And if you guys do like Dave Chappelle jokes, I can copy his jokes all day long if you want. It's just every single time Unity comes in, I have to do it because I'm just a huge fan of the show, but you're not blaming Tony if that goes wrong, are you? Because wasn't this long?
No,
Didn't
he
he
was
have
saying 30. We had him on the show, and I was like, hey, is there a stock that you can recommend here for people? Yeah. And he was like, yeah, like Unity off earnings.
Well, let's pop the daily chart up because I was like, we got to show like Tony the Tiger out here because it was Unity at $30, and hey, I mean, that's not a bad little bottom. It'll zoom in and make it look even better. But it was 3 days down there. You bought this one down at $30, and you haven't really looked back since. Up actually a nice little 50% move. So there you go. We need a Tony the Tiger.
I mean, a week ago he was here. A week ago we had Heineken's. You were camping. We had some beers here. Thanks, Kian Vo, for that one. Okay, so there we go.
Heineken too.
Yeah, I know. Well, no one sent them in today. Where's the beers, guys? Send those in, man. We'll be drinking those on the show if you want. But okay, here we go. Microsoft to the downside. It continues to move. So there it is. We take that out. Boom, bye-bye Microsoft. Just like we said, bye-bye baby now to the downside. We are going to wait for that Unity break, and then here comes Apple right back in as well.
I just got one.
This one I'll probably just hold on to. Let's see where Apple goes. This is a very light position. We were really just hoping to break this high. That doesn't seem like it wants to come in. And normally I'd be like screaming, let's go short because of where we are here in the futures, but it's just been it's just back down to another level that we've already been at. So I'm debating right now, maybe stepping into the TQQs or something like that, just so because if we're going to scalp, we want to try to make a decent amount of money on it instead of losing and holding out for levels. So we're right back into here. If you break below on the NASDAQ, now you can get out. So let's look at the TQQs. This is my worst stock today, believe it or not. Well, you don't have to believe it or not. You'll see the chart. You'll see why. It's because we took that bid right there. We thought that the AMD was was, things were starting to rip up, right? So the NASDAQ was going, we're like, let's go on this. And then the NASDAQ was like, no, thank you, and came all the way back down. And we were able to save a lot of it. We went long there at 31.90 and some outs at 32.50. But since then, we sort of left it alone. And guess what? Look, we're right back here right now again on the triple Qs. So this is a good spot here, 32 long. Let's test this on the TQQ and see if the NASDAQ just wants to bump back up.
Yeah, and speaking of bumping back up, I finally got back into this scalp trade on NEO here off of 18. Picked up some at 18.05. It wasn't really getting down to 18 even, but as this is happening, I got to watch out of the corner of my eye because Tesla went to 702. And if you're sitting in a NEO long, you might care if Tesla breaks 700, which I do. So if 700 goes, it's probably going to cause a little bit of a reaction in some of the EV names and bit in the overall market as well. So this has been a good range, maybe not getting to VWAP, but out of the corner of our eyes, I feel like, I don't remember the day, but I feel like this is like deja vu because wasn't there a day recently where we're looking at Tesla 700 at pretty much the exact same time? It was about 3 o'clock, it was power hour, and we're thinking about that long in front of 700. Maybe it was closer to the close, but either way, 701.83, the current low on Tesla. I already have some on NEO. Super SPAC Man, you're like an F-cell for a Tesla break as well. Yeah, look for related names. If something else sort of tickles your fancy, that's in a related space, yeah, you can use that. That's why I'm in NEO. I might trade Tesla as well, but I don't mind looking at FCell. But I'm going to stick to the two that I'm in for now. By the way, Veru, while we're talking to Frank there, Veru made a bit of a move up to 1485. I was looking, my chart is missing data on Veru, so I'm going to go to the 15-minute for you guys. But I was looking at $15.15 as the big level here, thinking it could press through 15, fail, break, and then I would try a short. I tried one earlier down at about 14.20, and that failed. Now I'm looking for 15, failed 15 break that doesn't get through 15.15, and then I would jump in the short. That's the next big level for Veru. If it gets through that, heck, all you have left is the high from mid-May, which is up at $17.
All right, yeah, look, so we're long the TQQs. We talked about that. We're also now into a new position, so hit that. It's Tony the Tiger's favorite name, and it's Unity Software. So here we go. We told you about that breakthrough, 41.90 it was, the low of the day for some reason. I mean, not for some reason, I set the order type, but we get a huge slippage. It's not huge, it's only 5 cents, but slippage to the downside there, and I guess that's what happens. Just an average price downside. So right now we were just in the money 7 cents. To me, it's not really scalpable yet into that. We can look for some levels. I do have a bid at 74 on this name, and this is from yesterday, Unity. So there it is. We take out a little piece there, a nice little win for us on Unity. That's 41 right there. So we can come all the way back into 41. We're short at 42. So if that comes in, that'll be good. But here we go. Here goes Unity to the downside right now. So that's a nice little take for me. We are short Unity right now. And not only that, we gave it to you. So alert, alert, alert. What the hell are you running back to your seat for there, bro?
Tesla 700.
Tesla. Okay, he's making some money on Tesla. He's making some money. And we're making some money right now. Let's go, man. We're smoking on fire right now. There goes Unity to the downside. A nice 20-cent victory for Unity. TQQ's not so much, but Unity downside. This is the trade that we wanted, guys. We just found this for you, and there it is. Unity, nice little move. Now 40 cents in the money if you have that 42 break.
Yeah, and Tesla getting real close. I just picked it up in front of 701. The last time it got here, it got to like 702 and barely broke and then bounced. I'm stepping in front of 700 a little bit because if memory serves, the last time we traded this, I think the first bounce, you had to take it not at 700. You didn't actually get that 700 level, so you had to stick just a little bit in front of it. So I've got 701. 39. I thought I crossed a 42, my favorite number, but I got some 39s anyways. But if we just scalp this one out like last time, you had to think about taking 3s, 4s, and 5s.
Yeah,
that's what the move was last time. It was like 3s, 4s, and 5s. So I want to make sure we're getting some out because ultimately, when you get down to a level like this, you might just end up breaking it, especially with the market coming right back into this 4100 on the ES. So big levels abound, not just Tesla, but ES 4100. I should be checking to see where Microsoft and obviously Apple are at as well because I want to make sure I have that up. Microsoft at that 269. This was morning support as well. So you have a lot of support levels coming in here. I'm sitting here. Why am I not taking? You know what? Forget it. I should just get a little more aggressive here. I'll take a little bit. I'll take some out here for just the buck. That's close enough to 1-to-1, and this market is relatively weak. And I'm also sitting in NEO, by the way, which if that takes out 18, I'm probably just going to have to jump out of that trade as well.
All right. So I don't really have, a preference on which way the market goes right now. It's pretty choppy. We do have the imbalances coming out. Another one, EFOI popping. All right, we'll look at that. I know Neil was talking about that earlier. EFOI. I'm not on that name. But here we go. If the market wants to find its space, there it goes back up to the upside. So that Tesla should hold down there, obviously. If it does, great. If it doesn't, whatever. What the hell, Brendo? Was there a story on DraftKings today that I missed? Because it's down 11%. Like, I don't know where this came from today, but it's a big move down here. This is a 20-minute chart. Like, it just instant droppage today on DraftKings. You want to talk about a name where, if we get any bump ups in the market, which name might you want to short? I mean, and I don't mean to pick on anybody for this. I mean, I got out of the way of DraftKings, but wow, big time movement to the downside here on DKNG. 20-minute chart be damned. Let's look at the daily quickly. The bottom is still 10, so it did have a nice bounce off that bottom back to 14. But right now on the daily, I guess there's not much there either. Just a big move down here for DraftKings. So as I look at a 20-minute chart, it's not. Are we really? I mean, if we can break this area, that'd be pretty sweet. What is that? That's 1240. So we're getting close to that right now. 1240 break on DKNG. We gone on that one. What did we just had? Oh, TQQ went to the downside now as the NASDAQ. Here we go. As the NASDAQ starts to break lower. That was a very, very small hit for us on the TQQ. The minute we had this this Unity short, that's really the name that we wanted there. So a quick little 20-cent hit as we break through 32 now on TQQ. And again, we were just trying to play that for a scalp, so we scalp it out for the hit. Downside on that name, but yeah, there it goes, man. Unity into the 50s now. We just got the 55 bid or so there, I think, or did we get 58? But Unity to the downside, we're still in 70%. No, I still have the 55. So we're going to try to get that 55. We're still in 70% of this. If I get the 55, then we'll just start down taking it. We have that target of 41 flat for Unity Software.
I was so close to just getting my other bid in Tesla. I was sitting right in front of 700 and then 50 cents. I was actually at 55, just trying to catch the bid. It looks like it turned its 60s and is heading back to the upside. So this is, we talked about scalp trading off the 700 level. That's pretty much all I'm doing. This market is weak, man. Like, I look at Softy, it's rolling over past 2%. The NASDAQ's hitting that 3%. And this is the context we're sitting at here. This is your NASDAQ. I'll do this. I'll blow right up for you guys. Your NASDAQ at 12.5. We're trying to bounce off these lows. So that's a key level. You got the ES at 4,100. So and then you got Tesla at 700. You've got Softy, like I said, right around those morning lows. So you have a convergence of multiple key levels here. And you want to be scalping the trade because, look, if all of those break to the downside, like, you don't want to be caught in a long, which is highly correlated. It's gonna stink. So we're gonna take advantage of maybe some sideways action here and see if I can't get it. I'd love to see 05s. That'd be great. But I'm gonna try and rinse and repeat. If 700 goes, I'm not getting cute about it. My stop isn't at 695. It's not at 698. It's at 699.99. Literally, like, once it ticks below 700,
got a little sale price action.
Or 9's repeating. And here we go right now. I just finally got that 55 fill. So this is just a matter of, does 700 hold? If it does, great. We're going to scalp this out. If it doesn't, well, then we're on to the next.
On to the next. Okay. All right. So we take a little bit of 65s there on Unity to the downside. I'd also look at Tesla now myself. It's just I'm really looking at this AMD trade here, thinking that if that breaks higher, I still feel like the long could be in this afternoon. I mean, it's not in right now. I just wonder if we could possibly get a little bit of a bump here this afternoon, a little bit back to some of these levels. So AMD's been really strong today. I mean, it's starting to get weak, but overall today, I feel like we've picked some bottoms and we've picked them pretty good, and it's really held this 106 area. I mean, the worst case would be 105.85. You're not even that far away from that now, so I just think that, like, this should be getting clapped to the downside right now on this market move. It is, but it doesn't seem like it's that bad. So if on a way up, we know AMD wants to get bought, so I feel like it does anyways. I feel like when I watch this stock, when it rips, it wants to go. So we'll try this 106.30. If it doesn't come into play, it doesn't come into play. Another name, I mean, Unity's not tanking as much as I thought it would, to be honest with you. Maybe it should be. Apple was another play that I was looking at as well. If we retook, but Apple's straight to the downside. But if we retake this 145, was also thinking that could also be a play there. So a couple interesting things happening in the market right now. You know, we have the imbalances coming through pretty soon. I don't know what those are looking like. If anybody has those, let us know in the chat as well. But Brendan just saying right now, nothing major
nothing crazy.
on DraftKings, down 11% today. So, yeah.
That's why I'm just basically going to keep on hitting this bounce play. And I'll hit this as if somehow basketball was good. I mean, I liked Golden State, and they got crushed. But yesterday, if Tatum's going 3 for 17 and Golden State's going to lose, then they're in trouble. Tatum's a great player.
He's trash.
Pratt is trying to tell me that Tatum is a trash player.
Most inconsistent
If a superstar goes 3 for 17 from the field,
He
he can
just said
find a
most
way to
inconsistent
contribute.
player. Everybody's wearing a Harden jersey.
Sometimes Pratt, look, I love you, bro. You know I love you, and it's all love. But like, come on. First, you can't.
For me, it's not all love.
I know. He's like, you know, honestly, it's like that. He's like our kid, man. It's a lot of fun with Pratt.
He
But
ain't like my
sometimes,
kid, man.
What are you even talking about? Tatum is trash.
Bro,
Now you're just getting. Stop getting me worked up, Prad. They destroyed them. They controlled the game. He contributed in every single facet of the game. He's talking about how hard, whatever. Moving on. Tesla just bounced off 700 again, scalped some out. I'm going to hold for some 05s, and every single time it pops down lower, I'm going to take the bid a little bit tighter to 700. So last time was 755 cents. This time I'm going to be in front of that quarter mark and just continue this scalping game, because if I keep thinking about basketball here, Prad's just going to make me explode with his nonsense talk.
I've made a lot of money on the Celtics, so I mean, whatever. I'm down with that. We called that yesterday, and it's been good for us. And Jason Tatum's 24 years old. So,
where's the slipper when you need one?
Yeah. Well, I don't know where the slipper is. I can throw lots of things, man.
He's literally
I got the Kirkland
He's the
vitamins.
breakout star of the NBA this year. And you're going to talk trash about the guy?
No, I don't want to touch those slippers, bro. but can you tell this market is not popping off too much here? Okay, new position alert. Let's go. AMD, we're in the building one more time on this name. Let's see if we can fly on this. Again, we're not trying to get too crazy. If we can get up into the 30s, into the 40s, where that 50 period is, we're going to park an order right there right now and see if that can go back upside. Then we have this 106.60 where VWAP is, and we're just going to respect that very bottom, a 106 break. So again, 30 cents one way or the other. Let's go. I like AMD now to the upside. Actually, wait a minute, 30 cents. No, I can't. Well, you know what? We'll scalp a piece out. We've been using the 50 period. That's not really going to be 1-to-1 there, so that kind of sucks. But if we get a piece out there and then another one out there, then that'll be our 1-to-1, and then we can go higher from here. So let's just take the risk here with this name. I don't know where it's going to go. I just feel like if the market rebounds here, Neil's got Tesla. I want to have something on board as well, just in case. I still like Apple, man. I can't believe I just didn't punch that through 145. We were just talking about it. That took off a little bit. But I'm not expecting a whole hell of a lot here on these futures, so that's why we're getting these guys riled up about the Celtics, and hopefully we'll be able to have. Hopefully we'll be able to have some more fun. I don't know where Pride comes and goes, I'm making money, and then he leaves. Like, I don't know where this guy just went.
What is he talking about
right now? But
the just in case, what it's all about, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Just in case the market bounces from here, and we've seen it. Look, it'll happen to you if the market is up a ton. Either you're sitting in some good longs, figuring out where you're going to get them out. But if we see this situation where the market's down, you know, I've covered every short that I had this morning, and that's usually always going to be the case. And then you're starting to think about what is the trading opportunity for a short-term trader, and sometimes it's just this. So you got to jump in and do what's there for you. Now, somehow, while this is all going on, I'm kind of ignoring my NEO. I'm on the bid in Tesla. My stop is in place, but NEO's been bouncing off of 18 even, and I have 05s, and I should be lightening the load on some of these. I should be getting out of this on every single one of these bounces if I can get an opportunity to do so. I'll probably do that on NEO, but we'll see if the market can bounce. If it doesn't, the stops are in. I don't want to get stubborn about this. The market is testing these lows, and if they break, you could see some floodgates, Brendo.
Yeah, just saw another one testing lows here. Netflix guys down 3% today. They just said more layoffs to come for Netflix employees as well. Didn't say how many, but not good for Netflix today.
Sprinkle some again.
Do I do this?
There it is. Yeah, look at Unity right there to the downside. Nice little move there on the downside for Unity. We pulled our 55 and was like, nah, we'll get lower than that. So how about 45? So yes, sir. There it is, man. Good luck to anybody if your hockey team's still in now. Colorado looking super strong against the last Canadian team standing, the Edmonton Oilers. That sucks. I really was hoping that Edmonton could win that. I know Connor McDavid's not going anywhere, but still would be nice to have some victory laps for Canada, but doesn't seem to be happening right now. So there's a nice out for me on Unity. We're in less than half of what we have left, but more than 40%. So, we're in there. It's 42%. Just, I don't know how that worked out, but we're going to wait to see there. We got a part fill down there. Hopefully it can come back in. Crude oil breaking right now, 120. Wow. Thanks for that update there, the gamer stream. There it is.
Oh, there,
I mean,
wow.
we can't be any happier than what we're doing, man. You guys know that we're all over XLE. I also have XOM shares as well. That's been a banger. And then our Valero. I actually haven't checked in on Valerio in a while there. Well, you forgot your food there, Brad?
This guy's even eating
Up to 136 now on Valerio. Look at this, man. I talked about Valero like, I don't know, down here somewhere. I mean, when you guys remember, if you're watching the show, I liked Valero, the refiner, back up to the upside here. We own some of these shares as well. That's been a nice move. And then, of course, in Canada, I've been owning these forever, and I just drip them in. Where does it here? ENB, Enbridge.
You got to do this for that too.
Yeah, exactly. Sprinkle, drip it in there right now. But Enbridge has been a good little name for us as well. I don't trade this really. I just let my positions kind of work for themselves. A nice dividend as well on this side. Again, pipelines right there for Enbridge coming into play. But all right, we're in a position. There's only 20 minutes now until the imbalances come through. So on my wife's birthday, I think I said this before, this is a Tim Hortons iced coffee, but I never used to drink iced coffee until I realized it's literally just iced coffee. So now I actually like it.
You didn't know that?
No, but sometimes I should make my own, and that's what I'm going to start to do. But like, so it's not that I didn't realize it was iced coffee. It's like, you see those ads like Oreo this, Frappuccino that. Like, forget about it. Like, I just wanted straight
Dude, your
coffee.
life is about to change.
Yeah,
because what you're going to do is you're going to get the good ground that you have at home.
Yes.
You're going to make your own iced coffee with the good stuff at home and just sit out in the summer.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Come on, man. Like, that's going to change. That's all I do. Like, on a Saturday, the kid plays in the yard and you just got your iced coffee and you're just chilling out.
So this is just $2. Like,
or you make your own.
Oh, I'll make my own. I'm just saying, like, that's.
I
thought that was pretty cheap. That's all. And thanks for that one. Iced coffee today on a nice warm day here in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada. So I will be brewing my own coffee.
As you should.
Yep, as I do. I still have some from the morning here, by the way, as well. But I don't want to tease that with you because that's hazelnut, and that will go nuts. I should just pour. I should get ice. I could just pour that in here and get some ice and just.
I said, make your own iced coffee.
I know. I should have done that.
Like, you have the hazelnut, and it's actually great flavored. I want to get back to the market for a split second, only because the market bounced off that 4,100. So NEO bounced. I'm taking these out on the way up to VWAP, and the same thing with Tesla. It's going to be the scalp trade because I don't know how much I believe in this long. It was the same thing when we bounced off 700 last time. Remember how it couldn't get past like 710, 715? This time it feels like we're not even getting to 710. So we get to this 705 area, and I'm going to run to the hills, as they do say, and just take the profit and run, because we're already at 330 here. We're starting to run out of time. And I said I should have jumped back into EFOI to the short side. It was tempting. I didn't do it. And, of course, there you go, wick top, and it's pulling back in. Just to keep you guys in mind that it is making power moves. There we go.
Here we go.
Give me this 05.
Here we go. Now we're getting juicy right now. Yo, what's up, Fahad? There he is.
Farhad.
Yeah. Yo, eat your food, bro. All right, so
that's why he's talking snack, because he didn't eat his lunch.
There he is, yeah. People said on the thing that this dude is lost without Ms. V telling him when to pee and when to eat his food. I'm starting to think that that's getting close to being legit right there.
Close to being legit.
Like it's 3:30.
I'm glad you said it. Not me,
okay, so let's just get rocking and rolling. All right, so this market's starting to bump a little bit. Let's take out another piece of Unity. Why not? We'll just take that. There we go. Well, what the heck? We just put a bid in. It just ran us over. So, oops, that's right there. So that's a good out for us there. 66 or whatever that was, 68 there on Unity. Another piece out. We're only in 30% of that one. We did get this right here. Now, remember, that was the 50 period. Now the 50 periods come down. So we just stuck our order there anyways and left it at 50. So just a smooth, it's only 20 cents, not even 20 cents. It's like 18 cents right there. I am waiting up here, upside. Let's see if it goes now on this one. So we'll wait to see what's happening on the upside. And I just said here, I don't know, man. People were like, we should be filling these cups with beer. And I just said, I don't know where it was here, but I was like, every Friday should be
beer?
Exactly, should be Beer Friday. Last Friday, we had a delivery from an Instacart or whatever. Can't vote. Thank you so much for that. Not so lucky today, Neil. I don't know if they did that because they knew Tony was coming on or what, but
which is fair, man.
Which is fair. But
Which
Tony,
fair.
I think he was working that day, maybe, and I don't think he was. There was something up with him not really
James
drinking.
are in town today too, so he might be working.
Yeah. Oh no, he's working tonight.
Yeah.
He wants to get the heck out of that place, man. He's saying that management there. And I'm not going to say anything bad about it, but you know.
Well, you just
Tony,
already. He's too late
no,
now.
no. He's
late
training.
now, bro.
Oh no, it's fine. But he's training guys, and I'm like, you're training guys. So I'm not saying he's saying anything bad about management. I'm just saying like, I don't know if that's what he's feeling doing. I think he just wants to be pouring the beers, serving the beers, and he was great for us. So thank you, Tony. He was great when we were there. So shout out to Tony Tequila, Tony, or whatever his name's going to be.
I want to quickly address something in the chat. Someone just said Neil got into EFOI.
Actually.
You'd see if I was short EFOI. Like, I'm not letting you'd see the position. Like, the actual, if you heard me hit a key, it was me getting out of Tesla. So that's all it was. Like, essentially, I was sort of calling out that I don't think we're even getting, like, forget about 710. I'm not sure we're getting past 705. So I just got out when I put the wick top there in Tesla for the scalp trade. And I still have some NEO, and that's part of the reason why, like, I kind of feel like if something's going to VWAP, it'll just be NIO that I'll hold on to. And maybe I would have held on to some Tesla if I didn't have NEO, but this could get to VWAP. It could not. We'll see what happens. I'm also monitoring Microsoft because if we're going to extend this bounce, what is with the data on these charts? I have a little black chart because it's weird. Like, I have Microsoft up, so the chart's clearly working. But if we're going to hold this bottom and run, I want to see a name like Microsoft get back up to VWAP. Like, this is a harsh double bottom on a stock down 2%, obviously relatively strong compared to the NASDAQ, but overall, you need to have these bounces on the big names if we're going to get going here. So I'm not an EFOI. I see you guys talking about Veru still. It's very slowly, Veru is very slowly creeping back up to those highs, but it's just not there yet. I think 15, that's the level I'm looking for. I want to see if that's what it's all about. And Bears versus Bulls, how did you know that we listened to for your keys? Someone typed it in the chat that they said they heard me hit keys when Sean was talking. And you can, you kind of know for putting orders in because you can actually do. I'm not going to hit keys now because I don't want to accidentally punch into Veru. That would be stupid. But yeah, if I was in EFOI, like we're manually trading, like if I was trying to get the short in here, you'd have to hear me hit the key. But I kind of feel like this opportunity's gone. Like I could have, if I was taking the short, it would have been here at 76, 77, 78. Like I would never be thinking about it down here because you've already missed the move. I forget about it. I'm not going to take it, but we'll see what happens. I think we're going to have the early look on the imbalances in a couple of minutes here just to see. Be nice if it was a bid because we're at a key support level. Oh, instead, no, financial juice saying it's a small sell. 355 million to sell is the initial look on the imbalances.
Yeah, so 355 million, yeah. That's not a really big number for sure. Oh, no, that just went where when we just came back? 106.56. How come I didn't even have any offers out? That's strange. I thought I did have something near VWAP. Normally we would have that, Phil. VWAP's come down a little bit, but not much. It doesn't move that much, which is why I use a 50-period moving average for this one. So we'll turn our hat around, and hopefully we'll get a little bit better luck here into the close. Oh, you know what? We've got to put on our glasses so we can see a little bit better again there. So, all right, let's see if we can get this market to rock and roll. We still are into this Unity short right now. So if the market does fail, like it looks like it wants to, look what happened. It just touched the 50-period. Normally I'd use that as my out, but we were really trying to use 42 anyways. So if this breaks back above 42 on Unity, then we'll get out. I'm not going to use the 50-period. It's kind of like respected this all the way down. So just like if it bumps through, you don't want to get ticked out by accident. Not by accident. It wouldn't be an accident if I got filled on an order I put in, but I don't really want that. So we're going to have to take down 42 to get out of UNITY, Unity. I actually like Unity to buy. I think they're being used in a lot of movies and video game creation and things like that. So me and my kid play a few Unity-based games, and they're really fun, and apparently they're really easy to make. So, all right, that's going to be that. We're only in 30% of that, but we're in 80% of our AMD. So really, I got bigger fish to fry right now, and that's going to be AMD. I'm thinking this market takes this 50-period out. There it goes, starting to go back up to the upside. Let's not make the same mistake again. This is bumping right now. We'll just put an offer out. I mean, whatever. I got 45s there on an offer to go to the outside. And did I get rebates for that? No, I did not. I paid. Oh, that sucks. I hate when that happens. But we got 45s. It's now down to 40, so that was a good out. And again, any kind of a bump up here on AMD, we want to be able to get out. So there it is. There's another out for us on advanced micro devices. And Brendo with something.
I just saw this AMLX when we were talking about this morning, guys, up on an FDA note this morning that came in the pre-market. Just popping up as well. Some volume coming back in through 1220 there.
Booyakasha. Not for AM, because he's got the Ali G look on again.
Yeah, throw that Ali G thing up again, Farhad. Hey, Farhad, find that Ali G thing again. That was pretty funny. People might not have seen it.
They didn't see it. You got to show it to them,
in the morning there. Not that this is done on purpose or anything like that. These are the gunners, man. We got the gunners on right now. He's going to set that up for us in a minute. So let's just keep on.
The AMLX, by the way, someone said this in the morning while I was losing money on, which was the small cap that stunk this morning for me. There was probably a couple of them. It was Sega. I was trading Sega when AMLX was probably way more. I mean, this is like right up the alley, right? And I didn't trade it. This one's now trying to go. Like, how gorgeous is that short? Like, shows you the top. Right at 9:30, it pops and fades off the high. Like, give me a break. And I'm trying to trade Sega. Forget Sega. I hate Sega. I'm not going to be that one. But this, if it gets above 1240, could go. I just see that as a pretty. Like, if you look at the volume spike, it's kind of hard to see there. So can I do this for you guys? Yeah, you see the volume spike. You still can't see it, even though I stretched it all the way. I know it's trying to get off 12, but that is not a lot of volume. You still can't see even when I stretch it out. So I need to see more volume than that to think it's actually going to be a bit of a big bounce. But do we have to pick yet? Yeah.
Exactly like it. I can't see what he's looking like. I can't see.
No, you had it. You had it.
Did I have it? Yeah, we got the same guy. I don't. Something like that. But yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen, send over your paycheck this way, bro.
You have no choice for Halloween.
I'll take that all day. Thank you to Abel for your super chat, man. Means a lot. Whoa, where'd it go? It really means a lot to us, man. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for watching us. That's the more important thing. Such an awesome channel. Share, like, everything with that. Great trading. Really appreciate your transparency. I mean, look, we don't have a show. Thank you for all these LMAOs and all that stuff. That's great, man. I mean, hey, what's up, guys? Needs blonde hair now. Yeah, you know what, Laura? I could go blonde. I just don't have much hair. So that one. Okay, here we go. Now goes AMD. I mean, Trader Prad is the blonde bomber over there. Although, let's see that hair now, Prad. It's kind of half right here. There it is. Yeah, it's okay. Actually, I kind of like that salt and pepper look there. I got it in the beard. Right. Oh, natural.
Eat your vegetables, Prad.
Right there. Oh, see, Neil is doing this whole father figure thing here. That's great. All right, so. Oh, no, again. I mean, I think we should just start scalping. And I want to address that from Abel there. Look, like Prad talked about this on the midday show as well. And it's just like, we don't feel like we have anything if we're not going to be honest with you. There's a lot of traders out there that won't share their every single trade they're making. Like, I have 270 fills today. You've seen every single one of them as long as...
Seriously, you can't take
as long as we're on the air, you're going to see my trades.
He's dropping his fork and everything.
Yeah, now he's made a mess of everything there. Like, wow, man. Prad, your mom's not going to like doing laundry tonight, bro. Yeah, sure you do your own laundry. Okay, so anyways, let's just move on off that one. Are you going golfing? I know some of them are going golfing tonight. No, yeah, you're passing on that one. There he is. Yeah, I'll buy his lonesome, man. Someone's got to sit there with Pratt.
That's a good point. You can't have him sitting by himself.
He's but you know why? The thing that I respect about this, and honestly, this is a trading show, and we talk about our setups and everything like that. Like, I too, Neil and I both eat our lunch at our desks. You've seen that happen. You know why? It's because, like, what if something happens? Like that Tesla break. If you're not at your desk, that's why Prad came running back. Like, you got to be there for actionable events.
The other day.
And on that note, just quickly.
I spilled rice in my keyboard when GameStop moved. So I was eating my lunch, and it's like, oh, crap. And then I had, like, rice everywhere, and it was like, what
That's why I feel bad when, what's up, guys? That's why I feel bad when Arun comes through, because it's like, I got to, like, clean my keyboard and everything like that. It's not that disgusting. Don't worry. We get them cleaned all the time. But anyway, shout out to Arun, who I believe he's at, like, a family wedding or something this week. So I think that's why you've been filling in for him, which has been a good job on the futures. But here we go. Let's go to the upside. Ow. There it is. Yeah, there.
What the
Is
heck?
that not the worst
What the
one
heck
of-
was that? What the
Don't
hell
worry,
is
Neil.
that?
Don't worry, Neil. What that was. Okay, so there it goes. Now to the upside as we eat right now, baby. AMD to the upside as it's going 106.60 right now. Keeps on going there. We'll get out at 106.59 on AMD. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one right there.
First of all,
I'm not sure where that's from. Like I just,
you and I both know who made that, so.
I feel like Tony might have made that one.
Anyways,
let's
I just
go.
wanted to see.
Take off these
I
stupid
missed it,
glasses.
so I apologize. I just wanted to see the graphic. But speaking back to the markets, it's 340, and we talk about scalping in the range. So I'm going to be done scalping in the range in NEO until it comes back down to 18. It's been 18 to 18.15 over and over again. Tesla's been 700 to 705. So outside of that, I don't want to do anything. If I was scalping Microsoft, I don't know if you are. If I was doing this on Softy, like you'd be thinking about shorts up here, but I don't know. Like this is a strong move. Remember we said Softy, if the market gets going, it has to be things like Softy getting it off that bottom. It's at like decision point here. So I'd much rather be playing the periphery to the long side. I don't want to sit in any shorts. Not when there's a chance. We supported 4,100. We're bouncing off the lows. So I'd rather only go scalp long. I don't want to scalp the short side of the trade. It just doesn't feel right today. That feels like the wrong move.
All right, yeah, let's just keep on going right now, man. This has been such a super fun day. There's AMD out. Now we're flat on AMD. Like honestly, we're not flat. We have 20% left, but that's been a good trade for me. Well, I'm just gonna get out now if it takes down some of these levels. I don't need to hold anything. We have 10 minutes coming before these imbalances. Apparently, this is going to be a sell imbalance, so that's fine. Oh, there it is, another one right there. As hopefully Unity continues down. The reason why I just upped my out there to only take a dime on part of it is, well, that was a little bit better than it. Actually, that was exactly a dime 75. It's bouncing too much off this 50 period now, and I just didn't want to lose. Now we only have 10% left, so I didn't. Well, actually a little bit more than that, but I didn't want to give it back to 42. I just felt like if I did that, I'd lose 15 cents on the last 30% that I had or 20% that I had. So we take a little bit out there for that, only 10 cents. But Unity, I mean, whatever. This is why I'm saying, like, trade your book, man. Like, however many shares you have there, these were great opportunities. Even if you only have 100 shares, like, even to take 30 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents over and over again is going to add up. And like that's scalping, and that's what I do here. So we're going to go over to Brendo with 20 minutes left.
One of those little tiny energy stocks racing into the close here, guys. HUSA continuing to pick up volume even as we speak here, trying to get up to 540 right now. 20% now for HUSA.
Yeah, shout out Justin saying, it was Justin L in the chat there saying he was talking about HUSA making some power moves. When oil moves, right? And we were talking about this for HUSA the other day, like those small cap, low float runners, they've been fantastic. So when you get those consolidation breaks, I mean, we've shown the CL chart enough, so you guys know what the oil futures are doing with the breakout that they're making. You look for these. This is good volume too, right? So make sure you got these on your radar. Know the stocks you want to go to take advantage. This is actually pretty good off the 50 period as well at that $4 level. So even on a higher time frame, this looks pretty solid. I will say this, and I pull up my 15-minute. If this move continues, the other day, this really died at about $5.50. And I remember because I tried the long that day off of like $6 for like $5.85 or so, and I lost on the long. And then it came back, and when it got to $5.50, it just fell apart. So as it gets to that $5.50 mark, just sort of keep that in mind. That was just last week. Was it on Friday? No, it was yeah, maybe it was. That was on Monday. Never mind. So Tuesday, watch out for that $5.50 mark. If HUSA gets to that price, it definitely was a lot of sellers that got in there. Again, I'm not going to chase long because I don't really do that with only 15 minutes to go. It's a little bit too high up unless you're just absolutely, if you can find a good scalp level, like if you could have played it like 505, 510, play it back into 5 and take 5-10 cents. I don't see that up here because I think 550 is resistance. So there's no long at 530 for me if I think it could stall at 550. But just watch out. Good call out on HUSA. That definitely is a mover here to watch.
All right. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not watching too much right now. We're in Apple. Obviously, Tesla's still at that $700 level. So, I mean, it's at 704, which is nice, but bounced off nicely off 700. Now kind of barcoding. Watch out for a downside move as the imbalances are now 7 minutes away. So that will affect the market, right? So you got to be careful with some of your positions when that's coming through. I decided now if you take out 91 here, I'm fine losing 6 cents on the last 12% that we have here of Unity software. I am also bidding down here near the 50s in case we do get a flush that comes in off of that number, or it could go either way. But, like, it's Friday. We're having a lot of fun, obviously. Thank you so much for watching. Let's do a quick little like count here if we can. I'm going to take a first look at this. How much do... 2.1, come on, 4,000 people watching. If we can hit the like button, that would be fantastic. I think we've done a good show, man, for you once again. So, let's do that. We don't ask for anything except for a like. So if you can, that would be great. It's a completely free stream, as you guys know. So hit the like button, please. And thank you if you want to. That would be very kind. So, all right, Apple breaking through 145, we're going to get out. If it does that, then we're going to get out. We don't need to worry about this name as that's going to come back in. And then our last 10% here on AMD, I might just take this also out for flat, call it a day, load up, back up if we get back down here. Real no point in taking some of these L's. Well, we're heading into this imbalance, and that's really the problem.
I should cancel my bids.
Yeah, that's really the problem that I have for this, is that it's like, we're coming into these numbers and it's going to be red again. And we've seen what happened the last couple of days on some negative imbalances. I mean, let's even see yesterday AMD, where is it at 350 here? Probably didn't have much of an imbalance. Where's 350 right here? So yeah, it didn't do anything really yesterday on imbalance. One name that was moving, I believe it was Apple, really moved. Was it yesterday? Yeah, there's the imbalance right there. A move down from 150.75 all the way. Nah, that's only 150.50. Maybe it was the day before, but imbalances have affected the stock a little too much sometimes for my liking. So let's just get out of AMD and Apple, call it a day. Good trades, and then we'll see if Unity wants to flush, guys.
Yeah, and here comes, I just canceled my bids on Tesla because I just realized it's 345. I don't want that 700 play at 350. That's not the way I would want to play it. But Husla is getting to that 550 mark. I'm not going to short it because we don't have free locates, and it's a little bit late in the day. So look, that's a price that I think there could be some chop, and it's only because of what it did a few days ago at that same price level. It is psychological as well, being midway between 5 and 6. But if you're watching Husla, that's a big level. I should have just taken the trade on Microsoft. I said I only like the dip buys at the end of the day here, and that's pretty much all we were doing, but that was pretty solid on Softy if you just took that 270 reversal, and that's why the market's coming back down. Like, it's one of the reasons we bounced, because it's found support, and then it couldn't break back out above 270, above VWAP. So we're right back at 4,100. We're right back on these lows with like 3 minutes to go into the imbalances. It does have the feeling that this market wants to take out that bottom. The NASDAQ 12.5, the ES 41. Saving grace, if you have a couple of stocks that are away from their bottoms, like Microsoft still has $1 to go. I don't know where Apple is. Tesla's right at 700. Apple is going to be sitting here, load up, pretty much on the lows as well. So, yep, we're basically converging on the bottom going into these imbalances. So I won't be sitting on the bids in front of them. I mean, you got a Unity short, so that's something you can sit in, but the longs, not going to hold them into this close.
Yeah, just as you say that, I'm looking to get long, just on the cues. So we did take another piece out on Unity. We said we wanted to play this to the downside. I mean, that's been, a real good trade as we'll go WTF on Unity as that comes in right away on that. So we told you that we were waiting for this 50 bid. It came in 58. We got it there as it came back in through. The best bid it could have got was 54. Let's see now. There it goes, popping back up. We did dump our Apple. We did dump our AMD. But let's see. We just, man, that sucks. We just tried to get TQQs down there. The reason why, and look, TQQ is my worst stock by far today. Without it, we'd be cruising almost double what we're at right now. Like, that's how much I lost trading this. So, again, down to here, the reason why I was willing to take the risk, and my bid was at 88, so maybe it comes back in and I get it magically, I don't know. But the reason why is just, I was thinking, if, like the imbalances we know are a little bit negative, but if they don't actually come out super negative, there may not be a reason for it to break the bottom here. Like, you're already down 2.7%. I kind of felt like there could be some love on the back here of the imbalance, but hey, it's still 248 right now, only 2 minutes to go. That really sucks because I literally bid 88 there. We just missed it when it came down in. I wish I would have had that idea before, but there it is. We're just going to wait to see. We did get out of our AMD. That was bad. I mean, right where we got in, we talked about that. Now that's upside, so that could be a winner. It's not. We're not in it. And then we got out of Apple as well right there as that for flat again. And now that is back in the money, about 30 cents more than where we got it. So we won't finish at our sort of our highest spot, but we're pretty darn close, and a lot of that's going to be now dependent. We have a very small position left on Unity. I'm just going to wait to see what this imbalance does. I have like 5% left, so it came down and we got in on that one. So there it is to the downside for Unity with only a minute and a half to go. Let's just see where these imbalances take us.
Oh, the market's bouncing here a little bit. I just saw, 270
No,
back on Microsoft.
look at 42.
Tesla through 705.
When it broke, I shorted
this
it.
USA at 550 is a huge battle. If I paid for the shorts, like I put in the chat, I'd be short at 48 right now, and I'd be at least a little bit nervous about it because when you go this parabolic into what was a key level that had tons of sellers the last time it saw it, I'd have expected it would have already put in some kind of pullback, at least the 40s, maybe even 35s. Instead, it comes to 48. Basically traps some, because there's going to be shorts in here for sure, traps some shorts, and now it looks like it could take out the top. And if it does, you got to start thinking about, now my trades don't show anymore for some reason, you got to start thinking about like 570 to 6. However, this might not happen until we get a little bit closer to that close, and especially maybe even after 4 o'clock. Although I always say this, sometimes those 4 p.m. runners, much more likely when it's not on a Friday. Like, you're more likely to get like aftermarket runners on stocks like this if it's like Monday or Tuesday. I just find there's a little bit less buying, and not that we trade post-market, but just from observing them. So if it's going to go, you kind of want it to go before 4 o'clock in this particular situation.
All right, so they just came out there. Good timing. Ooh, it's actually pretty juicy here. I don't know which side it's going to be.
What is that?
But there's millions of shares on here. PCG, Bank of America. We can check out what that's doing right now. Actually, that's probably doing nothing. I don't know what BEKE is, although I feel like we should know that name. Zila's there as a sell as well. That could be, I don't know, that's only 20 cents now. Wow, Zila, wow. Yeah, that's right, only 20 cents. But no big names on here. Nike, I guess, off Lululemon. That's probably going to be part of the reason why that's caught a little bit of a bid there to the upside. So yeah, not really much happening, man. I mean, I guess I'm glad we didn't take anything in the TQQ as that's just kind of doing nothing right now. It doesn't look like it's much of anything. I don't know what that came out as, but it doesn't look like it was very big, guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to load up this BEKE, but it's KE Holdings. I do recognize this stock for some reason. I'm trying to figure out why I know this, but it's a 4 million sell, and my chart doesn't want to load. Someone's saying, I'm sure Neil got run over by EFOI. Dominic? I mean, not really. Earlier today, it did. Yeah, my chart just crashed on me. But earlier today, Dom, I actually did lose on EFOI, and then we got some back. I'll basically flat on the stock here today, but I have to load these charts back up because I tried to bring up BEKE because I know I remember that stock from somewhere, and I just can't. It's on the tip of my. You know when you have that memory? Like I've traded it once or twice for sure. I just cannot remember why. You guys are saying it's an ADR. Like, yeah, I remember KE Holdings, but there was a reason why it was in play previously. I just can't for the life of me remember why. I just know that we did trade it before. But big sell imbalance right now.
Chinese real estate. Yeah, it's just one of those Chinese names.
Oh, it was a real. Okay, that's
remember,
what it was.
There was a period where like any sort of low flow Chinese names. And remember, I was on the show. If you guys were watching me, I think that was being influenced by, higher people upside there. If you get my drift, so I don't get influenced.
This is the one.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah, I remember.
So there's the chart on.
Now I remember.
Neil has that. Look at that. Like, look at that stock.
Now I remember.
That was what, $60? Is that 60?
This is
and now
60
you're down
bucks.
into the teens. So.
Yeah. It's putting monster sell imbalance on this stock, so I want to watch it into the close, especially when it's under that much pressure to begin with. It does just because it has a sell imbalance does not mean it has to tank, but this actually already had some heavy selling in it a couple of times with big capitulation candles. It had just rolled over before the imbalance, and then the bounce comes out and it kind of stayed put. So it's got some pressure on it to begin with. I guess if you had those long bounces and continued to play them, they still worked. Like Tesla up at 705 now, continuing to make some move. Maybe it does get to that 710 level. So you could have gone back to the well to scalp, although you had to pay up a little bit. Like you were getting better prices before. Now you're taking higher prices on each of the dips. So a bit of a strong move going in these imbalances. And HUSA is still battling that 550. It looks like the bulls haven't won just yet, but this is still a bit of a trap. Like I'd be in this if I'd paid for the short, but I'm just not going to do it. It's too late in the day.
All right, so we're completely flat. We actually did a good job getting out of Unity there. It didn't really crank down at all. So there's the out at 74, I thought I got, but I guess I got 77s as it broke the 50 period. It had nothing to do with that at all. I was just watching it and it wasn't going down. So there's Unity to wrap that up. That was a good trade for me. AMD was obviously a good trade as well as we go 4 for 5, because that's a loser there, which it wouldn't be, but we shouldn't have held it into the close anyways. Let's check in on Micron. That was another trade that we had for you. Again, 4 for 5 on that one. As our last piece, we lose a whopping 10 cents. And on this one, we take out 30 cents plus 20 more cents there. That's 10, that's 20, that's 20, that's 20. That's minus 10. So as you can see, if you add all that up, that's a good trade there for Micron for sure for me. Look, congratulations, anybody that has Amazon. You're going to see your account blow up on Monday because then they're going to adjust the prices for you. Yeah, people are going to come in and think they're, well, in this way, you're going to think that, yeah, because you're all of a sudden going to have more shares, and if they don't adjust the price, then yeah, you are going to think you're rich. What is Amazon again? Is it 20 to 1?
It's 20 to 1. 20
yeah, so you're going to get that price comes in, divide by 20, and now you're at about a 120, 130 print. We'll see where it finishes. But Amazon today kind of was doing nothing since 10:30. I mean, we're going to be at the same price here, and that's going to be a real fun stock for me to trade on Monday, man. I mean, I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be great. I mean, it definitely has a lot of, movement associated with it.
Your mini-me's excited too.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited for that. Oh, Luca's excited, yeah. And then we're also excited for Google. I mean, Google's another name that's down one more time here today, down to 2,300. So that's going to be real fun to trade. We've been buying Google on the daily a little bit lower than this, 21 and change, but now it's back up, so that's good. That's going to split in mid-July. So a couple of splits coming up. We're definitely looking forward to that. Ooh, new member alert. What's up to, let me just see who this is and call you out. We see this all the time. What's up to Burge? Thank you so much for coming through, man. $5 a month. I mean, great to support the channel. We're getting really ready to rock and roll. GME right now, apparently, rocking. We'll look at that one last time. What level is GME at and why is it rocking? 133, not really so much right now, but we'll bite on that and have a quick look on GME. Actually, that's a nice little move. I take that back. $2 in a minute there. So a nice move back up for GME. But this 135 is held. Like, it's got to break through 138 to get real exciting. There's just games that get played on this. You guys know that. So, we're not going to be here to pump or dump anything. But I really do like the levels here on GME. Obviously, a takedown of 130 probably gets you to 126, 127, and the same kind of thing here. If you break 135, look at 138. Just not enough time in the day for me to trade this right now.
Yeah, exactly. And so on the point of Amazon, like someone asked if we thought there'd be volume or volatility in the afternoon. I kind of said I didn't think so. It's just got to be next week. Like I think it's going to be more exciting. Alphabet's going to be better, but it'll still be more exciting. And the chart doesn't look great on Amazon. And obviously, if you look at where it's come from, it's a great bounce, 2,000 off, 2,000 to 2,500. But the stock from here is still 50% from its high. So it's just been ugly for them. You're in the bottom end of the channel. Clearly, the 50 period is still going to be trouble. But you have to be paying attention to the stock next week, just as a trading vehicle, right? Like once options start exploding on this, you're going to understand that the movement is going to drastically change. So it's not always it's actually a pretty clean chart, but doesn't always give you trading opportunities. That should change next week. That's what I'm expecting. And I also will make sure that I'm watching this HUSA at the open tomorrow, also on Monday, I should say, because if oil's still going crazy, this stock could go absolutely ham one more time because the bulls are in charge here. Like there's no pullback here, man. I'm glad I didn't pay for the short because I'd just be losing some of the money we made today if I'd paid for the short. I'd be in it right now, and I would have probably just got stopped out right here if it broke 565. Like that's where my stop would be right here, right now, and I would have just got stopped out.
And that's the problem with trading this close to the close. There's that BEKE, still 3 million to sell. MNDT. It doesn't look like there's anything really here that we're going to be looking at into the close. Nike's remained a buy, but that's not really doing too much either. Palantir's still around $9, so that's not doing anything. Those are the imbalances. I mean, we could keep watching them. What's Apple at? 145.40. Okay, that's held out okay. The Nasdaq's had a rough ride, man, down 2.65%. Congratulations, Flameboy. He went long there. 32, which was a good one, out 32.20, so nice. That's good. Scalping back and forth. Again, TQQ is fine. It's just we took it early and that was not good. So it's my worst stock today. We'll be back on it. We only have 2 negative names, TQQ and Lulu today, and we traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 names. We're gonna go 8 and 2 today. So pretty successful with the cap off there for Unity and Micron. Was the last 2 couple trades. I mean, that Micron trade earlier on was so huge. And that's why, if you're going to join us in the morning as well, 8:30. We'll go over some of these plays. Micron was on the sticky note, lots of stuff happening, ready to rock and roll. But with only a minute to go, I'm losing my voice now. So, we're getting ready to rock. It's going to be a good one. I've got the wine from the wife. The kids are on their way to coding class right now. So when I get home, they'll probably be done. I'll play some t-ball. I'll find out what they're coding. It's pretty cool because they do 3D printing and stuff there. So that's really
wait
cool.
till they'll make you buy one. And then
I don't think they're that expensive now, but
really?
Maybe, I think a couple $100. But
you can get a 3D printer for a couple $100.
I believe so. Oh yeah, now it is. Yeah.
Oh,
3 hundos. I'm
picking one. You kidding me?
Yeah, I think it's great. Great for kids, man. So
I know it is great for kids. My daughter's not quite old enough for it, but who cares? Tony's on the bell, babe. We got Tony, Tony the Tiger, Tony, whatever. Unity Tony at $30. What we ought to be calling him. Unity. Big moves. Obviously, the short was good today, but that long off 30, fantastic. Get the camera off me and put it on Tony. Everyone wants to see him do his dance. As we count it off for you guys, it's been an absolutely fun week. Great trading opportunities, and we're going to continue next week with Amazon. 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Tony.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, oh yeah. I like that little point at the end. He's like, yeah, I got you right there. So thank you to Tony. Smooth Tony. Good move on that one. I like that. Tony is the man, as you guys know. Thank you for that, Tony. Good luck working tonight. Hope you get lots of tips and lots start to flow through. Hi, Maggie. Maggie's there right now. So we're going to go over to Brendan. How did we finish the day up, my man?
I can't hear a word you guys are saying, so we'll just jump right into this right now. It's a pretty ugly board right across the entire thing. 1.6 for the S&P, the Dow 1%, NASDAQ 2.6% to the downside. Crude oil, as we were saying, huge day, 3% to the upside still. 2.2 for Bitcoin, Ethereum, the worst off, 4%. So we make it 8 of 9 weeks to the downside, guys. Unfortunately, didn't get there, so 8 out of 9 in negative territory.
Boo, we'll do this. Red market coming through. Look, it's been a quite brutal couple weeks here. Got 2 months to be exact. 8 out of 9, not great, but we'll see. I think it's silly to call a bottom. It's silly to call a top. So we'll just trade the action that's here every single day, and we won't worry about that. But it's been a great week. Obviously, on a shortened week, we're gonna have to thank Fahad. We're gonna have to thank Lucas. Thank Maggie. Katrine is in the building now for us as well, working on sales. I'd like to thank Liz for social media. We got to thank Trader Prad, who's dancing around here somewhere. We got to thank Luca. We want to thank Ian. We want to thank Greg as well in the back. We want to thank Brandon, the other Brandon there as well. It's been a good week, and I'm just excited. Any plans this weekend for either one of you two guys?
So I'm going to the Jays game tomorrow because obviously, just big fans of that. And then my neighbor's having a birthday party for their kid on Sunday.
Nice.
So, the family stuff with the kids. You know how it is. It's the same.
Yeah. Brendo, any plans? Brendo, can you hear me, Brendo? No.
A little bit. I think you're talking about the weekend. So barbecue. We're having a barbecue. So really excited about that.
What are you cooking?
Pork shoulder.
Ooh, I like that. Pork shoulder, pork butt. I'm down with all that.
What are you drinking with that?
Get that pulled pork. What is he drinking with? He's drinking whatever he wants, man. This guy's pounding that back. The wife just sent me a Pinot Grigio.
Nice.
I think that's pretty nice. I prefer a little
It's
Chardonnay.
going to be a nice weekend.
Yeah, I think it should be a nice weekend as well. So, yeah, we got lots of stuff happening on my end as well. So I hope you guys are ready to rock and roll on your end. Thank you for watching us here at tradertv.live. Stay tuned for Neil's Tesla trade. You got a great one at the end of the day, but this is going to be one from the morning. It's our trade of the day. Stay tuned for that. And then watch out. We have our market recap that's brand new and our pre-market recap as well. That's there for you up on our website. So everybody have a great weekend, and we will see you at 8:30 on Monday. Ciao, guys.